Good evening, pretty shiny peoples. How are you doing? For those of you who are just at the book club stream, this is not a book club stream. I will re-record that for you. Sorry it got interrupted by a troll. Yeah, plus the dogs were going crazy today, so we will definitely redo that before the next reading. Sorry about that. Yes. So, on to the title of the stream. That person who came in my chat, I don't know how to explain it. I don't like this person. I think this person is incredibly malicious and toxic. And I think they have some like really weird basic ideas that they think are profound, but they're not. They're not profound at all. And I don't like being around this person. It's weird because like when I first got here and when I first accidentally stumbled across the debate community, I guess, I was lucky that I ran into a couple of channels who I thought, were like very decent people. But I was surprised that it's actually not as many as I thought, right? There are some people with some really, really weird notions, like the person who was in my chat earlier. They ask the same questions over and 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 over again. And despite any answer that they receive, they will completely ignore you. They will make up their own answer, and then they will run around spreading it as if it's the truth. And it's really weird. But you guys got to help me out here. You got to, because I don't know if this. I think they're malicious. They're definitely toxic. Definitely a toxic person. I think they're malicious, and you guys got to help. This is where you guys got to help me out. Like, is it malicious? And I'll tell you about it. I'll tell you about the things that sketch me out about this person. But you got to help me out. You got to tell me, is it malicious? Or is this person just so fucking stupid that they honestly don't know any better? And I'm just having a really hard time thinking you can get through junior high or get a high school diploma and just be that fundamentally stupid. So one moment, and we're going to get into it. I'm going to see what the little one is whining about. Hey, Copper, what's up, buddy? What's up? You closed the door on yourself. There you go. There you go, baby. There you go, baby. Sorry about that. My office door does not like to stay open. If you don't have it in like a very specific location, the door will just slowly close itself. And I try to leave it open, but he'll come in and out, and he'll like accidentally hit the door or something, and he hasn't figured out how to open it yet. So he whines instead. Okay, where were we? Yes, that's where we were. So you guys are going to help me out, right? That's where we were. Okay. So ordinarily, let's start by saying ordinarily I would have ignored the troll. Okay, but life has been happening. And when I want distractions, I tend to get extra feisty. So that was that. But hold on, I can't get into it yet. I gotta wait until some people who will actually type at me or join come in, and then you guys can help me out and tell me You know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to get into it. So, this person, like I said, they'll ask the same questions over and over again. And no matter what you say, they're going to ignore it or they're going to spin it into whatever narrative they want. And then they're going to run around with the loudspeaker, throwing it everywhere like it's true. And it's not only that, but he'll take like these basic concepts and then he thinks that your answers means he knows you, right? For example, the reason my title is Atheism Isn't a Cure. One of the questions that he asks over and over and over again is, are you an atheist? Are you an atheist? Are you an atheist? Are you an atheist? Do you believe in God? Are you an atheist? Do you believe in God? Are you an atheist? Over and over and over and over and over again. I promise you, I have answered this question like 500 times. 500 times, okay? But every time he sees me, he's going to ask it again. He's going to ask it again and he's going to ask it again. And the reason I think he does that is because he treats atheism as if it's a religion. He says things like, "Oh, I can't believe you think that, you're an atheist. I can't believe you talk to that person, you're an atheist. I can't believe you platform that person, you're an atheist." Okay. First, let's get something straight. Again, I'm not an atheist. I have been told in order to say I'm atheist, I have to positively claim there are no gods. Now, I do not possess the arrogance I assume it requires to say that there are no gods, that no gods are possible, right? Like, I can tell you I'm a non theist. I can tell you I don't believe in any gods. I can tell you I do not have any gods. I am not a believer of any kind. I am not religious in any way. I do not go to church. If I'm reading any sort of religious text, it is solely for exploration purposes only, because I find cultures interesting. I do not have any religious practices. I do not have any routines. I sometimes meditate. I never pray. There's nothing to pray to, in my opinion. I have yet. I can't pray to anything because I don't believe in anything to pray to. And for some reason, that alone makes this person think that they know me. Not just think that they know me, by the way, right? But they almost think like I have to be lying because I don't agree with them. I'm not in their in club or whatever. And I don't understand that. I will say though, atheism isn't a cure for anything. And I don't know why you expect me, this person, I don't know why this person expects me to hold it up as if it is. Look, I know wonderful people who are Christians, and I know wonderful people who are atheists. I know terrible people who are Christians, and I know terrible people who are atheists. But I can say that of every single religion out there, including Buddhism. Yes, there are terrible Buddhists. Even Hinduism, right? I mean, there are good people and there are terrible people who believe in a great number of things, right? And a lot of them don't agree. A lot of them do not agree with each other. It doesn't make them less good people. A lot of the terrible people agree with each other, and it doesn't make them less terrible people, right? The reason not all Christians believe in the same God or describe their God the same way, well, I'm not going to say it's the reason. I will say my perspective of the reason. As you guys have often heard me say, right? I've often said, I don't think people read the same text and have a different God. Because, like, how do I explain that? You've heard the saying, you can take the booze out of a fruitcake and you still have a fruitcake, right? So I think, like, it doesn't matter your spirituality. It doesn't matter if you believe or don't believe, or if you believe, which one you believe in. It's either going to you're either going to look at it in a way that you want to do good, or you're going to look at it in a way that justifies your hate. I think most people describe their God in a way that tells you about them and what they value. Because let's face it, none of us really know what God values if God is real, right? And so I've often said the best way to get to know a believer is to ask them about their God, because if you listen to them tell you about their God, they'll tell you about you. They'll tell you about themselves. They'll tell you where their biases are. They'll tell you how much hate versus how much charity they have. They'll tell you how much love versus how much wrath they have. They will tell you these things by telling you about their God, right? And so, in the same way that you can take booze out of a fruitcake and still have a fruitcake, you can take faith away from a religious person and still have a fanatic. You still have a zealot, right? Um, a Christian who is hateful, who loses their faith, they don't stop being a hateful person. Now, some of them may lose some taught prejudices, right? But that's not the same thing. I'm saying somebody who is a hateful person, right? They don't stop being hateful just because they lose their faith. They justify it in a different way. They target someone new, but they're just as vile. And I think this person is a good example of that. They run around pretending they have the moral high ground, that they just love everybody, that they're atheists, and atheists are all on the same side, and the Christians are evil, and these people are evil, and those people are evil, and how do you even talk to these people? But what I've noticed is it's all a lie. And that's why I think this person, you guys can tell me. You can tell me if you think I am giving this person too much credit and he's really just that stupid. But I think he's just that malicious, right? Because he has this mask where he's like, I'm doing this for these people and I'm doing this for those people, but he's not. He's not. You're not doing it for trans people because you don't know any of the trans people in my life. You're not doing anything for them. You're not over here harassing me because you think it's going to save some atheist. I'm not even a believer. I'm not peddling any beliefs, right? I have none to give you. So when you run around, and it's not just me, they do this to other people. They'll tell me that somebody that I've been friends with for years is misogynistic, right? Oh, they're misogynistic. Really? Because I've seen no hint of that. I've seen it from you, but not from them, right? And they do this stuff constantly. They do it constantly. And the reason I think it's malicious is because there's no way he doesn't know what he's doing. There's no way you're so stupid you don't know you're spreading hate. There's no way you're so stupid you say those people spread hate and I should and you should hate them, but I'm going to spread hate and you should clap for me while I do it. There's no way you're that stupid. There's no way. This person got butt hurt when the opposite political party talks shit about their party. This person also runs around talking shit about other parties. This person is also mad that I don't have a political party. I'm not on the red team. I'm not on the blue team. Fuck your teams. They're both bought and paid for. It's the corporate oligarchy. Look, they're both bought and paid for. They're both sponsored. They both have PAC funds. They're not worried about you. They're worried about their sponsors. Okay? I am not aligned with either side of this corporate oligarchy. I'm not. Do I have beliefs that lean one way or another depending on the topic? Sure, of course I do. But I'm not aligned with either party, and I'm not going to pretend to be. And I'm not going to pretend that aligning myself with one party or another is somehow morally superior, or that somebody who disagrees with me about fiscal responsibilities and taxes is somehow the enemy within that needs to be destroyed. I'm not going to pretend that somebody not agreeing on who the better candidate with me is somehow means that they're racist and misogynistic and God knows what else. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that because it's stupid. It's stupid and it's bullshit. Are there racist people? Yes. Is everybody who voted the way you didn't want them to racist? No. No, they're not. And everybody running around with this attitude, in my opinion, is part of the problem. You're part of the problem. You're the reason we're further divided. You're the reason we can't get money out of politics. It's you. It's you, and it's bullshit like that. That's what keeps money in politics. That's why we keep tearing each other apart while we cheer on both sides of this stupid corporate fucking oligarchy, right? But he's that way with everything. It's not just politics. It's religion. It's everything. And he thinks these one-word answers tell him everything he needs to know. You don't believe in God? Oh, we must agree on everything. And he is the biggest bully I've ever seen. And not just to me. Not just to me. As a matter of fact, the reason he started on me is because I told him to knock it the fuck off when he was going off on other people, doing the same thing. So you tell me, is he stupid? Is he fucking stupid? Or is he just malicious? Hey, Big Bad Mama. Hey, Lewis. You guys probably know the person, so I'll just name him. Assembly of God. I don't call him Assembly of God. I call him ass because that's what he is. He's an ass. So you tell me, you guys tell me, is ass just bitter and fucking malicious and toxic? Or is ass really that fucking stupid and he just does not have any capability of comprehension? Which one is it? No, I'm talking about an atheist. See, my title, Atheism Isn't a Cure. It's not. It's not a cure. It's like that saying, you can take the booze out of a fruitcake and you're still going to have a fruitcake, right? There are wonderful Christians, there are terrible Christians, there are wonderful atheists, there are terrible atheists, because people who are hateful are going to find a way to justify their hate. Do they get a little pat themselves on the back, I'm extra self-righteous, when it's backed by religion? Sure. But taking religion away isn't going to take that hatred away. And that guy he bends over backwards to spread more hate than anyone I know. And I'm not talking about like Jill. Jill is annoying. Don't be wrong. I don't like Jill. Don't like Jill. He's annoying as hell. Irenic is a piece of shit. I don't like him either. But both of these people are either going to stumble into where you are, or you are going to stumble into where they are. Right? That's how that happens. This Assembly of God is an atheist. And this guy, I have never seen somebody so dedicated to following people around just to talk massive amounts of shit. It's incredible. So if anybody knows him, am I giving him too much credit? Is he just an imbecile, incapable of comprehension? Or is he as malicious as I think he is? I'm for real. Like, somebody needs to come up here and talk to me about this. Is he just like, well, okay, I don't think very highly of him. I'm not going to pretend to. But like, does he know? Does he know? Or is he so stupid he has no awareness and he can't comprehend it? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think I know, right? But I don't know. Obviously, I lean toward he's a malicious, toxic asshole. I don't even mean like a troll. I don't mean somebody who pops up in your side chat and who's like, blah, 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 right? Like he did earlier. That he trolled earlier. That's fine. I mean, just absolutely dedicated to stalking and maligning anyone you have ever disagreed with. Like, it is the weirdest thing. It's so weird. But he thinks in the same way that a Christian thinks like, "Oh, I'm doing God's work." He's like, I don't know, is he a like maybe he's like the communist, right? Like I'm doing the people's work. I don't what the fuck is I don't know what he thinks he's doing, but it's weird. It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. I don't know what his deal is. I just want to kick him in the teeth. I look, I'm not talking behind anybody's back either. A, this will stay up. B, he was in my chat earlier and I told him in no uncertain terms that I think he is vile. I think he's fucking disgusting and he makes my goddamn skin crawl. I've also told him that he's a toxic bully. So I'm not like talking behind his back. This dude knows exactly what I fucking think of him. Jill, he does kind of sound like the atheist Jill, huh? But Jill's more like a bad joke, right? Like Jill knows he's being an asshole and he's doing it for a reason. Sometimes it's for a laugh, sometimes it's cuz he can, sometimes it's cuz he has no response and he has nothing else to go to, but Jill knows what he's doing. My question is, does Assembly of God know what he's doing? Does he? Cuz my god, is he relentless. How many times can you ask the same fucking question? No, but ass is capitalized. It's capital A, capital S, and then the rest like you have it. And that's another reason I call him ass. A, because ass is capitalized, and B, because he is an ass. He just is. Don't like him. He is bad news bears. I wonder if he pops in again. Tonight he was mad because Richard Madsen, because I do book club streams. I had to take it down, A, because Assembly just he gave me a reason to let out some pent up energy, and that doesn't belong in a book club stream. And B, my dogs just decided to bark a whole lot today, and that's no good for book club streams. So I will redo part 10 before I do part 11 next Saturday. But he was there earlier, so I wonder if he pops in here. You don't know him, Big Bad Mama? He used to hang out at Gers. He used to hang out at Gers toward the end. Right before Gur left, he was starting to come around. And I wasn't very friendly to him in Gur's room either. I didn't like him then either. I mean, I was at first, but he gave me a reason not to be. I don't like go after people and I don't meet new people trying not to like people, but at the same time, if I don't like you, I don't tend to pretend to, you know? Yes, that guy. That guy's a fucking he's I swear to God, he is a nut job. Something wrong with him. Like for real, something wrong with him. Hey,
Oh, how you doing?
I have been better and I have been worse, and I am currently somewhere in between because life is happening, buddy. But that is okay. I hope all in your little dot on the map as well.
Oh, things are going all right. You know, the things are better than they were. Uh, I'm doing well, basically. There are some things there are some things to still square away, but other than that, I've mostly been happy these
Cool, we'll
past
catch
few
up.
months.
If you're still here, well, you might not still be here. If you're not still here, we'll catch up in Google. But if you are still here, we'll catch up back stream because life's been happening over here too. It's been fun.
I mean, I'll stay. I really have nowhere else to go. But you know what I mean. But yeah, no, Assembly of God is a fucking piece of shit. I do
Thank
think you're
you.
right. Hold on, I do think you're right about it. The reason why I say that is because he obviously, he's gone after me a lot. Like, the midnight says the meditation can cure diabetes. No, I never said meditation can cure diabetes.
No,
Does
you
it
said
help with
meditation.
it? Yes.
Yes, in an indirect way. Actually, it does. And the reason it helps is because meditation helps your stress levels. Stress levels contribute to your insulin production. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, but
Also,
fucking retard.
chewing on a certain type of yucca plant can help you control your insulin levels too. But that's a whole other issue.
Interesting.
Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. Shit you learn when you have a shaman, right?
Yeah,
Anyway,
right.
I still, to this day, I want to know what was in that tea, and I will never know. And it kills me because I wasn't interested enough when I had the chance. Do you know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
when I was young, I would hang out with the native part of my family, and I would hear stories from the native part of my family, and like it's stuff that I just like kind of casually absorbed as any little kid does. But I wasn't like interested, right? And then like by the time I got really interested in it, I was already losing them, like slowly losing all of them one by one. And
Oh, that
then
sucks.
when I lost them, I was like, ah, there wasn't enough time, you know? There wasn't enough time. I wasn't interested early enough. But and I always hated that. And but I met I'm not gonna call them family. They're I guess like they're native, but I guess you'd call them like family friends of the native side of my family. Does that make
Mm,
sense?
yeah,
Yeah. So I've been talking to them a lot, and that's been great. But like in much the same way, you know, I just thought, well, it's I don't know where I was going with that because my dog just distracted me. I'm sorry.
that's fine.
But he's cute and he can distract me. What was I saying? Oh, because
We were talking about how ass is an ass, and then
yeah.
I brought up meditation, and then you brought up the fact that you knew
Oh,
a
the
shaman.
tea, the tea. I want to
Yes.
know what's in that fucking tea. Okay, so one time when I was younger, I was a teenager, still wasn't very interested. I wanted the basic stuff, right? Like I was learning the basic stuff, but I wasn't interested enough to like really, really pay
Hey,
attention to
B.S. Lewis, that is a lie from the deepest pits of hell. Okay, I am not an ass. I mean, I'm an ass, but I'm an asshole, not an ass. Then fuck you, B.S.
So
Lewis.
I had this, like, I had gotten really sick one time, right? Because I don't get sick often, but when I do get sick, like, it really hits. Like, for example, I never got strep and well, I only caught strep once, and it was a really, really bad case. But like, I would get tonsillitis, but it would suck because when I would get tonsillitis, I would get bronchitis at the same time. Like, and it would just be rough. Anyway, so one time I got sick, like pretty sick, and I was starting to like I was feeling better, but I had this cough that I could not shake. Like I just could not shake it. And like 2 weeks passed, and I still had this cough. And Toko did not like it, and so Toko was like, I'm gonna make you a tea. And I was like, okay. So he went out to the garden and he picked a bunch of stuff. I know there was dandelion. I know there was sage. I know there was mint. I want to say that there was some fennel and two kinds of bark, but I don't know what kind of bark they were. And I don't remember anything else. I don't remember. But he made this ungodly concoction. And he's told me to drink it really fast. And he said, you will hate me tonight, but you will thank me in the morning. And he stressed that. He stressed that very big that I would hate him tonight and I would thank him in the morning. And so I drank the fucking tea and I threw up and I threw up and I threw up and I threw up violently, like violently, just throwing up all night long. Finally passed the fuck out. But I woke up and I was perfectly fine. I didn't have a cough. I didn't have anything. And to this day, I do not know what was in that tea. Anyway, things I wish I was interested in before it was too late.
Yeah, well, Assembly wishes they were midnight. And that's right, Gio. That's right.
Simply wishes he was anybody capable of
Yep.
comprehension and smiling.
You know what? Every day that I wake up, I thank the God I don't believe in that He made me the way I am.
Why do people think atheism is an answer to anything? Like, I'm
I
at
mean,
honestly, I ask that as a non-believer. Like, I'm not even a believer, okay? I don't believe, but I'm asking,
well, I
in
mean the
what
way.
world does anyone think atheism is an answer?
Well, wait, hold on. The way I've always heard it, atheism is an answer to the question: Does God exist, or do God exist? It tries to be an answer for that, like in
No,
order to do that.
atheism is a belief statement. Like, atheism means you believe a God is not possible. Atheism does not say whether a God exists or doesn't exist. Nothing we say or do can posit whether a God exists or doesn't exist. We can announce our beliefs, our philosophies, our thoughts, our opinions, whatever else, but nobody holds a stance that answers whether God is there or not. Nobody alive, at least, right? Like, this, it doesn't answer that. It answers a position on that, but it doesn't answer that question. It
Well,
doesn't make
didn't you just answer your own question by saying it's a belief that answers the question whether a God exists
no.
from your
No,
perspective?
I said it only provides your belief. You can answer with what you believe, but it's not an answer to the question. Right? If I said, is black or white colder? And you said, I think white is colder. Does that tell me white is colder? Or does that tell me you think white is colder? It doesn't answer the question. It gives me your opinion of an answer. It doesn't answer anything, right? It doesn't. It can't. It also doesn't make somebody better. It doesn't make somebody less hateful. They just find new ways to justify it. Instead of, I don't like gay people because God said so, it's, I don't like conservatives because you disagree with me, or I don't like gays because I think it's unnatural, or because it weirds me out, or what, like, you're always, people who are hateful are always going to find a way to justify their hate. They don't need a God to do that. Is God a convenient excuse and a convenient reason? Sure. But not, but we can't blame that on the on God itself or the belief in God itself, because otherwise all Christians would believe the same and all atheists would believe the same, and we clearly don't. So in what way is atheism a cure or an answer for anything? I just don't see it.
I don't know.
And Assembly is the first one to treat it as if it is. The first one. It's so, don't platform this person. Don't platform. Why? Because they don't agree with you? It's, I don't know. I don't know. I people just confuse me. People really confuse me. And he is especially demented. That guy is, I really think there's something wrong with him. And I don't say that lightly. Like, I honestly truly believe that there's something really wrong with that guy.
Yep,
I don't mean like Jill, who rolls around trolling, or Irenic, who's just a piece of shit and is always going to be a piece of shit. Like, I think he's like, I really think he's somehow disturbed.
definitely.
I would not want to meet him in real life. I know that.
I mean, Brojo has.
Oh, we lost him. He pulled a pixie. He pulled a pixie and kicked himself off the stream. I did not touch anything. I do often kick myself off stream though. So hopefully he comes back, because I don't like being up here monologuing. Yay!
Sorry about that.
Come back.
We hit.
You pulled a pixie. It's okay.
Yeah, I pulled a pixie. When you have like 40 tabs open, it's kind of hard not to close button on accident.
It's, oh, you know what I was bad about?
What?
I don't like when people give me controls to other channels, because when you go in, it doesn't look like yours, right? Like, things are different.
Yeah.
And one time I went to leave Sammy's stream and I accidentally ended his whole stream. And I was like, "Look, I'm used to kicking myself out on the phone because on the phone it's backwards, right? Like the X means to go back to the screen you were on, and the back arrow kicks you out. And
Yeah,
so for
right.
a long time, I kept hitting the back arrow and kicking myself out because I kept thinking X is out. So I finally got that out of my head. Then I start using the computer, and then I'm accidentally ending people's streams, and I'm like, no,
I
we should not be giving me this
I think
opportunity.
I think I've only accidentally handed a stream once, and
I
ever
think I've
since
done it.
then I've been more cautious
I think I've
about it.
done it. I think I've done it twice. I think I've done it twice, but I'm like, no, you guys should not. You should not give me the opportunity to do this because we call it pulling a pixie for a reason, right? Don't don't. Anyway, yeah, I am kind of like it's so weird. You would think because I work with like a bajillion programs and computers at like every day that I would be like fabulous in like this technical world. I'm not. I can run all my work programs like backwards, forwards, draw macros, all of that. You stick me on
Yeah,
YouTube or
because
you
you've been
hand
doing
me
it for years.
yeah, you stick me on YouTube or you hand me OBS and I'm like, what does this do? What's happening? I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm old. That's what it is.
I mean, I'll be 40 in like 2 weeks.
I'll be 40 the day before you're 40, so
Yeah,
there.
well, I'll be 40. Well, actually, no, you'll be 40 before me. That's true.
Yep.
But
I'll
still,
be you'll turn 40 the day after I turn 40.
yes.
Yep. Oh my god, I'm going to be 40 and my kid's in college. I remember when she was first born. She was born the day after I turned 21, and I used to say stupid shit, like really stupid shit, like, I'll be 39 when she graduates. I'll still be relatively young. No, no.
I mean, 39 is still relatively young. I don't know what you're smoking.
I guess it is to have a kid in college, but
I
I
mean,
was
my
like,
mom is 60,
and
so
here I am. I'm almost 40, and I am absolutely devastated that my super munchkin's not here. I don't know what I was thinking.
empty nest syndrome. It's really, really bad. It
Oh
can
my god,
get
it
really
is
bad.
empty nest syndrome on its own would be kicking my ass right now. Unfortunately, a lot of other stuff got added to the plate, so
Well, I'm sorry.
me too. It is harder with empty nest syndrome though because I don't know.
When did saying I'm sorry to someone's problem even start? It's like you say I'm sorry, but you literally had nothing. You literally had nothing to do with your.
Well, when I think that started may perhaps okay, I wonder if I apologize and I'm sorry used to be two different things. I've always wondered that. You know, like
I
in the
think they
same
are actually. I
yeah,
think they are two different things. But go ahead.
exactly, exactly. Like in the same way like being able to empathize with somebody is different than sympathizing with somebody, right? So like
Yeah.
my apologies for something I did wrong. I'm sorry is more like I hurt that it hurts you.
So yeah. So because I've looked into this, right? Like writing genuine apologies, and in every example I've seen, they always say I apologize or apologies. The saying I'm sorry, no, that's for when you actually don't mean it, which is strange, but that's how language works, I guess.
Yeah, I always thought like maybe we just like equated it later and it shouldn't have been like
Yeah,
that's just my opinion though, right? Like I think
I mean, I
that's
think you're
I,
right.
you
Even
know,
if it's your opinion, I think you're right.
I always just wondered if we just equated something that wasn't meant to be equated.
So, oh, there he goes.
Good evening,
Oh,
Wesley.
hi, Wesley.
Hello.
Oh boy.
We were just talking about something completely random. The difference between I apologize and I'm sorry.
Yes.
Interesting subject. um, yeah, when I do something wrong against a person, I try not to say I'm sorry. I try to get enough strength of heart to say, "Will you forgive me for?" And then very specifically state what it is that I feel that I did that was wrong.
I
I,
agree.
yeah.
That is a good thing to do. I was just saying I think they're different sentiments. Like if I owe somebody an apology, then I apologize. But if somebody's like telling me something that's hurting them and I hurt for them, I don't have anything to apologize for. I say I'm sorry because I hurt because you hurt. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Mhm. Mhm.
So why do people I think the real question is why do people say they're sorry when they mean to apologize? And
That
maybe
is a
it's to
good
emphasize
question, and
maybe it's to emphasize that this is also hurting them and they want to make amends. I'm not sure.
Lack of heart.
well, some people, obviously, some people have a lack of heart. You know, you can just tell, when someone's apology is just bad. You know what I mean? They don't mean it. They're just. I'm just like I'm sorry you feel that way, type of thing. You know.
Yeah, I guess there's that too.
Though I think I have heard someone say, "I'm sorry you feel that way," as a way to actually apologize, but I think they phrased it differently. I don't know. But language, especially English language, is insanely complicated. Well,
I
complex, I
don't
guess would be the better word.
It is because I'm sorry you feel that way isn't always bad, right? Like
Yeah,
if I say I know you didn't intend to do this, but this is how it made me feel and you say I'm sorry you felt that way, like that's not condescending.
yeah. But it's been used so many times to come off as condescending that people always assume it is, even in text. You know what I mean?
Well, probably especially in text because you lack the
Yeah,
tone.
definitely.
But I think all text can be misunderstood for that reason.
Yep. You know,
Batman, hey Batman, join, and I will once again go through why that is my title. Um, but as a, I don't care if I upset people with my title. I don't.
I mean, why would they be upset? I
Ask
mean,
assembly.
well, that is true. I'm actually surprised he hasn't appeared in the chat, or well, actually, no. Shit, I just give him ideas.
He ruined my book stream. Well, he did. Okay, he didn't ruin my book stream. What happened was I was doing my book club stream, and he came in being a troll. And I told you life is happening right now, right?
Yeah.
So he gave me a reason to release some pent up energy, and by doing so, I ruined the book club stream. So I will have to redo that one, but that's okay. So that the reason this is my title is Batman. Atheism isn't a cure. It's because there is a person who keeps coming into like this person. There's something wrong with this person. He's a bully and he cannot understand complexities or nuance. Everything is black and white to him. If you don't agree with him 100% on everything, you're just a horrible disappointment. He thinks he knows you based on one word answers, and so he'll ask you the same questions like over and over again. Like, and one of those questions is, "Are you an atheist?" Now, this guy has asked me, "Are you an atheist?" about 500 times now. And I have answered it as honestly as I possibly can. I said, "I have been told that I cannot call myself an atheist because I do not posit positively that there is no God. I am not arrogant enough to assume that I can know that thing, right? All I can say is that I have yet been convinced of any gods. And so I am a non theist, a non believer. He thinks that that answer means A, I'm atheist, and B, he knows me, and C, we should agree on everything. And it's the weirdest thing. And he goes out of his way to like stalk people and harass them and spread rumors about them. And he thinks that like atheism is this like everybody should just be atheist and the world would be great. And I think that that is like the most facile and ridiculous worldview to have, because as I stated at the beginning of this stream, I know wonderful Christians and terrible Christians, and I know wonderful atheists and I know terrible atheists, and I can say the same of every single religious view I've come across, including Buddhism. Not even Buddhism has its hands clean. It's not Hinduism, not any of them, right? And so I said, have you heard the saying, you can take the booze out of a fruitcake, but you still have a fruitcake, right?
I've actually never heard that saying, by the way.
Oh, well, now you have. So, okay, so I guess it's because, well, that tells you something about what I had to deal with in my past. Booze.
Yeah.
What sort of that? Okay, so anyway, point being, like it's a lot of that, right? Like people who are good people are going to be good people whether they're justifying that through their life experience or through their religious worldview. And people who are hateful people are going to do the same thing. They're going to either justify it through their religious views, but people who don't have religious views justify it with nihilism. They justify it with taught biases. They justify it with superiority complexes. Atheism doesn't even answer and whether or not there is a God. It doesn't answer anything, right? It's just a position. And
One of the
to prop it up as if it's some solution is just laughable to me.
One of the tricks of an atheist is that I have to prove to them that Jesus is God. No, I don't.
Well, don't expect them to believe you. There you go.
You're right. You don't have to prove that any more than I have to prove that there is no God, right?
What they do when they say I have to prove to them that Jesus is God, is they make an ultimatum. And when their ultimatum is answered with reality and truth, instead of receiving the reality and the truth, they choose their imaginations and make another ultimatum, an act of rebellion. And they will make ultimatum after ultimatum. They will phrase them in a fashionable question way, but they're not asking a question. They're telling you, you have to prove to me. And then if I prove it to them, they will deny it and make another ultimatum and not listen to any proof.
Well, that's where I disagree with you. I think evidence and respectfully, I think evidence and proof are two different things. Now, I am a non-believer. I have yet to be convinced of any gods. I will say that I don't think you can choose your beliefs. I think you can choose. I think you can choose with what to inform your beliefs, but I don't think you can choose your beliefs. And I think if one could, I would have been a believer a long time ago, because it is something I wanted more than anything, and it is something I tried for harder than anything. And I have no results for that. And it's not for lack of trying, and it's not for lack of desire. It's because I couldn't make myself believe. So yeah, I can choose with what to inform my beliefs, but I can't choose my belief.
Well,
I don't know, man. I'm like, Pixie decided to start some shit today.
Odin, respect. You better. No, it wasn't Pixie who started shit. It was Assembly of God.
No. I'm just referring to the
To be fair, I read him. He's referring to my title. But
I know.
I don't care. Look, I am a non-believer, and I think my title is true. I don't believe in God, and I say atheism is not a cure for anything.
So how would you?
If other non-believers want to come at me for that, they can.
So how would you address folks who, for example, they've said that ever since they've become an atheist, their lives have improved dramatically. How would you
It's a good
respond to
question,
someone who
actually.
asks that?
No, I would say that they improved their lives dramatically by addressing their own struggles, the own inconsistencies that were bothering them. And if they happen to change their perspective or their values evolve along the way, well good. A, you're doing some work on yourself. B, you're not accepting answers that were handed to you and you're reasoning through it yourself. You are changing your life. Atheism is not.
I mean, that's a good answer. You're right. But
I don't think if I speak, you will allow me to finish what I have to say. So I'm going to go. Thank
I
you.
mean, that was a rude assumption.
Midnight, really?
I, I'm just saying, it was a rude assumption. Like, if you would have talked, we would have let him finish.
I mean, he's talking based off his experience.
I
So, I
get that.
mean, the guy wants to bounce, you know.
Going on.
All
Yeah,
right.
right. Well,
Then here's what I
that's what
have
he
to
wants.
say. Let's find out. On 2 dates, Jesus quit holding you up. He removed the hedge. He removed his forgiveness. It's the hedge is like a spiritual skin that holds up your body in the spirit. And if your soul is unclean, it can't move. It's like gravity is too much to be able to lift your hand up against without the hedge of Jesus. And when Jesus removed that hedge, and it was only for a few moments, it wasn't for more than a minute, he allowed Satan to attack you, to rape you. It's evil is Satan. Satan is only evil. There's no good in him. The 2 dates, October 10, 2005, March 31st, 2020. On those 2 dates, when Jesus removed the hedge, Satan pulled a fire down like an electric current, shocking your soul. He wasn't able to touch the part of you that is the Holy Spirit of Jesus, a pearl of light in your belly. But Satan's fire could put words into your minds. I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. Don't tell the vision. God never said those words. Satan did. Now, come soon, the hell. The hell will begin with a wheel in the middle of the wheel, the color of beryl, in this city of Chicago. That day, Washington, D.C., New York City, Huntington, West Virginia, where I'm living, will also, and Moscow, will also be destroyed forever by nuclear bombs. Satan will be thrown to the earth, the one that said, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. The evil one that said, don't tell the vision, will be cast to the earth that day, and he will meet secretly with 10 world leaders. The 10 world leaders will meet to discuss the problem that the nuclear war caused. There's no more Washington, D.C. on that day, no more New York City, no more government checks going to anyone. And when they meet, that Satan that told you, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball, shall secretly be in that meeting with those 10 leaders and overcome their minds in the same way. And that is how those 10 world leaders shall become the 10 horns of Satan. And what is the message those 10 horns shall blow? That you must be branded by a barcode with a handheld laser printer with an omnibar. Though you'll be offered 32,523 crypto coin dollars to be branded a slave. Law. Trump shall be one of those horns and shall pass a law in the United States that if you do not have the omnibar, you may not walk into a grocery store to buy food. You may not spend your money any way you want to anymore after that day. That's what's going to happen to you for not telling the vision of the valley that Jesus told you to tell. That's the message. Thank you.
I don't want to ask any questions because that will mean you'll have to answer them.
Listen, I'm
And
like
you probably will have an answer
I
for
saw.
every question.
No, I don't.
Every question under the sun, you will have an answer for. Every single question.
I saw the vision from Jesus. I'm like the vision.
So did I. I saw
I
it
saw
too.
a guy
I
in
saw
a
it as
hole,
well.
a square hole, missing half his brains.
Yeah, I saw the same
So
vision. I
I'm
saw the
like
same
that
vision.
guy's head in the pit.
Yeah, I saw it too. Yeah, I saw
That
it
pit
too.
means
I
that
saw it.
I fail you by
I
not
saw
reading
it
the
too,
Bible
Wesley.
every day. So I
I
don't
saw
have
it
all
too.
the answers.
Wesley, I saw it too, but I don't translate it the same way you do.
Yeah, well, everyone saw it, and I'm like that guy in the pit when it comes to answering.
Well, what do you do about that?
No,
Well, what do you do?
I've never seen any visions, actually, not once. And
Wait, no,
one of the dates you listed happened to be a spectacular day for me, just so you know. And I know exactly what I was doing. I was getting a sonogram. It was great.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, those that take the Omnibar are they're lunatics. They're going to get some cash, but they better get a Chinese for Dummies book and learn a few phrases to help with their shopping.
Well, I don't know. How is this supposed to happen through fire?
The fire was that electric shock that you felt when Satan did that.
All right. So what's the fire?
That electric shock.
All right. So what's the electric
shock? Feeling of being electrocuted.
What's the
that's the
Wesley?
fire.
Wesley, what's the electric shock, Wesley?
Well, that's what electricity is fire.
Okay, he said
you're going. He's not answering the questions.
He doesn't.
What's the electric shock?
Hey, he said what he said. I have not had any visions. That's where I stand on the matter.
Well, if you had visions, so what?
It's fine.
Blend, do not mix.
I had visions too.
I have not ever had a vision.
Well, Jesus showed you what's going to happen. He showed it to everybody.
No, none of the visions I have include Jesus.
Okay.
So how do you explain that?
No, I want people, when I say I wanted to be a believer, I'm not understating that. Not only was the person I admired most a believer, but it's something I grew up surrounded in. And when I say I wanted to believe, that is an understatement. Okay? I tormented myself over this. I tried so hard. I begged and I pleaded, not for signs and miracles, just for a spark of belief, just that little kickstart, right? Just help me with that. I prayed every day, multiple times a day, every day. I tried so hard. I spent years thinking, okay, well, maybe you're just broken. Maybe that thing in you that allows you to see God or hear God or recognize God, maybe I don't have that, right? Maybe it's just missing in me. And then I heard a Calvinist talk about how some people are just vessels created for destruction. And I thought, oh, that must be it, right? I must just be created for destruction. I tried so hard. I fought to believe, right? And so I just couldn't make myself. I belief never came. And so for somebody to tell me that my experience isn't my experience, or B, that anybody who honestly asks gets what they're asking for, I automatically have to be like, but I know my experience. I'm sorry.
Okay. Revenge is not mine. Revenge is the Lord's. But no, the revenge of Jesus is that you shall lose everything you have for not telling the vision.
I never had a vision. So if he wants to take everything from me for something I never had, well, you know what? That's not the first time a Christian's told me that. There are Christians that are told me that I'm gonna go to hell just because.
You haven't met any Christians.
Just because
you haven't met any Christians.
Just because Jesus never
You
came.
haven't
Yes,
met
I have.
one Christian.
No,
Oh, you have?
Wesley, no, that I will kick you off for because you will never speak about my grandfather that way. I have
None of
met
them were
No,
Christian.
no. Goodbye.
Not even one.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
No time to talk, Allah.
Goodbye.
Jesus
Bye.
said that to your grandpa.
You need to leave. How do I make him leave, guys?
Goodbye.
I'm done. Okay.
There's a
I'm
leave
sorry, but you
studio.
don't get to tell me that you are the definition of a real Christian and I've never met any. You didn't know my grandfather. You didn't know him. You're not going to presume to know him. You can pretend to know me, but you're not going to pretend to know the people I love. You're not going to do that. Goodbye. Especially because he's not even alive to speak up for himself, you fucking weirdo. I'm
What
just
was
going to go
art-
talk shit about your dead mama. How about that? Your dead mama didn't know shit. She didn't teach you shit because she wasn't a real Christian, Wesley. Fuck off.
That argument he presented can be
Hey,
used for
midnight.
any
Thank you,
religious
Christ.
belief. That the
No,
argument that Wes was presenting can
I'm
be
sorry.
used
Thank
for
you,
any
Pixie.
religious belief. Excuse
What?
me.
Okay, let's be real. I was trying to be patient and I was trying to be nice because
Did anyone hear what I just said?
yes, but Wesley,
Oh, okay.
Wesley has some other things going on. And I was trying to be nice and I was trying to be patient. You can talk all the shit you want about me, pretend to know me, but you're not going to go in on people I love who aren't here anymore. It's not happening. We're not doing that.
Well, you know what? When you get into the questioning of the things he's saying, it all breaks down. You know, because I already started with fire. Okay, and then it went to electric, and then
Gio.
it stopped at electric because we
Gio,
didn't get any further than
I
that.
understand, but there were signs of psychosis, and I don't want to push anybody into one.
You know, I mean, come on. I wrote down a whole list of shit he said.
Yes,
and I was
know.
gonna.
You would, yeah, and we don't need to do that. You do not.
I realize
no.
that. And I said it before I even mentioned it, that I'm not going to ask any questions because you're going to answer them. I had to ask one question, though, about the fire. And you know what happened? It diverted to electric.
Oh,
It was the electric shock. Yeah. I wish him well. I wish him the best. I have no ill will. You just don't get to come up here and talk shit about my dead family. You just don't get to do it. You can fuck right off.
Yeah,
I wish I could help his schizophrenia.
it's your show, Pixie. You want us to dance? We're not dancing good enough? Kick us. That's it, right?
No.
I'm only
Actually, that's like the first person I've kicked. I have let somebody hold me captive on my own stream before. That is the first person I have ever kicked.
Well, look what he's saying. I mean, come on. It's wholly ridiculous if you think about it.
You never met one Christian. Like, stop being no. I just God. Why the fuck do people let him on? Like, it is abuse to let him on.
I let the devil rape me thing slide, but
wait, what?
we just were not going to talk shit about my dead grandpa. So.
Well,
Are we supposed to say grape and not the other one?
Oh, who cares?
I'm not monetized.
Oh,
yeah.
I have done absolutely nothing to promote my channel. I am not monetized. I think we're okay.
Well, YouTube will do it for you if you just get enough people behind you.
Yeah.
You subscribe.
Oh, by the way, here's an interesting news. I actually got a channel membership from Brie on her channel.
Yay!
Oh, nice. Cool.
I don't know. It was just gifted to me. I was like, oh, cool.
Brie has good shows. I like to go watch her shows and
stuff. I haven't talked to her in a while.
Me either, but I still go watch your stuff and I still leave likes and I still think everyone should.
Well, you know what I like about Brie? You're not going to go there and be lied to about anything. You know what I mean?
There's a lot I like about Brie. I like a lot of things about Brie.
There's nothing. You're gonna just learn things. It's like every time I go there, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm learning things. Amen.
I think everyone should subscribe to Brie's channel.
Yeah, everyone should. I have a lot to learn in life. I've lived a long life, but I've lived a very kind of like
You lived a
niche.
long life by human standards.
But I've only done certain things. I haven't done everything,
And you never will.
and I never will. Gosh darn it! That's on my bucket list. Do everything.
Well,
Put that on your bucket list.
Surprised Assembly hasn't shown back up.
that's what I
I
said.
really thought he would. He just
Well, I
wants to go derail my book club streams, I guess.
Wants to
Yeah,
derail
because
the
he's
stream.
illiterate.
Fine.
So I do every Saturday. I'm gonna have to redo it. Part 10, I'm gonna have to redo because I messed it up today. Between him and the dogs barking, I let it get out of hand. So I'm gonna have to redo that one. But every Saturday we read. The book club. My book club people come and I read. And we are reading the Dark Tower series. And today we started book 3 of the Dark Tower series. So every Saturday, I was doing it at 5, but I think I'm going to try to start doing it at 4 instead of 5. But anyway, so yeah, every Saturday at 4, I do some reading for like a couple of hours. We just read into the series for a couple of hours. And then it started off short stories, and then we moved to the Dark Tower. Actually, do you know how I accidentally started a book club? I accidentally started one. I was streaming. I was on somebody's stream one time, and their like stream limit was running out or whatever, and so they were like, "Somebody else start a stream," and I was like, "Okay, I'll start one." So I started one, but they all got to talking backstage, and it took them forever to come over to my stream. So I was sitting there, and I didn't want to monologue. I hate monologuing like so bad, and I didn't want to monologue. So I just started reading. I was like, we're gonna read a short story and wait for people. And so I just started reading. And then I had like all these people start popping up in my chat going, "Hey, when are you reading again? Are you gonna read some more? When are we gonna read again?" And so now I also have the book club.
Reading
I
nerd.
I love books. If you saw the shelves in
like
front of
to
me,
read as well.
I literally have shelves and shelves and shelves of I had shelves built. I had a custom office built for me in this house. I had shelves built.
Speaking
And then I was looking at all these shelves that I had built, and I said, "Do you think my books are going to fit up there?" And everybody was like, "Yeah, all your books will fit up there." No. I ran out of rooms on the shelves, and I still have boxes of books, and I need to build more shelves.
speaking of books, when are you gonna send me some books? One of these. What is
Oh
it?
yes, I need to mail Midnight some books too. I need to mail Midnight some books. How about what kind of books? Do you want psychology books? You want philosophy books? You want fiction books? You want nonfiction books? You want like
Yes.
I also have crazy books. I have
How
all
about
kinds
this? How
of
about this?
crazy
Let's start
books.
with psychology and philosophy. There you go. Let's
Do
start
you
off
have
with
any?
the.
Do you
How
have any
about
books with
how
pictures
about a
of
book called
boobies?
not specifically, but probably all throughout
The
witchcraft.
blue footed boobies.
No. How about Contagious? I could send you Contagious.
What's that about?
Here, I'll read you the sleeve.
Isn't that a perfume?
No. What makes things popular? If you said
Only kidding.
advertising, think again. People listen to advertisements. Don't listen to advertisements, they listen to their peers. But why do people talk about certain products and ideas more than others? Why are some stories and rumors more infectious? And what makes an online comment go viral?
Ooh.
Wharton
You know what?
marketing professor Jonah Berger has spent the last decade answering these questions. He studied the New York Times articles, make the paper's own most emailed list, why products get word of mouth, and how social influence shapes everything from the cars we buy to the clothes we wear to the names we give our children. In the book, Berger reveals the secret science behind word of mouth and social transmission. Discover how 6 basic principles. Okay, so basically, have you ever heard of the book Why We Listen to What They Say?
No, but I do have the book Influence, which is like basically
Okay,
kind of.
this would be between that and Why We Listen to What They Say.
Nice. So yeah, I'll give you my address, but not live, honestly, obviously. I'll just DM it to you.
Cool. And I'll find some others. That one just stuck out. You said psychology, and I was like, that one.
Yep.
Probably because it's got a bright orange cover. And so when I looked up at myself in the psychology section, I was like, contagious.
Right.
I just finished reading Josh's book about slavery. You know,
Nice.
you know
I
what I'm
mean, not a
talking
nice
about.
subject, but no. I mean, I hear the name being thrown around, so
Dr.
I know that
Josh
he's like,
Bowen?
yeah, I hear the name being thrown around a lot in the community, so I know that he's like well known in the community. He's probably really well respected. I have no idea who he is.
He's a seriologist.
Cool.
He wrote a book on. He wrote a couple books. I haven't gotten the. He wrote a book on something about atheism, the definitive book on atheism, or I don't know, something.
Damn it, I
Have to
died.
look- Huh?
Sorry, I'm playing. Go ahead, Pixie.
No, go ahead.
No, I just said I'm playing a video game while on call and I died, so that's why I said, damn it, I
Oh.
died.
I've been playing a lot of podcasts lately,
This one.
and my favorite podcasts right now are
Silly
Oh,
Pixie.
cool.
Playing podcasts isn't a game. You just listen to them.
yes, exactly. But you play them. You push play. Never mind. Anyway, my
Uh,
favorite podcasts at the moment are Philosophize This,
Ooh.
which is really good. And basically he takes the philosophers like pre-Aristotle, and he goes like all the way up them and talks about some of like their major influences in philosophy. And it's called Philosophize This. And I like this British guy who, so his job is to research like the origins of myths and which myths are older than the others and which influenced which and stuff like that. And he's really fast. I'll send you a video by him at some point. He's really fascinating. And then I listen to Time Suck. Time Suck is one of my favorites. Do you listen to Time Suck? If you don't listen to Time Suck, I recommend that you subscribe right now. Now, it's under Bad Magic Productions, and they have several. I think he's got like Time Suck, and then he's got one where him and his wife do scary stories, and then he's got another one that's pretty funny. But anyway, Time Suck is my
I
favorite.
listened to that philosophy channel.
Philosophize
to that.
This. That one's a
Yeah.
good one. But it is one of my favorite podcasts. And this guy, so what he does is like something will just catch his attention. Something will just catch his fancy, you know? And then he goes and he does a ridiculous amount of research. And he calls them Time Suck for a reason. Some of them get pretty long, but they are so fascinating. And he's a comedian, so parts of it are hilarious. And he has like all these like inside jokes that he's built up with his audience. Like you'll just be listening and he'll say something crazy. He'll be like, "Hail Lucifina!" Like just random shit, but it's hilarious. And he has done everything from like serial killers to the KGB to Vlad the Impaler to like just anything that fascinates him. And I love that podcast.
Good show.
Yes, everybody should subscribe to Time Suck.
Well, the
I'm trying to
people.
remember the other one. Go ahead.
I was watching Captive Desk. I don't know if you watch him.
No,
Small
I don't know
channel.
who that is.
It's an atheist, kind of geared toward atheism.
Mm-hmm.
And he had these people on that were teaching science, but they were teaching creation science.
That's weird.
And he had they were up in the classroom, like, a professor would be teaching regular kids science. It's the same scenario, but they're teaching creation science and they're listening to it and it's all wrong. It's like,
Speaking of creation, that British guy that traces mythology. So this wasn't what the video was about. He just mentioned it in the video, and I hope he does like a full dive into it, because I'm interested to see where his perspective is coming from. Anyway, I was listening to him talking about how they go back and how they decide which myths were older and which myths influenced which. And he's talking about this divide in the North and the South, and that you could see these like two polar separate influences, right? And how they start overlapping and things like that. He's going into it. And then but he's like me, and he can't have a conversation without jumping into 600 rabbit trails. He's my kind of guy, you know? And so, because that's what I do. Anyway, so he went into this rabbit trail where he said he was listening to the talk by Jordan Peterson and somebody else about the Bible and how like smart these people were to have come up with all of this and to come up with this symbolism and blah blah that, blah blah this. And he said that he was so frustrated listening to the whole conversation that it was one of the most uneducated conversations he'd ever heard. And then he said something that was slightly fascinating that I wish he expanded upon. He said, because if you really know mythology, you know that Genesis is actually a combination of two competing myths that were previous. And I thought, yeah. And so he said, so he went way back. He said, so the first two, like, man coming to earth myths that we have, one centers around like water and these reeds, this place of reeds, and like they emerge from the water. And then another, the later myth is like this earth diver, this bird that goes under the water and brings up mud, right? And creates land above the water. And like all this stuff. And then he talks about how those split off and where they're going. And then he said, if you look at the Bible, it's really a competition between this Ethiopian myth about the snake that was like a creator, and it carved the path for rivers, it did all this stuff. Anyway, and this other competing myth, and that when you throw them together, that you kind of get Genesis. And I thought that's interesting. I've never heard that take, and I hope he does a deep dive on it. Actually, can I pull that up so I can get what he said right there? Because that was really cool. Hold on. Let's see if I can find
the
it. You
whole
guys
thing,
talk.
most of it stems, Christianity is from Zoroastrianism. If I'm saying that correctly, I don't know.
Zoroastrianism influenced it a lot, but so did some others. I will say, if you look at the basic story of Zoroastrianism, it is ridiculously similar to Christianity. So much so that some historians think the three wise men from the Bible were Zoroastrians because they came from the East and because of the type of religion that they had. But the Genesis story, story would predate Christianity. So where is it?
So why do Christians think they have some kind of lockdown on Genesis?
No. But he just had a really interesting perspective about like the two myths that informed like the two myths he thinks combined to create the Genesis myth. And why he thinks it happened that way and how he thinks it was influenced that way. It was like a brief summary of that, and I hope he does a deep dive.
I think it was the oldest Zoroastrian, I think it was Mesopotamian, somewhere around that region. Oldest religions. I had a chat with the GPT first thing about that.
About what? You
about the
with...
oldest, about which religions are the oldest, and it went into the whole thing: Zoroastrianism and Mesopotamia and Syria and all these places. I was like, okay, enough.
Well, I mean, that's the Well, because we're constantly like the oldest recorded, right? The oldest that we found, but that doesn't necessarily mean. Ooh, I think I found.
Yeah, the oldest. That's the oldest. I didn't specify anything. I just said the oldest. But it went. You know how it progresses when you talk to
Yeah,
Chat GPT. If you ask it a question,
but I guess. But does Chat GPT really know the distinction between myth and religion? Because
I don't know. I don't think so. But who cares?
that's true. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find the spot where he talks about it.
To myths hold hidden truths in your local landscape.
Mention Jordan Peterson. Now we're talking about the flood myths and why that spread and how. Oh, the serpent. Yes. Okay. So it must be right about here somewhere.
Without dragons. And if you're unsure why that is, then let's talk about dragons for a little bit. Everybody likes a good dragon myth.
No, I don't want to talk about dragons. I want to get to the snakes.
I think of the early stories we have of serpents and the like, which are the rain snake and the rainbow serpent. The rain snake's from South Africa and is very interesting indeed. And its story is very similar to that of the rainbow serpent, which are that these serpents are benevolent to the world. When they existed in the myth, they
Oh, wait. I should ask first. Does anybody have a problem with double speed? Because I listen to everything on double speed in real life. Is that too fast for anyone?
No, that's
Well,
fine.
Nah.
Well, he
Okay.
has an accent, but I'm used to the accents. But you
Okay.
can do it however you like. Yeah.
Here, let me do this so you can see the words better at least.
She slithered over dry and barren land and created bridges and valleys and mountains and alike. And then, through milk coming from their skin, they gave the land nutrients and plants started to grow. And then they made it rain, and the rain made everything else grow, and animals and humans appeared. And most stories have it that the serpent then goes to humans, don't mess up this world, or I will end you. So, whilst the dragon is benevolent, it always gives a message to man to be careful. Now, that is the earliest form of dragon myth and has come from Africa well over 70,000 years ago. In fact, we see the rain snake there in the southern tip of Africa, and the rainbow serpent in Australia really helps prove that, or give us probable reason to believe that. But the next version of the myth is quite interesting, and that is the dragon of water myth. And there are sort of two myths we start seeing appear which relate to this. The first relates to a change in society and sort of landscape, and that is that humans learnt to farm, agricultural farming. They had crops, and for crops to grow, they need water. So we go from a world where it just rains, and that's the dragon treasure story, to a world where we want the dragon to make it rain so our crops grow. But the dragon didn't always make it rain. So how do you get it to rain if the dragon won't make it rain? Well, the dragon is being bad, and you have to tell the bad dragon off, and you do that by inventing a storm god or a warrior god, and that is what happens. So Indra versus Vitra is a prime example of that, where Indra is a storm god of sorts and goes into the clouds with a net and a chariot and the like, and defeats Vitra, and there's clashing of weapons and sparks fly of lightning, and then eventually it rains because Indra defeats Vitra, and that's the standard kind of dragon myth. But there is another version that was around at a similar time, and that is from the Babylonian creation myth, the Enuma Elish. So we see dragons again in creation, and in the Enuma Elish we see two water serpents, Apsu and Tiamat, and Apsu means shallow or fresh water, and Tiamat means deep or salty water, and these serpents get together at the start of the world in a watery world, so the whole world is water, much like the Earth Diver myths, and they create offspring like gods and demons and all sorts. Some of them are named after other water features, so this is very much a tale that relates to the landscape of the Near East Mesopotamia, so probably the rivers like the Tigris and the Euphrates going into the Persian Gulf probably being Tiamat, the Euphrates being Apsu, and the river deltas have named after some of their offspring. So we saw this going on, and what happens is that Apsu, the father, versus Tiamat, the mother, Apsu says, oh, the children are making too much noise, I'm going to kill them. Tiamat isn't happy about that, and so Apsu is killed himself. But what's interesting about that is that motif of the world being too noisy, there's too many people here, it's in many, many myths. One I quoted quite a lot is the Iliad. So most people think the Iliad from Greece is about the war on Troy, or about two marriages. But actually, the Iliad, if you read the first few lines, it's given away. It says Zeus thinks the world is too noisy, there's too many people in the world, and wants a war. And we see a similar theme in the Mahabharata and Indian texts. We see it in other Mesopotamian texts and Near East texts. This story of the world is too noisy, some people have to die. So that's quite interesting that we see that in this myth. But Apsu, I say, is killed. Tiamat continues to grow and wants to take over the world. In the meantime, her children have had other children, and eventually a deity is formed called Marduk, an all-powerful deity. And Marduk takes his net and chariot and other things very similar to what Indra had for more than coincidental reasons, and fights Tiamat and blows wind down her mouth so she can't close it. And whilst Tiamat's mouth is open, this great big serpent's mouth is open, Marduk shoots an arrow down her throat and kills her. It hits her heart and she dies. And then Tiamat takes her body, chops off her head, cuts her in two, and makes the earth from her pieces of her body, or the firmament, and the like. So, in effect, we get a creation myth there. Now, what's really interesting about that, not only that it's a dragon fighting myth that is adapted to landscape and society, is that if you ever read the Bible, the first couple of lines of the Bible, Genesis 1:1 and 1:2, and it says, in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Now, there's a complete misinterpretation of the text, and how it should be read is that at the start of this story, so the story's already happening, the earth wasn't in existence, and then God came along and blew wind over the deep. And the deep is Tihom in Hebrew, which is cognate with Tiamat. In effect, the story is saying the god blew wind at Tiamat when there was no earth, and then after that, God could create the earth. So the first 2 lines of Genesis are a synopsis of the Enuma Elish, the Babylon creation myth. And what's interesting about that is that if you were around 3,500 years ago listening to someone tell the story of Genesis, and they start off with, at the start of the story, we have a god blowing wind at Tahom or Tiamat, you would think, oh, you're telling me the Enuma Elish. And then the religious person or the storyteller would then start telling other stories that are in Genesis. But you've already hooked the crowd because they already thought what you were going to say, but you're now elaborating that story, evolving it. And this is how myths are created. Religions are created like this. So that's also an interesting side path on dragons and dragons with water. But we haven't finished with dragons there. No, because things change again. And what we see next is that humans then learn how to be pastoral farmers. And pastoral farmers are farmers that look after animals. And so the cow or cattle become important. Cattle become really important and become key to myth, key to ritual,
it's
a
not this
representation
part.
of wealth, as well as an important.
See, I told you he goes off on tangents. I thought snakes, it has to be here. No,
Yeah,
because
but
now
he
we're going to go to
remembers
the
all
cow.
those. He remembered all those stories.
Is it here? Hold on. Oh, this is his job. He goes back and traces this
Cattle
stuff.
starts being
He's
cows,
really
and so we get some of the
fascinating.
cattle-made myths appear, and these start as Indo-European myths because that's where pastoral farming really took hold, and then we see them spread down into the Near East and eventually to Africa. So that's a great example of seeing how societal changes in the dragon myth, which goes from benevolent water being to a malevolent water being to a cattle-stealing being, happens. And if you want a version of that story, an interesting version of that
Yeah, you
is
can
in
actually
Norwegian,
search
text
the
of the
transcript
poetic Edda. They
for
have stories, one which is
actual
Thor goes
phrases.
fishing for the Yulmenganda, or the Midgard of the serpent, so the serpent that encompasses the world, the dragon. And how Thor fishes for that dragon is he kills the prize cattle belonging to Hymir and uses the head of that prize cattle as bait to catch the dragon, which doesn't sound like a cattle-mating myth, but actually it's a cattle-mating myth that has been reflexed, that has been turned, which happens to myths as they travel. Sometimes if we hear a story from one culture and it doesn't quite fit our culture, we can turn it on its head and make it fit if we didn't like where that culture came from. And we see that particularly in Scandinavia because it seems quite clear that there are 2 cultures clashing up there, probably agricultural farmers and pastoral farmers were clashing, and so we see a mix of gods in their pantheon, so the Aesir and the Vanir, as well as these sort of reflexes in the stories. And we see many agricultural myths there. The myth of Balder, who goes to the underworld, that very much is an agricultural farming myth from the Near East. So there's much Neolithic farming influence in Scandinavia, as well as the Indo-European pastoral farmers. But I digress again slightly. So to conclude the dragon myths, there is one more, and that is the St. George and the Dragon type myth, the dragon stealing princesses. How does that happen? And that is down to a mistranslation, a misinterpretation. But it also gives us a clue on something interesting about myths, and that is that myths weren't written down like stories today. There was no book of myth written. People were already transmitting it, and to remember these transmissions, people would use songs or poems to transmit the story. And to make the song or poem fit the meter or rules, whether it's alliteration or number of syllables or rhyme, you sometimes had to alter your words. So you would have similes or metaphors and kennings, these sort of linguistic instruments to mould the myth. And so if the Persians wanted to write a text about dragons stealing cows, they may not have decent words to use, so they may have called them the cows females that lactate and give milk, which they did, that they knew the word was, which means that now when the people from the Vedic culture saw these myths, because the Persians flowed down into the Vedic culture, there's nothing there for them to read. They're hearing this, it's phonetic, and they hear Danu, and that sounds like women who lactate and give milk. But for them, whilst women could mean cows, we see it being translated in text as females, queens. In fact, so there's a story of 2 queens being stolen by the dragon. And then these myths then find their way into Europe through trade, whatever, and the Greeks and the Romans, and we eventually get the stories of dragons stealing princesses from this mistranslation of cows. And so that is the evolution of the dragon myth. And these myths, as I say, originally started in Africa over 70,000 years ago with a benevolent dragon whose sex didn't matter, not a female Celtic dragon, as some people may have you believe. Now, after dragons, we should talk about death. I'm going to look at death in a slightly different way, in a way that I'm probably going to make a separate video about, probably from the next video. But probably we'll never be able to know for sure. But that's why that's there. But anyway, we have these myths, treasure myths, flood myths, and the cosmic hunt, and these are all different ages. But as you can see, we're now finding great creative.
Maybe I don't know where it's at. Hold on. Like I said, he goes on these like little tangents.
Those aren't little tangents though, because he knows so much.
Oh, he is brilliant. I love listening to him. Where is it that he just randomly starts talking about the Jordan Peterson?
Can't stand Jordan Peterson.
I don't like him either.
I
Okay,
like
I might have gone too far is the thing. Maybe it's
You know what I like about Jordan Peterson?
nothing.
No, I'd like to punch him.
And so yeah,
Just a
see,
little-
there's the Earth diver myth I was talking about.
I just give him a little sissy punch in the shoulder.
I thought it was funny that cows got mistranslated to like princesses. Oh, that was pretty interesting. Constellations, caucus, mud divers.
This guy's good though. He knows so much. How can you remember all those? He knew all those dragon stories.
Oh, you think that's okay? No, okay, we're gonna go through it. We ready? Who else still with me?
You know,
Okay.
Beowulf fought a dragon.
Beowulf was an asshole that fought anything he fucking could just because he could. Just like Umbaba.
That's right.
Now, later translations will say that like he had to fight Umbaba because Umbaba was gonna like kill him for some reason. But in earlier translations, if you like he fought Umbaba because he fucking could. And then when he started fighting Umbaba, he realized that Umbaba was gonna kill if he didn't kill Umbaba, Umbaba was gonna kill him. So he killed Umbaba. So like he started shit with the Guardian of the Forest for no fucking reason. He was kind of an asshole.
I know.
Anyway.
But he's the hero.
Well, okay. In the grand scheme of things, they like to take. I will say Eastern philosophy was different from Western philosophy in a lot of ways. And one of those ways was this idea of purity. Western philosophy really took this idea of like purity and striving for good, right? But in Eastern philosophy, something that wasn't necessarily considered good could be used for good, and this was something to be praised, right? Like for Sita's a good example of that. Sita was known for she could be very deceitful and manipulative. Now, she wasn't bad, right? An example of her being deceitful or manipulative is when she gets captured by is it a djinn? I don't know. Anyway, he is going to kill her, and to kind of stave it off, she's like, well, let me tell you a story on our last night together. And she starts telling this story, but she keeps going and going and going. And when the sun rises, he's on a cliffhanger. And so he's like, well, I can't kill you now. You got to finish the story. But she keeps doing this and she keeps doing this while she's doing other things behind the scene, right? And she lies and she does stuff like this, but she does it for the greater good. And it's this idea, I don't know, it's more like the Paul character, right? Like, well, no, not even that, because Paul is bad and then he's good, but she can, I don't know, like, it's like in the Veda when when Vishnu is talking to what's his name, and he's like, do I really have to fight? Do I have to fight my family? Like, I don't want to do this. And he's like, yes, you have to fight your family. And it's this myth about it, right? Now, in the myth, he's fighting his family, and you're like, why is this heroic, right? But if you look at it in a symbolic manner rather than a literal manner, it changes the way it's delivered. And so where they put the emphasis on their characters is very different than where the Western people went with theirs. It's interesting. The Bhagavad Gita is pretty interesting. But if Sita wasn't so manipulative, then the Sherazade and the Tale of a Thousand Nights wouldn't exist. That's because she was
read the Bhagavad Gita.
You know, I didn't have any interest in reading the Bhagavad Gita until I took I went through 8 majors in college, and one of them was literature, specializing in literature of the non-Western world. And that was my introduction to the Bhagavad Gita. Like I'd read some of the Veda before, but like never the Bhagavad Gita. That was my introduction to that. Anyway.
I mean, that was written. I don't even know anything about it. Do you know what language that was originally written in, or what it's written in?
Originally written in?
Yeah.
I don't know. Hold on.
I mean, that's how much I don't know about it. I don't know anything about it.
Sanskrit? I want to say it was Sanskrit.
Is it really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Is that so? Huh.
Let me Google.
When people say, well, the Bible was originally Aramaic, right? They people, or whatever it was.
Yeah. The Bhagavad Gita is written in Sanskrit. in Sanskrit, an ancient Indian language that is considered the original language of India.
Wow. How does that translate in English? That must
I don't
be
know.
weird.
The
'Cause-
Bhagavad Gita is a Hindu epic poem that is made up of 700 verses structured into 18 chapters. Yes, it is.
But that they don't keep, like, there's no other Bhagavad Gita. There's only one, right?
Right, but they have Vedas and things like that.
Oh, they have Vedas. Okay. That's different.
Veda.
Yeah. Did I say that right? I don't know if I'm saying that right. I know what it is, though. It's other books that accompany it, right? Is it what you
Yeah,
mean?
and well, yeah, but they also have. So here's the thing: theirs is different, right? So it's not like a book, like the Bible is a book, right? So they have Vedas like that, yeah, but they a lot of it is like poems, like the Edda, the poem Edda, and things like that. And then the Bhagavad Gita, which translate to the Song of God. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I guess it would be more like what what Christian text would look like before it was canonized.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. I
Okay.
mean, sure. I mean, I don't know anything about it, so that's news to me.
So it's a bunch of like it's a collection of like poetic tellings of myths and creation and like almost like what you would call it. I don't want to say a fable. It like there's symbolism and morals and all of that in there, but most of it was like poetic, very poetically written,
Mm-hmm.
like
I
in
don't
poem
know.
or song form.
The only person I know that was into that was what's his name? I can't remember his name now. Oh,
Krishna, and I miss
Krishna.
Krishna.
Yeah, Krishna. I don't know anyone that hangs out with us that is interested in that in any way, like he was.
Oh, I'm interested in it. I'm just not a follower of it like he was.
Yeah, he
And
was really into it. Really.
I don't know. And you know, I know nothing about it. I will say that. Like I can tell you in what form it was written, and I can tell you like some of the character attributes in the story. I will not ever be somebody to tell you what it means. Yeah. Because much like Christianity, it even the explanations you get from a practicing Hindu really depends on which Hindu that you go to. Some of them are very like Krishna. A lot of them are like Krishna. They're very like, this is philosophical. This is all metaphors. This is all about you and your life and peace in the way you live. And then some people take it more literally. And so like, I'm never going to tell you what it means. I just find it interesting.
Well, the whole idea of it being subjective, how is someone going to tell you what it means if it's subjective? So it means different things to different people, right?
Well, I mean, you can say something's objective, but it doesn't make it so. People say the Bible's objective, but how many of them agree on what it means? Or what you're supposed to do? Or how God feels about what?
Oh yeah, that's my point. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I kind of want to play this for you guys, and I want you to comment on it, but I appreciate him because he's a lot like me in like the way that I chase rabbit trails and stuff. But if that drives you nuts and you do not want to listen to it, please let me know.
Well, I like the guy, but it's the method that you're using to convey it to us is kind of ridiculous
Oh,
and fast.
okay. Hold on. I've got to. So there's some new people in the chat. I've got to
But
address
you know
some.
what? You know what? I don't want to sit here and listen to this guy for a whole half an hour either. So I got to take. It's
Okay.
double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword. You know
Well,
what I
then
mean?
how about I send this to you and you listen to him later because he's fascinating.
Well, actually, I want to go and get something to drink, and I want to make some coffee, so I have to be gone for like 20 minutes. So
Okay.
I'm gonna leave anyway.
All right. So
Thanks
new
for letting me
people.
on. Thanks. I'm gonna go.
All
Good night,
right. Later
everyone.
days, Gio. Good night. So for the new people in the chat, you have some misconceptions based on my title. I see that. Well, I don't think atheism is a cure. I don't think religion ever was either. And I think all of history has proven this. I myself am a non believer. I do not believe in God. I am not convinced of any gods. Um, I wouldn't say that no God exists because how the fuck do I know? But I certainly don't have any. And while I don't think atheism is a cure or an answer, I do not think that religion is any more so than atheism is. So, cleared up some misconceptions there. Rewind to the beginning if you have further questions. Good deal. I will send that to Gio later. What do I put my faith in? What do you mean? What does that even mean? So I'm not an I have been told I cannot be an atheist because I do not make the positive claim that there is no God. I don't have enough hubris in me to make that statement. I'm not convinced of any, but I can't pretend to know that there isn't one. And so I say that I'm a non-theist. That being said, as I will say this one more time. One more time. I am of the opinion, right, that no spiritual belief or lack thereof is a cure or an answer. And here is why. I know people of all faiths and people of no faith that are wonderful people. I know people of all faiths and people of no faith that are terrible people. Terrible people. And the difference is not the hate that they speak or that they spread. The difference is the way they justify doing so. And neither says anything more than your stance on a belief. Neither can answer the actual question. And so I don't think either is a solution. Now, if the religious person says, but this has made my life better, and the atheist says, but this has made my life better, I will tell both of them the same thing. You have made your life better by addressing your struggles and things you found inconsistent and piecing things together for you. And that is fantastic. But you have done the work. Okay? And maybe you have done the work based on your beliefs or based on the deconstruction of your beliefs. I don't know. But this is you actively working on something that you are changing. And in no way is this an answer or a solution, because it has not and will never fix anything or stop the argument. Thank you.
Was that video you showed Kragenfold or whatever his name was?
Oh, I don't know his name. I just his job is to trace the origins of myths and where they came from and which ones influenced which ones and how they converged. And things like that. And he's very, very interesting.
I think I'm subbed to him. That's why I was asking.
I don't know his name. I really don't. I should, but I do not. The only podcaster name I remember is Dan Cummings.
Tog, how you doing?
And he has what podcast did I tell everybody to subscribe to earlier?
I don't know. I wasn't here. I mean, I was, but
Time Suck. Dan
Yes,
Cummings has
Time
the
Suck.
Time Suck podcast.
again, Tog, how you been? Been worried about you lately. Oh, well, he's not gonna answer me. Never mind then.
Hog doesn't speak to non-melanated people.
Oh yeah, that was that Craigenfold person. I didn't see the video, but that's who that was.
Craigenfold. I'm glad you told me his name because I did not know. I was listening to him. I was telling everybody how brilliant he was, but did I even know his name? No.
I caught the tail end of it, so I just saw the bald head. I'm like, hey, that looks like my father-in-law when he's shaving. And then I'm like, oh yeah, that looks like that one guy that I listened to. And it was
Okay,
him,
so
yeah.
Phantom, Dan Cummings is a comedian. He has several podcasts. Some are funny, some are not. The other one is We Dumb. Is We Dumb is another one of his podcasts that's really good. Is We Dumb is hilarious. But my favorite podcast of his is called Time Suck. And he does have I will say though, if you have little ones, headphones are a good idea. Not only do they have like a lot of inside jokes, but he will dive like I said, he dives into anything that interests him or fascinates him. It could be a serial killer, it could be a cult, it could be like the KGB or the Huns, anything. But he'll throw jokes in there, and some of them get crazy, and then he'll read comments from people that are like, I was listening to you at work and my Bluetooth died and my boss walked in right as you said so-and-so was butt fucking so-and-so from behind. And I'm like, oh God. Great podcast. Insanely fascinating. If you have little ones, please wear headphones.
By the way, Pixie, I'm not speaking much because I'm stuffing my face with a mango.
I can hear that, and thank you.
Hey, Tog, you still here?
Yeah.
How you been?
Good. Good. Sorry, I was yawning.
So do any of you guys ever go on other channels and talk to people outside your little circle?
No.
Actually,
Wouldn't you
me
move it?
streaming is a pretty new thing because I started out being everywhere else. I often talk to people I don't agree with, probably more often than I talk to people I do agree with, actually.
Okay.
So I don't know what bubble you refer to, but you can take your assumptions and just leave them at the door. Thanks.
Okay. I apologize for my assumption. Give me some examples. Where else were you?
I went to, I've been to Gers, I've been to Brojo's, I've been to Togs, I've been to Midnight's, I've been to, I've been to Breeze, I've been to, what's the guy that's dead now? Doesn't matter. I've been to,
Krishna?
I mean, I can keep Krishna. No, that's not the one I was talking about,
Right.
but he is also dead, and that makes me sad. Also, Wild Eden, Richard Madsen, Ace. What Christian churches I go to besides Ace?
Okay. And these are religiously oriented. How?
Some are political. Some are.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
I
Some are
thought
just
this was
people
for-
chatting.
Well, okay. Maybe we should start at the beginning. What is this channel?
On what day? Okay, so this is
Today,
my
right now.
Okay, so I will tell right now I am streaming. I don't stream often. I do have a book club stream that I do every week where we literally read. So you probably are not interested in that. But
No,
I
I
decided
hate
to stream.
reading.
I decided to stream tonight because some troll in my chat earlier gave me a reason to vent a little bit, to release some pent up energy, and I thought, why the fuck not? So I did. And then some people joined, and now we're chatting.
Okay. What are we chatting about?
Well, it started out about the atheism is not a cure, and then it went to the difference between apologizing and sorry, and then it went to, I don't know, a bunch of other random shit, then to some myths, and what are we on now? I don't even know.
Oh, okay. That's good. You seem very tangential in your thoughts. So atheism is not a cure for what? What are you trying to cure?
I'm not trying to cure anything. Okay, so how this started again was that I had a troll in my chat earlier, and there's
Right.
this particular person who likes to make the rounds, and he is an atheist, and anytime you disagree with him on the slightest thing, he makes it his mission to chase you around and call you all kinds of names and say all kinds of weird shit and just spread all kinds of rumors. And one of the questions he asks me over and over and over and over and over again is, are you an atheist? Are you an atheist? Do you believe in God? Now, I have answered this question I don't know how many times, but he keeps asking it. And the reason he keeps asking it is A, because he really thinks that, like, all these atheists believe the same as he believes, and it's the answer to everything, and we'd all vote the same, and all this. I don't know. He's just a really weird, toxic person, and it was kind of a jab at him.
Yeah, that's very strange. I don't know why an atheist would think pinning you to being an atheist would put you in any sort of box, because atheism is only a disbelief in God. I'm an atheist. I don't know if you're an atheist or not, but that
I'm a
doesn't.
non-theist. Yeah, I don't have any gods. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any gods either. That doesn't align us in any way, shape, or form.
Exactly, which is what I've been trying to impress upon this person. But he'll ask you these questions, and you'll get like you'll give like a basic answer, and then he builds up this like idea of who he thinks you are. And when you say something that doesn't align with him, he just thinks like you're either a liar or you're just like terrible, or you're being brainwashed and you can't see it. And he just goes out of his way to harass you, and it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
That is bad. That is a true troll. Although
yeah.
I'm accused of being a troll myself often, so it is what it is. That's what the internet is. That's why you guys, I guess, don't show your faces.
No, the reason I'm not showing my face right now, I often do actually. If you go to my last stream, you can see me. But
Okay.
I
You
had
sound very cute, so that might be good.
I had pre-cancer on my face, and to get rid of it, what they do is they freeze the fuck out of that area to kill the tissue. But when they freeze the fuck out of that area to kill the tissue, this thing happens where your face blisters.
Sure.
So that is why I'm not on camera.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I did not mean to.
No, it's all good. I mean, it's mostly
physical
healed.
appearance.
See, it's mostly healed, but you can see it right there, and over here, where they blasted me. It's all good.
All right, cool. Well, God was trying to kill you with cancer, but you beat him, so it's all good.
Maybe I have a biopsy.
All right. Well, we'll wait and see. Inshallah.
I don't show my face because it breaks cameras.
I believe that. That happens to me too sometimes.
Although
I
I'm
show
not
my
the one I'm
face
worried
in
about right now.
My close circles because weirdos.
Look, and for my believer friends, you guys know I love you too. So for those of you who meditate or pray or anything, please keep my mom in your thoughts. Don't even worry about me. Just my mom right now, because she has an actual diagnosis. And thank you.
Will do, definitely. No donation required.
So wait, now I gotta be the asshole to ask for donations? Thanks for that.
There you go. Just so that you know, Pixie, you got to give a tenth of everything you own.
I see. I don't pray, but I do meditate. So there's that.
Can we do both?
You can do both. I only think one is worth my time. And to be honest, even if there is a God, I would still think only one is worth my time. I mean, if he knows all my thoughts anyway, like why verse the rerun? Wouldn't you always be praying? I don't know. I'm weird. Don't ask.
That was delicious.
I had
So-
a random thought.
Huh?
I said I had a really random thought and we scared off the new person, but that's okay.
We scared him off? I didn't scare him off.
I did.
It's Tog with his scary ass Satan dragon dude. With
No,
the
it was
mark of the
me
beast
with
spinning
my.
on his head. With
It was
cross.
me. It's okay. We can all admit it was me with my weird stone thoughts. It's okay.
Pixie's okay. Sometimes whenever, some of her faces breaks cameras, some faces run people off. So let's see here. So atheism isn't a cure.
No. Neither is religion.
That was a very good
So-
what's it a cure for though? Like what does that mean?
Anything. Anything. Social problems.
I was
Like,
thinking about this for like when I was taking a piss, and like the idea came.
Yeah, we
to
needed
me,
to know
like-
that.
Well, I'm just being honest. Like I was like it came to me as I was taking the wee, and I was like, what if like it's like a ranking system?
I'm a ranking system. Go ahead.
Yeah. So like it sounds stupid, but it's like let's say kind of like with YouTube, like you have some people who have subscribers up to like the thousands, the hundreds, the tens, and stuff like that, up to the
Are you
millions.
talking about the good place? Because that's
No.
what it reminds me of.
No,
Look,
I'm
I
saying
just-
is like some people are just like when it comes to maybe like religion or atheism, like if it's something to be a cure all, I'm thinking of something that's supposed to work. Right.
Look,
So
I'm
thinking like if it's supposed to work, then maybe it only works for some because some people know how to work it, and if you don't know
No.
how to work it, then maybe it's
all I meant is that it doesn't fix a person, right? It's not a cure for what you think is wrong with the person. That's all I'm saying, right? Like this person has this illusion that if we could just get rid of religion, right? Then everything would be kumbaya and we would all agree on shit. And I can't shake this person of that belief. And I think that's a weird belief. Like atheism does not cure a person. It doesn't do that, right? Like that's not what it is. And what are you, that's my question too, right? Like what does he think it is a cure for? That's what I want to know. Because what is he, like I said, I know good people and terrible people of all faiths and of no faith. So what are you fixing? Are you fixing the tolerance? Because I can send you to some very tolerant churches who elected openly gay bishops, right? Like are you trying to fix the way they vote? Because I can send you to churches that vote the way you vote, no matter how you vote, I promise. Unless you vote third party, right? But if you're in one of the two mainstream parties, you have options, right? So atheism is the same way. Atheism is the same way. Like there are good people and there are terrible people who are atheists. There are people who are atheists that I agree with. There are people who are atheists that I don't agree with. Like what why is that a question he has asked me 500 times now? And what does he think it means? That's my question. What the fuck does he think it means? Because I don't think it means what he thinks it means. Does that clear it up a little? I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I actually I don't disagree with your sentiments. I don't see I don't see religion or any type of like specific dogma that is supposed to, I guess, bring people together as like a cure for all, right? I think cures manifest in people actually doing shit, right?
I agree
You can,
100%.
you can use something as a framework, right? And you can go base off of that, something as a guide, but it's not the cure, right? You have to like do shit in order to fix shit. And
Exactly.
that's
Which is
oh,
why
by
when
the way,
which is why when Midnight said, "What would you tell an atheist who said that atheism has made everything in their life better?" And I said I would tell them that they did the work by getting rid of inconsistencies and struggles that they were dealing with.
yeah. Can I share my? I'm
Oh,
gaming right now. Can I share my screen? I'm playing No Man's Sky.
Yeah, go for it.
I think it all
See if it'll
depends
come
on
up.
that individual's aspect of what they think is better, and then what society sees uh as better. I guess you could say, because wh- what are they defining as better in that atheism? Their life is significantly better in what way? For them
Well,
personally, or better for society?
no, for them, well, maybe for both, right? I mean, and the
Yeah,
same
that's what
argument,
I'm saying, right?
yeah, the same argument can be made for the Christian who says the same thing, which is why I'm saying it's like neither atheism nor religion is a cure or an answer, right? You are doing the work with things that speak to you, with methods that work for you, whether it's secular humanism, whether it's the Bible. And if you are some terrible, I hate everybody who's not like me Christian preaching hate, then taking your religion away from you is not going to make you a less hateful person, right? You're going to
That's
find
true.
you will find new ways to justify your hate. You will find different reasons to justify your hate. You may target a different group, but you will find somebody to target unless you work on yourself. And that work on yourself can be done either with religion or without religion. So, yeah, in the same way that I say atheism is neither a cure nor an answer, I would say religion is neither a cure nor an answer. And I think history proves this.
Yeah, I don't know. I agree. I'm more of the mindset that people should be like more so focused on actually doing things, especially Christians. Unfortunately, a large percentage of Christians, not saying a majority, but a large percentage of Christians who are very loud and are not afraid to present themselves to the world tend to not do anything good for the communities, right? They'll try to do things good for their community, but that's the problem with their practice, right? Your practice isn't just limited to just your small little group and that's it. Whatever service um, you being a servant of humanity, right? Like it's not limited to just Christians. It should be for everyone. It's kind of like, if you're going to sit there and say, hey, you want to give the good news to everyone, okay, but what's the point in giving the good news and like basically walking away and not doing anything good for anyone? Like your works is dead, basically. That I actually discussed
I-
this
You and
on
you and I had a fascinating conversation one night. And I think it started off because I had a little rant in Google with you, and I said something like, most Christians these days are as empty as their locked churches,
Yep.
except for the donation box, right?
Now that never closes.
Yeah.
Get that
Yeah.
money.
Mm-hmm.
James Apperson. Do you remember that gentleman?
Yes, I like James Apperson. He's a lovely guy.
Okay, so I went on his stream recently, and to have a conversation. He wanted folks to come in, and no one would go in. I was bored, and I was like, you know what? I like James. I might as well go in and have a conversation with him. I did have to take like a call at one point, I believe, but if you want to, I can share the link, and you can kind of comment, or you guys can comment on a few of the things that were said. But it was a really good conversation. Both of our perspectives, I thought was pretty interesting. Eventually, like at the end point, B.S. Lewis joined, which I was excited about.
Nice.
And Mark, damn it, why do I keep forgetting his name? Bald Mark, British gentleman.
Mark Reed.
Mark Reed, he joined in.
Oh,
as
yeah,
well.
I talked to him a couple of times, and then I was like, then I saw him and Oz being all fucking ridiculous, and I was like, yeah, that's not happening. That's just not happening. Later days.
Really?
That. Yeah, absolutely. That was the Viper Pit, man. Fuck that. Fuck the Viper Pit.
Yeah, but if you want, I can share that video, and I'm curious as to your feedback as to some of the things that were said, because eventually the conversation kind of went from just being me and James to me, Mark, and B.S. Lewis.
Okay, like
Mhm.
it's so weird because like if you like, in Oz's opinion, I was this nice girl that he barely knew, and then all of a sudden I turned on him. Like that's his opinion, right? If you ask him from his side. And he said that on stream. I'm not making that up. I'm not putting whatever. But and Mark Reed, like I said, I've never had like a confrontation with these people. It's never been like that. Well, kind of. Oz, yes. Mark Reed a little bit. But that was back when they did the whole they tried to say everybody was racist and everybody was transphobic and blah 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 because of a fucking raccoon picture. Do you remember? Anyway.
Yeah, I remember.
And then so like Oz like confronted the person like left. Well, first the host confronted him and he explained what was going on. Then the host was fine and was like, "Oh, that makes sense now." Then the other person comes in, calls him a liar, starts a bunch of shit. Oz and Mark wait till this person leaves, and then they start talking mad shit about this person. So I jumped up on stream and I was like, look, first of all, I don't know why you wait. Like, this person already explained what was happening. Then you waited till they left. Then you're talking shit on them. Now you're running your mouth about our community, our this. And the last time I checked, this isn't your channel. So what are you even saying? And they were like, no, we're not doing that. So then the person came back and they were quiet. And then the person left again and they did it again. And then they started all those rumors and I was like, nope. And I just have not been around either of them since.
Okay,
I know
that's
the
fair.
fuck out of that. Not my
So, which are you more interested in? The conversation between me and James a little bit on the longer side, but the conversation between the three-way conversation was like it's shorter, but I don't know, you'll probably find it to be more meatier if that makes any sense. And it's somewhat ties into what we are discussing about the cure for stuff. So if you don't mind, I'm going to make a request. If you can just play this, and I don't know, you guys can comment. For whatever reason, StreamYard won't pick up my game for me to stream. So
Yeah, I was waiting for it. I was like, I'm not ignoring him. If it
yeah, it won't pick it up. All right, I posted a link in the private chat. It should link to the start of the three-way conversation.
Okay, one sec. I gotta finish typing this.
No problem. Welcome back, Mr. Mike.
I'm still not seeing anything. Why am I not seeing anything?
In
Hey,
the private
go.
chat.
Yeah, it's in the back chat.
Ah, I found it. Okay. Let me highlight that.
He decided to come back because Pixie turned off her camera. Proof that Pixie's
right.
face scares people off.
No, I had to go make another drink. Then I heard you guys like, "Oh, we scared the new guy off." I'm like, "What? I
Okay,
didn't really
okay.
scare him up."
One sec. I've got to type this and then I will play it. You guys talk.
I didn't want to flash you my nuts when I was getting out of bed here with the laptop. So
We've all seen him. Some of us, throughout all of our lives.
fair enough. It's not the 50s anymore.
Yeah, right. Well, then again, I'm here saying, yeah, right. I don't even know how things were in the 50s. For all I know, people were like, I don't know, secretly doing all sorts of nefarious things, but they're
That's
not.
true. But there was only 3 channels of television, and Elvis couldn't wiggle his hips on Ed Sullivan.
Okay, there you go.
It's not like these days where everything's just broadcast over everything.
Yeah, it's funny too because I think one of the things that I am not particularly happy about with modern day stuff, like I am grateful for the technology and I guess to some extent the abundance. However, there's an issue when it comes to the news, right? Where you don't really find a lot of outlets that report the news as the news, if that makes any sense. Where like they're going to not like give you information; they want to give you information that is inflammatory or like would get like some kind of emotional response, or they're like,
everything's turned to opinion as opposed to news. It's all spin.
Kinda.
It's all. I mean, it's hilarious. Like the news outlets talk about the other news outlets talking about them, and why they're saying this. But I'm not old enough to remember Walter Cronkite, but they say he was like the last news guy who just gave you the fact.
I don't think. Is it Murdoch? Is that his name? I don't think he positively influenced news at all.
Sure, Rupert Murdoch, did Fox, and he did a counter to the liberal news. He made a conservative news, and it only made things worse. It only pushed the liberals more left, and they became more right and polarized everything. And there's nobody in the middle anymore. There's nobody just saying this is what happened. Everybody gives their opinion as to why this happened, or why it's the Democrats' fault, or why it's the Republicans' fault, or blah blah blah. But anyway,
controversial opinion, but I kind of blame the people.
Well, sure, the people are that's how you get viewers. Well,
not just that. It's the whole system, right? Like we know that both parties are funded by PAC money. We know that PAC money is dark money, that it comes from corporations, it doesn't come from the people, right? It never comes from the people. So we know that anybody who runs Republican or Democrat is pretty much bought before they even get in office. And still, we only vote Republican and Democrat. It's incredibly fascinating.
Sure. I mean, well, I voted for Gary Johnson in 2016. I voted for Ron Paul in 1988 as a
I mean
libertarian.
a collective. When I say we, I mean
I
collective.
understand, of course, broad we. But it's funny, actually, my communist cousin from Wisconsin sent me a book called Evil Geniuses. You guys should check it out. I think you'd like it. It talks about how Goldwater in the 60s and then the Business Roundtable and the like Hoover Institute and the Heritage Fund and all these guys like changed all of America, and then how Reagan came in and
even just eugenics in the school system is crazy. I mean, we did a lot of crazy stuff.
For what is that? Forensics? You said the skull system?
Eugenics in the school system.
Oh, in the school system. What do you know the study of like the shape of your skull?
Well,
that's what I heard was.
Yeah, so eugenics goes into like how do I explain it? Like, yeah,
sure,
there's a lot of
the Planned Parenthood chick is a eugenics person.
Well,
singer.
I don't know about that. Planned Parenthood actually did a lot for me. People would be surprised what they did for me. And abortion was never a thing that was ever even on the table. It wasn't mentioned. It wasn't anything. They did, however, help me a lot. They got me free medical care. They're the reason I got a free cancer screening. They're the reason I knew I needed a colposcopy. They're the reason my kid got all her vax. Like, they were great. Anyway, beside the point. What was I saying? I don't remember. Oh, eugenics in the school system. So it goes hand in hand with redlining and a lot of that stuff. It does have to do with not just racist stuff, but like economic status stuff and things like that. And that's part of the reason schools aren't funded evenly. They're funded by districts, right? That's why you have poor schools and you have overfunded schools, and you have that's why, because it was linked to like, I don't know, and it goes deeper than that too. That's just one of the glaring red flag things about it. But we definitely used a lot of that. We also built a very consumer-driven population on purpose, but that has to go into like the psychology of the day after the Great Depression, when they were like, look, like, A, we can't be setting ourselves up for that. And B, people are just like this herd prone to mass hysteria, and we got to control them, right? And one of the ways to control them and keep the stable economy was to make a very consumer-driven nation. And they succeeded in that in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I think consumerism is terrible. I'm a spendthrift or a very thrifty person myself. I get my clothes from thrift stores. But at the same time, if people don't spend, you don't get an economy that drives, that moves forward. Obviously, coming out of the Great Depression, I mean, my parents are in their 90s, so they remember the Great Depression, and they're very stingy. Now, my nieces and nephews, who, a generation behind me, they spend money like it's nothing. They don't care. They go out, they do all sorts of things. So it's always interesting how an economy turns and what is good and what is bad.
Well, I mean, it's not just that. I'm really afraid for the next generation, and not for a lot of these culture war reasons that people parade around and fight about constantly. I mean, if you just look at data, despite all these problems that that we talk about and these culture wars that we fight about, there's a lot of real issues going on, real issues. And I'm as a millennial, I'm kind of tired of the sentiment like you've got to pull yourselves up by the bootstraps. Don't get me wrong. I am doing well. I have no complaints. I am not struggling. I've got a kid in college and I'm not struggling to help her, and that is an absolute like great thing. I'm not saying anything about me. I'm saying as a whole, okay? If you look at the data, right? We never before in American history, granted we're a relatively young nation, I will give you that, has the divide in wealth been so great. And I don't mean just a disappearing middle class, right? I don't mean just that it's impossible to afford homes because corporations are buying them and using them as rental properties and driving market prices up. I don't mean just because of the economy as it is now. I mean, it's everything. It's everything. And not just the middle class is disappearing. The way we have driven our laws and the bullshit things we do to justify trickle down economics, which we've proven don't work, and other things like that, the bullshit things we've done, what we've done, if you look at the data, what it shows is that not only is the gap between the wealthy and the poor getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, but the majority of the nation's wealth is with the senior citizens of our nation. All right. Most of our wealth is with older people. Now, this is very telling because before you had young people entering the market and doing really well. They were getting a house, they were getting a car, they were going to college. The price of college doubled between my mom's generation and my generation, and it's even more expensive now, right? And so they can't afford a house, they can't afford a car, the economy's shit. None of the money that should be circulating in our economy is being circulated in our economy. It's being hoarded. And not just by wealthy people, but by the older generation. None of this is making it to the young people.
Okay.
So I'm doing okay, but where the hell are my kids going to be?
Right. So
my grandkids.
If I'm hearing you right, the baby boomers hold all this wealth, right? And so when they die off, which should happen over the next 20 years, like I said, my parents are in their early 90s. They're going to die any day now. There'll be a huge transfer of wealth to my generation, and my generation's already, I'm the youngest of 5. I'm 55.
No, I don't mean inheritance. I don't mean it like that. I mean the rate at which, I don't even mean it like that. I'm not talking about like the typical moms and dads, my mom, my parents, what I'll inherit, what you'll inherit. Well, let's be real. I grew up very, very poor. I'm not inheriting anything. But like my husband could inherit, or like it doesn't matter. The point is that's not what I'm referring to. I'm not referring to like these inheritance. What I'm saying is, like, we don't just have millionaires anymore, right? We have billionaires, we have trillionaires, and these aren't young
there
people.
Are no trillionaires. No one owns $1 trillion.
Well, not liquid.
Musk isn't even half a trillionaire.
Hold on.
Who's a trillionaire?
Well, if we're counting property, probably the Queen of England for one. But that's not the point. The point is
the whole Commonwealth. Oh Lord!
I'm not talking about liquid assets. No, hold on. What I'm talking about is I'm not talking about liquid assets. Hold on. How many?
The Queen technically owns all of England, all of Zimbabwe. Come on.
No, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about property. No, there are. Okay, yes, but there's no trillionaires in the world yet. But Elon Musk is somebody who is projected to be very soon at the rate he's expanding.
Oh, that's absolutely
what I'm saying.
Possible.
Right. Okay. Sure, so what's happening? What's happening?
Wealth is not a zero-sum game. So that's
okay. I'm not. All right. I understand that. What I'm saying is, we keep saying that if they have this money, that it's going to trickle down the way it used to and blah, blah, blah. But that's not true. The truth is it never trickled down. It has never, ever trickled down. Nobody has ever used this money to expand businesses. What I'm talking about is not people saving their money to pass it on to their kids. What I'm talking about is people who don't even have that money in the bank account, because not only are they hoarding it to not pay taxes and to not circulate it, but they've got it tied up in a manner that makes it not liquid and not circulating in the economy so that they cannot be taxed on it. And when you have a massive amount of that, particularly in one generation, it does deprive the next generation. And sure, you can say that's temporary. It's temporary for you because you're about to inherit. But what the hell is my kid going to do? Because she's going to be struggling in a world with an even bigger disparity, and she's supposed to what? Wait till I die, and that's going to fix the whole world for her? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, she doesn't have to wait for you to die. You can push money down to her while you're still alive.
Well, of course I can't, but the point is the economy shouldn't be shit. We shouldn't have an over... There has been...
I don't think the economy is shit right now. I mean, obviously...
Really?
Inflation...
No, I'm not talking about...
Economy...
Okay, no, hold on. Let me get this straight. I don't mean the economy as in, like, is it better now than 4 years ago or 4 years before that? That's not what I'm talking about. What I am talking about is if you look at the data, if you just look at the data, wages have not kept up with inflation. That alone is not great for new people coming into the workforce who have not yet had savings. If you add that on top of, well, the bigger divide, the wealth being hoarded in ways that are not circulated into the economy, that they're not taxed on, you lower corporate taxes at the same time, and you allow these corporations to go buy up all the housing that drives the house prices up. If you make education ridiculously expensive, more and more and more for every generation with nothing keeping up, where does it leave them? Where? How long?
Sure. I mean, housing and education are huge inflation. I mean, they're it's crazy, right? So I bought my first house when I was 23 in 1992 for $33,000, right? My mortgage, when I refied it down from 13% down to 9%, which was like, oh, this is crazy. Interest rates are so low, down to 9%. I got my mortgage down from $500 a month to $333. But obviously, housing's gone insane. Although, if you look at different places within the country, you can buy an entire block in West Baltimore for 30 grand. You can go to Toledo and buy houses because obviously nobody wants to live in freaking Toledo. you can buy houses for $15,000.
I get that. I live in a place like that, but the problem is it's a trade-off because yeah, you can get cheap property here. You can get cheaper property here, but you know why you get cheaper property here? Do you know why? It's because
no one wants to live there.
No, it's because actually here I live in a really nice neighborhood in a really nice house actually. Okay, the point is people don't live here because there's not a lot of job opportunities here because
obviously
most of the job opportunities here
Yeah.
most of the job opportunities here are people who've been in there for years and aren't going anywhere for a while, right? It's a very established rural place. You have to go way out of your way if you're going to commute. You know, you're looking at a 2-hour drive to the next city, right? So
But that's one of the things the internet can help with.
So
when you work remotely, you can
sure,
live
but not a lot of jobs
Buffalo's having their recovery.
Right, but even most office jobs that can be done remotely, I'm lucky I'm not in that position. I work remotely, but a lot of jobs that were being done remotely, they're now pushing to go back to the office, which I think is a ridiculous move, but you know, whatever they want to do. So a lot of times it's really not an option. And even then, even where I live in this out of the way place where things are pretty affordable, I've still seen it climbing. The appraiser, the the houses are appraised for keeps climbing. Property taxes keep climbing. Everything, the insurance on the houses keeps climbing. So sure, you can afford the house, but what all do you got to pay on top of that now? Right? And when you're allowing corporations to buy up houses to rent to people, then that makes houses even more expensive and even more competition for houses. So where do you go from there? On top of that, their wages aren't keeping up with inflation. Their education is what, by the time my grandkids are, if it keeps going at the pace it's going, by the time my grandkids are here, it'll be 4 times as expensive as when I went, and mine was twice as expensive as my mom's, at least, right? So that we can fight about these culture wars all day long. Parents just need to be parents, really. But what about these things? What about these things? What about the things that are going to make
Right. Well,
every part of their life harder?
I don't think the pricing of housing is a culture war. Maybe you were saying we could fight.
No,
about
I'm saying that's what I'm saying. I'm saying people get distracted by all these other things, but why don't people think about? Why aren't we fighting about this? Why aren't we pushing these things?
Understood. My bad. But at the same time, if housing prices are going up, isn't that a sign of a good economy?
No.
No, not if your people can't afford them.
How can you drive the price up without there being an influx of money, without there being a strong economy?
I just told you how. If you look at a lot of the market that's being bought up right now, it's not people buying homes. People, the values are being driven up because of scarcity. But the reason there's scarcity is because you have corporations who do it to get out of paying taxes. Once again, you have a bunch of upper class people buying a bunch of homes to Airbnb it. You have a lot of corporations buy houses. Vanguard is a big one. Vanguard,
BlackRock. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they own so many, and they just rent them out. And they rent them out. Well, what you're doing is you're
but there's a rental economy there.
No, it's
so
not.
How are there people? How are there people like? So my sister owns a rental condo on Indian Rocks Beach, right? Like
I'm not saying people don't rent. I'm not saying people don't rent. I'm saying people who can't buy rent. And if you can't afford a house, you have to rent. And if there's false scarcity because all these rental houses exist and not a lot of houses that you can buy exist and you can't afford it, it's not saying great economy. That doesn't mean anything to. I mean, it's sad for them.
You said false scarcity.
Yes.
Explain that to me. So there's vacant homes.
Okay, let me put it this way. If I have a block of 10 houses and I have 5 families who want to buy a home, right? And they say, great, there's 10 houses here. And I say, no. There's 5 of you, but I've got 2 houses here because these other 8 are rental properties. So now not only do I have 2 houses, but because these other 8 are rental properties and there's only 2 houses and 5 people want them, well, now the price of those houses go up because I can charge more. Right? Sure. So it's false scarcity. It's not that they don't have a place available to buy. It's that we've created a situation in which they cannot buy it because we've allowed it to be used as a tax shelter or whatever the fuck else we wanted to do.
Okay, so you're saying those other 8 units aren't actually being rented. They're sending them vacant as a tax shelter.
Well, let's just say,
I don't think that's how it works.
No, it does work that way a lot. Or let's just say one.
I've owned rental units.
Let's just say, okay, hold on.
You can't just let them sit there vacant and go, I'm writing them off as a tax shelter.
No, I'm not. Yeah.
You can.
Yes,
well,
you can.
If you're making a bunch of money
as a business,
sure.
Yes, you as a business, as a private owner, no, you cannot. And I am not against people owning rental homes. I'm not against that. As a corporation, you can. And corporations often get special rules that the people
Okay.
we don't have access to. And that is a problem, because let's say, okay, on that house of 10, I have 2 for sale, right? 8
Right.
are rentals, but 3 of those rentals are sitting there empty. Well, it
Okay.
doesn't help. It doesn't help the people who want to buy a home to have assets in their name. It doesn't help them, does it?
So, well, let me ask you this: why doesn't the builder just come in and build 5 units to sell to those people who need the units?
Because building more is going to cost more, and then it's just,
Well, building always costs something, but if you sell it for more than what it costs, I mean, that's basically
Yeah, well, the problem that you run into is that when you get an appraiser is going to appraise the value based on the value of the other homes in the community along with the build costs,
comparables,
right?
We understand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
sure.
yeah, and so
second of all, where are they going to build it? Where are they just going to buy some land? Because now we've got to figure in the cost of building the roads, hooking it up to water, getting electricity run to the house.
Impact fees. Everybody.
All these things you didn't have to consider if you could buy that empty fucking house that nobody's been sitting in. False scarcity. Because the problem is it's not just 2 houses, it's not just 3 houses. If you go all across the nation, it's way too many.
Well, I agree. There can be a false scarcity, especially when flippers happen. 20 years ago, I know people who are flipping condos. You buy them pre-sale for $100,000. You can flip them before you even take title of them. Blah blah blah. And it created a bubble. That's what caused the Great Recession in 2006, 2007. There was a false bubble of home ownership. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac got into
No.
subprime.
That's because their lending practices were bad. That's not because houses were available. That's not the same thing.
Well, their lending practices were bad. They were giving people money who didn't deserve it, and people were falsely
who couldn't
afford it, and who were falsely creating a housing bubble that then burst. But you're saying it's the exact opposite. You're saying there's housing units that are available, but the large corporations, I'm assuming you're saying through like Airbnb and Vibro or whatever.
No, I don't have a problem with people like having an Airbnb.
Can I just speak to this a little bit?
Yeah.
So just to give more clarification. So I worked in real estate. I was a salesperson for a couple of years, and I also I do still work from a little bit. I work for a real estate private equity firm, and basically what I manage are their servers. And what their servers do is that we, outside of obviously processing data, but what their servers do is that they have a setup to where they can scrub the internet and the local governments to get information on people's home ownership status, right? And so they can, like, for example, right, they can get like a number of people who might be close to foreclosing or a bunch of vacant homes within the community. Like, you can get all of that information like at your fingertips right away, right? And so what you can do now is that you can look at properties that have liens on them or about to have liens on them, right? And depending on the community, right, you can reach out to people and offer them what's essentially kind of like a paltry amount of money, right? Because they want to get out of the debt that they're in. And so essentially what you do as a private equity firm is that you buy up their debt, right? And you essentially, through the liens, right? Because when cities, for example, right, when they have a lien on your property and they finally get your ass out of there, right? They seize the property, they sell it for like nothing, right? So, so what these companies do next, as a result, is that they'll buy up a whole community, right? Or not just homes, but also buildings. And what they'll do is that they'll sit on a lot of them and basically write them off. This is how you have. This is why you have a lot of those skyscraper buildings, for example, that just have a ton of vacancy. Right? It's not necessarily about the owners having a ton of money, right? It would be counterproductive to sit on a building that's worth billions and not rent out all of the rooms, right? You are being incentivized in a way to keep a certain amount vacant, right? So this is what Pixie means when she's saying that it's the scarcity is artificial. There is more than enough homes available for people all over the country. It's just that one, corporations are holding on to a bunch of them because they want to sell them to, for the highest price possible, right? And two, they don't really want to even rent them because they want to rent them for the highest price possible. And there's no downside to holding those properties, again, because they can just write them shits off. So that's part of what the false scarcity. That's how it manifests,
Well,
basically.
I mean, anytime you're making money, it is advantageous to be able to write something off. That doesn't make it the write-off is the best use of those funds, right? You have an opportunity cost. I can write this off as $1 million loss, or I could rent it out for $3 million.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but what you have to understand is that the longer something stays on the market, like basically what you want to do is that you want to create your own local market, or at
Sure.
least
If you have enough units, it's like going to the football game, right? Like, or the baseball game. I'm in St. Pete. The Rays get 6,000 people for a game, right? The stadium holds 40,000 people, 60,000 people, whatever. It's like, well, stop selling tickets at $50, sell them at $6. Well, you got to calculate how many people are you going to get at $6 as opposed to those guys at $50, right? Do you want 20,000 people coming to the game, or do you want 4,000 at $50 as opposed to $6? So yes, if you control the market to the degree you're talking about, you don't rent out your space for $8 a square foot when you have all this other space that you're trying to rent for $20 a square foot, right?
Yeah, but what you got to remember is that
you rent to the other guys.
Yeah, but keep in mind also that how value works in the housing market, right? There's people are operating under the assumption that the value will always go up, right? One way or the
Until the
other.
big short, sure.
Right. And so the idea, right, is that okay, if I can create a high demand situation, right, with a false scarcity, that would allow me to pretty much charge anything I want. Now, the only way that can exist is if there is no penalties, no financial penalties whatsoever exist for me holding on to those properties, right? So basically, if I'm not forced to rent it, I can just sit on it for a long time. You see what I'm saying? So to me, right,
Now,
to
on
fix
top
this
of that,
problem,
let's be real though. On top of that, you're almost incentivized to take a loss because that lowers your taxes again.
yeah, if
Right.
they really want to, if the government or the people really want to fix this problem in a big way, in a quick way, it's to literally get rid of the loopholes that allows companies, right, not people, companies to hold on to properties and write them off as losses. They need
That's
to
what I'm
get rid of
saying.
that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't have a problem with a person who owns properties and is a landlord. I don't have a problem with that. Actually, one of my favorite people was a landlord of mine. Still love the guy to death. His name was Kenny. But anyway,
They killed Kenny, you bastards.
seriously,
You
he was my
bastard.
favorite. He was the best landlord ever. I loved him. He's such a good person. Anyway, doesn't matter. I'm not against that. I am against corporations and companies owning houses as tax write-offs. Like I'm not okay with this. I'm also not okay with allowing massive amounts of foreign investments into our real estate market when our people are having trouble buying homes.
There's a lot of that.
And our agricultural
Try-
department. Do you know how much foreign investment is in our farming industry? Oh, don't even get me started. But, let's fight about
true.
culture wars.
Google land ownership.
DeSantis put up a law about the Chinese buying Florida farmland. I don't know if you're a fan
One
of
good thing he
DeSantis.
did. I'm not a fan of his, but that's a good thing he did. I'm not going to complain about that. That definitely needed to be done.
Right.
But they're not the
Well,
only
see,
concern.
now the problem is, though, then other countries might start banning us from buying their farmland. Right? I mean, we've been doing that for centuries.
Well, that depends, right? Like, if you are subsidizing them, that's one thing. But if you're telling me that we're subsidizing other countries and we need another country to subsidize our farms, then we have problems. We have big problems and big problems that you're not addressing. And I want to know why we're fighting about stupid culture war issues and not addressing these problems.
Well, I don't know where the subsidy part came in. I'm just talking about, can we buy land in Amsterdam and can the Dutch buy land here?
That's a different thing. That's a different thing. Like as an individual, can I go buy land there? Well, that would depend. Like I can't. No, in a lot of countries, I can't just up and buy land. I have to have a visa. I have to have all kinds of things, right? So why are we allowing foreign corporations to do it? There's nothing about it that makes it. Do we sometimes buy farmland in other countries in ways that I don't appreciate? Yes. But even in these instances, they at least create this illusion, this air of us helping them out. They're needing to be subsidized, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, what justification do you have? There isn't any outside of subsidizing. And if you're saying that that is something that's needed, then we have bigger issues than just them buying it here, right? Either way, it's a problem. But how big of a problem is it? So I don't know. I think we get easily distracted by little things when these big things are just glaring there.
So, Pixie, wanna listen to the three-way now? Since you got
well,
it
we
up?
didn't get to this one.
Wait.
Why is it way over here?
Oh, so I wanted to give you the choice of starting. I think the conversation between me, Mark, and BS is a little bit more on the topic of the stream, kind of.
Okay, well, let's go with that one.
Yeah.
Although I like BS, so I'm glad you told me that he was there, because if you were going to be like, do you want to listen to James Apperson or Mark Reed? I was going to be like, I want to listen to James. That was just going to be hands down, no question. But BS Lewis is there, so this is acceptable. Where's the link?
Oh, you already had it open.
Oh, dang it. I just closed it. Let me do it again.
It'll be like midnight, me thinking too fast for your body to keep up.
Oh, I always am. That's why when he kicked himself out earlier, I said, oh, he pulled a Pixie.
I'm really interested in what was mentioned in the chat.
About what?
Did it come up? Hold on.
Ah,
Yeah, I think I did post.
yeah, but is there a reason it's coming up at like the end of the oh, because that's where B.S. Lewis is about to come in. That
Yeah.
okay. All right. Yeah. I was like, why does it keep starting me at the end of the stream? What am I doing wrong? But no, it's supposed to. I got it.
Yeah, you can copy the links to where it'll start at a specific point on the videos.
Was the original meaning of this word, this phrase, this idiom, this story, right? Why are they even saying this at all?
Absolutely, because I actually found I wrote a paper on Melchizedek, for example, and you'll see a term that pops up in the order of Melchizedek, and what you find, not just through like Hebrew literature, you'll find in Christian literature where they treat the order of Melchizedek as like a order of priests, right? And what I realized in my search is that the order, it really, the concept, because this obviously can be used in different ways, right? In the order, it actually means in the disposition of Melchizedek, as in there's no order of priests that exists, right? That is of Melchizedek. But I'm just a random guy, and I just kind of like noticed that, and I shared it with a few other Christians, and they're like, "Oh shit, I never noticed that."
Yeah,
Right? The only group of priests is the priests of from Aaron.
Yeah, that's an interesting example of that. So Mark Reed is in here and asks, "What's the subject?" And then B.S. Lewis has joined. Hold on one second, Mark. B.S. Lewis, what are your thoughts?
I'm just listening, catching up.
Oh, I appreciate that. So,
BS, not BSing, bro.
He comes in like, I'm just listening and catching up.
I was gonna say every single time, like I know he has a deep voice now. The first time it like really caught me by surprise. I was like, damn, his voice is deep. And every time I just like forget just a little bit. I'm like, man, it really is that deep. I don't know why.
You know you. I see you talking shit in the chat, bro.
I took a break. You guys jump topics so much, like it's hard for me to keep up. So I was here half hour ago, so I don't think that's what you're talking about still.
Yeah, we've migrated to different topics along the way. So if there's a common theme, it's whether or not there's some version of Christianity that's compatible with secular values or even with a healthy society. And so Batman has been sharing his iteration of Christianity, what it means to him, and how that guides his walk, and how that would relate to our common interests. So, and he's been agreeing with me about a lot of the faults that I see in more popular expressions of Christianity and the problems that they run into.
I mean, I think again, I think a lot of it has to do, a lot of the outside perception of Christianity is formed based off of what most Christians put out there, right? And what most Christians tend to put out there is typically based on doctrine and traditions versus like what Christ, their Lord and Savior, actually says. Or there's like a slight distortion. Right?
Or so part of the problem with that is that what we're hearing from usually are the noisiest Christians, right?
That's right.
And that can distort the perceptions about what even is the more common views for Christians, because there can be an awful lot of Christians that hold a particular set of ideas. We're not hearing from them because they're not caught up in these debates at all, right?
Yeah, they don't really care. And to be honest with you, I was one of those where I didn't really see the point in even talking about my religion because I felt it was like personal, right? But I realize that it's fine for me to do that. If people want to learn, know something, I can do that.
Well, sure, absolutely. Like we set up a format here to talk about it. I dropped the link. I encouraged engagement. So you've been very civil in your engagement, and I do appreciate that. Mark Reed, how are you tonight?
Hey, Mark.
How are you? It's been a minute, James. I haven't talked to you in ages, mate. I think it's just time zone stuff. I'm sort of taking a day off at the moment because I've been working really hard. But here I am again. I'm back.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, BS.
I got like 5 minutes.
Good to see you, mate.
Hey, brother, man.
Oh, okay.
See you. I see you've been a little bit grieved in other chats as of recently.
Grieved? Did you say grieved?
Yeah, grieved.
Grieved.
I mean, I know he's been making. I know he makes some fundamentalists angry, but that's not new.
No,
I think he's talking about more Christian chats.
Ticked off
Yeah.
or angry or okay. Yeah, no, I things have been frustrating me a little lately. I won't deny. Certainly some of the ways that some people in society are being treated have been ticking me off. So it's a really interesting question. I find it incredibly interesting. Is there any version of Christianity that's compatible with sort of secularism, and can it fit in? And it's something that I've been mulling over a lot lately. And I think when we're talking about sort of, as far as my worldview is concerned, which is secular humanism, I'm not going to sort of say my worldview is atheism, because that's not a worldview, but secular humanism, sort of do what's best for the flourishing of humans, essentially. I think that there's certainly some versions of Christianity that are definitely.
Richard, I was looking for you.
Peace and respect, everyone. And Pixie, why?
Peace and respect, dear Richard. Because you left a comment in my book club stream, and I didn't understand.
What was to understand? I just told everyone like the stream and promote it.
Oh, I thought you were telling me to do that. I was like, what do you mean promote the stream?
You to promote the stream. Well, I'm reckoning you're already doing. Doing everything you can to do that.
No, I don't promote it, actually. I just go live, and if people come, they come, and if they don't, I don't care.
There you go.
End it. I don't know. If people aren't here, I'm just like, well, I don't like to monologue, so bye, guys. Done.
Well, I saw these people on the center panel screen, which is
Yes.
live now?
No.
Previously recorded. Okay.
Yeah.
This was a stream from yesterday.
I like 3 of the people up there, so good numbers.
I like all 4 of them.
Congratulations. I'm happy.
You don't like Mark Reed, do you?
That's the one.
To be fair, I don't like Mark Reed either, but that just goes without saying, I guess.
Anyway.
I think he has the ability to make new observations about life. So I hold hope.
That's true of
It's
everybody.
also his observations, and I noped the fuck out. And I'm good with that.
Okay.
Some of those observations he tried to throw my way, and I was like, whoa, buddy. You don't want to go there, and you better be really happy I don't want you right now. So
yeah, you can get a bit feisty.
Mm-hmm. He was lucky I was focused on someone else at that moment. Anyway.
Compatible with that. Like, and I was talking to I can't remember who it was. I think it was Isa, who's a Muslim. If you think that your God commands you to look after the well-being of humans first and primarily, then it doesn't really matter where you've gotten this impulse from, right? If I think that because I'm a human and I want a flourishing society, and you're a human and you think God commands you to have a flourishing society or society that is promote well-being towards humans, it doesn't really matter to me where you're getting that meta-ethical goal.
It should matter.
It doesn't really matter. We're both after the same thing. And I was mentioning, I think the problem comes when what God wants overrides the flourishing of humanity. So when you're sort of saying, well, I want this thing to be implemented because it comes from my God, or that's sort of objectively how it is, that's where we run into problems.
So we run into problems when he presupposes as much as a presuppositioner does. Go figure. Sorry, that was mean.
No, it's not necessarily mean. I mean, especially if it's true, it's not mean. I mean, a harsh reality is not mean.
Here's my problem, right? Here's my problem, is because he comes in after, and now I haven't heard the whole conversation, but I have had previous conversations with Batman, and I see the extent of this conversation here. And before Mark Reed jumps on, I hear James, who is, bless his sweet soul, is secular humanist as they come, and he's so sweet. He's just a sweet.
Not always, but go ahead.
And most of the time. When he's not, I will say he can be. Somebody said something about me once, and I kind of giggled, but I think it applies to him more than it applies to me. And they said, Pixie doesn't get mad. Pixie gets indignant.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's more
What's
true.
indignant?
Indignance is like defiance. Defiance, particularly defiance when you think there's like an injustice or inequality.
I'm kidding.
But anyway, so I do think that applies to him. But I like him. Mark presupposes a lot, and we all do. I do it for fun. I'm not going to say I don't. I will use a typical Christian argument against somebody I know is not a typical Christian, not because I think that they're going to buy it, but because I enjoy the way in which they respond, if that makes sense. That's terrible of me, I know. But
Cerberus does the same thing.
But
you have to be careful with Pixie and Cerberus because they might say they enjoy your answer, which means it's really screwed up.
Sometimes if I enjoy your answer, it's because I can't fight it, and it's something I continually try to. But Mark has a habit of like, here's my thing. There's this long conversation. Batman over here. We all know Batman. Now, we know he's a believer, but we also know that Batman is like all for letting other people be themselves, right? Like he's never tried to, like, he doesn't try to force anything on you. He's not about making you live his way. He's just not about that stuff, right? So they've gone through this. James has at this point said, he's agreed with like everything I've said. And then Mark comes in and goes, the problem is when what God wants. Well, what does it matter what Batman thinks God wants if Batman doesn't think it's his business to make you do what God wants?
Well, someone's belief systems are going to control, to some extent, how they act in reality, right? So, I mean, it makes a difference, but the difference it's made in Odin is, well, it's not purposefully offensive. It's not purposefully combative. It's purposefully peace-loving. It's hard to complain about.
That's what I'm saying. So when he comes in here and he's like, well, the thing is when what God wants is not compatible with what's good for humans. Well, first of all, he's only concerned with what God wants from him. So the only thing you'd be complaining about is not being able to stop him from doing his thing. He has expressed no interest in imposing his beliefs on anything. And and in his type of Christianity, he wouldn't. So he has answered James's question, right? Is there a type of Christianity that is compatible with secular humanism? And through all this questioning, through all this questioning, Batman has shown, I am a Christian and my view of Christianity is compatible with secular humanism. And then here comes James, right? And he's like, but what happens when? Okay. Sure, we'll pretend nobody said anything before now. Go, Mark. Go.
So it's actually a really. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you could.
No, that's fine. Go ahead, Batman. I'm really interested in hear what you think.
So what's interesting? This is a conversation that I've had in a different chat with Jamie Russell. I don't know if you guys know him, where we were talking about the significance of certain colors in the Bible. Mainly, we're talking about red, blue, crimson, right? Just red, or blue and purple, for example, right? And in the Bible, the blue has a significance of divinity, and it's linked to to God, right? God and His divine laws, right? And so, if you are in God, you're supposed to live in a way that would coincide with those divine laws.
The colors,
yeah, right. The red, right? It represents, the blood of life and man, right? And so this is kind of like the idea that, for example, Christ, when he was in the Sermon on the Mount, he described as wearing red, and blue, right? Because those two colors are supposed to
nonpartisan.
But that's besides the point. What's interesting is in Revelation, when you see the woman riding on the beast, right? She has all of the colors except for the color blue, the divine color, right? And that woman is interpreted as the church. So essentially, the church is operating without God when it embeds itself within a society, for example, like through a government. Now, to be
Pause
fair,
the video. I have a clarifying question.
Associate this with the Catholic Church back then.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want to hear your explanation, Odin, as to how it's the church.
Oh,
I honestly I don't remember the thing that the article that I read, and I'm not saying that's a position I hold. I'm just saying there's a lot of Christians who hold to that
position.
That hold that position. Yeah.
Well, of course, I believe you're right. My life survey says you're right. I'm just surprised at the amount of pride that the church has, that they'll even say whenever it talks about someone being guilty, it's still only talking about us. Amazing. Sorry. Thanks for the interruption.
Richard, you missed this. Odin and I, we're gonna have to do something like that public one time. But we had a great conversation about the church, and I think you would have enjoyed it. Of course, I was my sarcastic, facetious self and said weird, random shit, But
a lot of them made good points. So listen, I'm not going to complain. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I doubt it was that random, actually.
I was ranting. I mean, I said a bunch. I typed paragraphs, and then I said something like, "Most Christians are as empty as their locked churches, except for the donation boxes. Those are always open." I mean, I was on one that day. I don't know what my problem was. I am sorry, Odin. He's like, "Hey, let's catch up," and I was like, "Rah!"
You guys are probably pretty sick of hearing what I think about these stories, but it's just the amount of hubris within the expressions of Christianity, and I do mean all of them. It's just profound to me. It's just, I guess it's not shocking, but only because I've lived with it my whole life.
And I listen to you talk more than you know. Sometimes I just hit the like button and I don't say anything to anybody.
Well, that's okay. And I'm pleased to hear that. Even if you don't take time to comment, you got other stuff going on. I'm pleased to hear that. I mean, just real basically, and I don't think you guys need a huge explanation to this. Unless a person knew everything they needed to know to apply to any given situation, then they're working in partial knowledge, in which case mistakes are predictable. How can we say something like, we know enough to be guilty? That is ridiculous. There's no way you know enough to be guilty. That's impossible. Unless it's something like tying your shoes. Then
So
maybe
that
you could know enough to be guilty.
that whole thing is so that's actually a setup for a larger point that I was going to make.
Right.
Okay. Does that mean hit play?
Yep.
Please.
Especially when they were trying to
Yeah,
kill
of course.
heretics, right?
Of course they
But
do.
Protestants did the same shit too, right? And so, there's a bias thing going on there, obviously, right? But the truth of the matter, it just means the church on a whole, right? And how it operates, right? There's no divine love that's associated to them. And so you run into an issue now where you have, quote unquote, Christian nationalists. It's like, from a biblical, that is antithetical to everything about what Jesus wants, right? But just to kind of prop up the point that you're making, right? But at the end of the day, I think, at least what I do and what, Christians that I, in real life that I know do, is that they've just focused on the words of Christ and how he wants them to live, and they try to live that the best that they can.
Can I speak to Mark's point too?
Yeah, sure.
He was talking about the dissonance that happens when the will of the people is being usurped by the will of God. And Jesus he's asked, what is the greatest commandment? And he says, to love God with all your heart, mind, soul, strength, and body.
Mm-hmm.
And he says that the lesser commandment, that is the second one, but it's lesser than that one, is to love others as you love yourself. That
Mm-hmm.
shows priority. So if we're talking secular, is basically just to love others as you love yourself. When you throw in a competing second command, there is always the opportunity for them to conflict.
Why is it competing? Playing devil's advocate here. I see what he's saying, but why is it competing? First
Actually,
of all,
that's clumsy language for BS. He shouldn't have said competing. He should have said superior.
or is it even superior, or is it a reinforcement? Because hear me out. If you love the Lord your God with all your heart, and he has commanded you to love your neighbor, do you not strive harder for that? If that is part of loving your God, if part of your loving your God is following him, and this is what he's told you to do, why?
Well, Pixie, to be frank, you've exegeted and eisegeted the text to see it that way, and there are other ways to see it. And some people would see it less honestly and harmlessly than you do. Although I think you had a clean reading there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone else want to say anything on it, but I did actually respond to what he says, and what Pixie said is pretty close to my response, but I kind of gave more context to kind of reinforce the point that I was trying to make. And then something interesting happened, right? That you guys, I'm going to see if you guys are going to notice it, but something very interesting happened.
Oh,
it's probably
well, now
going
you
to
partially spoiled it. You
Sorry.
got a new microphone, didn't you, Odin?
No, but I did adjust some settings on it because
okay.
The firmware got messed up somehow, and I had to
Whatever you did,
reinstall.
it's a hell of a lot better.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Are you falling asleep yet?
Well, it's just that I can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right, Pixie, hit play. See what
And I think
BS got to say.
One of the best recent examples I've seen of this is when Alex O'Connor hosted William Lane Craig, and he tried to explain a divine command theory. and he kept getting tripped up on the law that's written on your heart with your intuitions, but
Yeah,
how God can just overwrite that. And so if I'm looking at you as my neighbor and I'm saying, feed you and clothe you, but God shows up and he says, kill that person, that trumps the love your neighbor stuff.
Trumps love it. Yeah. So, and it's funny too, because this is why I was saying to James earlier, right? A lot of doctrines, they tend to kind of blind you from a lot of nuances that exist in the Bible. Like those two commands, right? The reason or the logic behind it, right, internally, is that if everyone is made in the image of God, right? Like they are representations of God, right? And you're supposed to love God, that means you're supposed to love humans. If you treat humans like garbage, or if you hate humans, you hate God, right? And you're treating God like garbage, right?
Well,
And so you can't say you love God, but you hate Muslims.
I don't know if that's a universal opinion though. Like there's a famous
No,
analogy.
it's not, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
right?
Well, I mean, not even
So pause it right there.
not even
Just
among
pause
the
it.
church fathers that have passed the tradition on to you.
Okay, what did I miss?
So what he asked me right there, right, is probably, huh?
I'm sorry. Go.
So what he asked me right there bothered me more than I let on, right? For one reason, and it kind of reinforces something that I said a little bit earlier in the conversation, where the problem isn't Jesus's commands, right? It's the problem of doctrine, because what doctrine does is that it basically blinds people, right, or prevents them from seeing the nuances, right, or the direct things that are said in the text itself.
Sure.
Right? Because if that was not the case, BS wouldn't have said what he said, and what BS said is absolutely right. Because if you were to go to some Christians, right, the idea of them loving an enemy, right, or someone who they perceive
Is
as an
extremely
enemy,
foreign. Yeah.
right? Like, no, it's foreign to them. It's like, why would I love Muslims?
And yet,
right?
yet
They'll
Jesus
prove to
directly
you-
says this.
Exactly.
They'll try to prove to you that God hates people instead. God hates certain
Right.
people.
Right.
Exactly.
But that goes back to what I was saying earlier. You're right. It's exactly on topic to what I was saying earlier.
And I've also heard Christians say, well, the idea that Christ was trying to represent there is keep your friends closer and your enemies close, your friends close, enemies closer. And no, wrong. That's not at all what he's saying, that it's a manipulative tactic. That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is, if you want to honor me and you want to honor God above that, you will act appropriately at all times to that alignment, and you will never stray from it. Which I've had my failings, but
see, that goes into what I said earlier, right? Like I know people of all faiths and no faith who are wonderful people, and I know people of all faiths and no faith who are terrible fucking people.
Sure, of course.
Because people will just build a God that justifies their fucking hate. And if you take that away from them, they'll just find some social issue to target at somebody to justify their hate, unless they work on themselves.
Sure. See, but that
right?
that's double-sided right there, Pixie.
No,
what you just said also means that the good people aren't actually worshiping a good God. It's just that it's a reflection of them.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it takes work, right? I'm saying if you're an atheist who's trying to be a better person, it takes work. It takes introspection. It takes work. If you're a Christian trying to be a better person because you love God, it takes work.
That takes work.
It takes work. You're doing work.
Sure.
You're not like, oh, I believe, so I'm gold now, right? There's a big difference between those two kind of people. And that's why I said earlier, atheism is neither a cure nor an answer, but neither is religion, right? Because the truth is people are people, and there are good people and there are bad people in all of these categories, because people are like, we will manipulate things, we will make them bad because some people have bad intentions or bad thoughts or bad whatever. And it's not about the belief or the lack of belief, it's just about people.
That's relatively fair.
We can continue now. See what else I gotta say there.
There's a famous
I
scenario.
didn't adopt any.
No, look.
You
I'm
have the
sorry, but
Bible, therefore the
basically here,
tradition isn't passed.
Batman.
Let-
No
let-
one's
let-
accusing you of
Yeah.
falling into this thing, right?
I'm not. I'm just gonna get into an example. So
No,
the
I get where you're
example
coming from.
is Anselm of Canterbury gives a pretty famous example where he says, if God is sitting you down and he says, do not take your eyes off me, and in the corner of your eye, in the peripheral of your vision, the whole world is burning, you are to not take your eyes off of God. And so he's saying that that's your main focus as a Christian. That's your priority. If the world around you burns, it is not your concern if God tells you to ignore it, to not take your focus off Him.
Yeah.
And so, priorities. That's where I'm saying.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate again, just because I can. I like Lewis, and I am obviously a non-believer, as is Lewis. But just because I can play devil's advocate, I'm going to. I am going to say that it's metaphorical, right? That it's metaphorical, as in, like, it's not your business to go around correcting people's lives and how they live it, that you should focus on God and focus on how you're living your life, right?
Yeah. So, and I don't want to spoil my response, but essentially, right? Because the way how he's looking at it is, God is saying, listen, I need you to focus on worshiping me, for example, right? Like that's his thing, right? And so if God comes to you one day and say, you know what, ignore everyone around you, right? And just focus on worshiping me, right? Then that doesn't help society, right? That is the argument that he's making.
Yeah,
if you simplify it, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's saying, like, if let's say the economy's really bad, everybody's struggling, nobody really has quite enough to share, you know what I mean? And people don't like the old lady across the street. She's got a big mouth, she yells at the kids to get off her lawn all day, nobody really likes her, right? Okay. So he's thinking, like, if the neighbor's house is on fire, but you're in the middle of a prayer and God wants you to keep praying, you need to keep praying. But I'm thinking, and like, it means more like in the other situation, don't worry about these other people and what they're doing and how they're hating on the lady. You just focus on God and you go keep helping the lady. Right? Like, don't try to correct their behavior. Just be the example and go do it.
Yeah. I mean,
to be generous. I'm trying to be generous here.
Yeah, that's fair, but I don't know. You got anything you wanna add? Because what I'm gonna say here is basically what I said in the video.
Because of the link to fire, right? Most Christians
Yeah.
would link fire to, like, hell, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, if they're burning, don't worry about correcting them. You just focus on your walk and keep doing what I need you to do.
Yeah. So my response kind of dispelled that idea, that example that he gave. But I want you guys to hear my response, basically, because the conversation that we're having, right? These are no longer like internal critiques. These are like competing ideas, right? Where whether or not the source is relevant to maintaining a great society of humans, right?
What he said, is it compatible with secular
Is it?
humanism?
Yeah, secular humanism, right?
So I am
So,
trying to be generous and read it in a way that is compatible with secular humanism.
all right, so go ahead.
Okay.
Love God above loving others is an issue that secular humanists don't deal with. This is why I think there's no versions of secular humanism that would be compatible with Christianity, because Christianity has potential for conflicting priorities.
I have to point that out. Why did he just flip the whole thing? He just flipped the whole thing. So James said, is there any version of Christianity that is compatible with human secularism? And he said Odin here did a pretty good job. Right? Batman did a great job. And then Lewis said, after this questioning, I like you, Lewis. No, you know what? I say things backwards all the time. I'm going to assume that's what he did. I'm going to assume he accidentally said it backwards, but it cracked me up because he said there's no version of secular humanism
Yeah, that's compatible with
with
Christianity.
Christianity. And I was like, wait, what?
To
I
be
think he just
fair, he probably didn't. He probably joined in at the tail end of that conversation, because while having that conversation, me and James went into a bunch of different minutiae, right? We addressed a bunch of stuff that's tied to the overall topic, right?
That's fair. That would have been a
Yeah.
lot to catch up on.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just confused. I was like, did I get it wrong? Did he get it wrong? What's happening? Okay.
Well, I kind of disagree, B.S. Lewis. I think that really at the end of the day, and no one's accusing you of this, Batman. Like that's totally fine. Like we get that when we're saying, hey, there is this conflict there when, say, we prioritize, as B.S. Lewis has correctly pointed out, it's about what you prioritize as your meta-ethical goal, what you're trying to accomplish in society. If ours align with a Christian wanting the best for humanity, that's not a problem. We're not looking for identical worldviews. We're looking for moral compatibility. But the problem we run into again and again is that if I'm prioritizing the well-being of humans and human society, and someone else, as B.S. Lewis has pointed out, that some of them, and we're not accusing you of this, please don't get me wrong, we're not saying, hey, you are doing this, but when their priority is what God wants or what God says ought to be. So when we're talking morals, we're talking.
And that, see, there we go. That's the difference between BS and Mark. Because Lewis is over here and he's like, well, what would you do if you ran into this situation? I see. Well, that's not mainstream, right? And that's a lot different than Mark over here going, well, we're not saying people like you, but everybody else. How do we everybody else? Well, why are they asking you to control everybody else? When was that ever on the fucking table?
Yeah, but what's so the way how, you know, let him finish his thoughts and see where he goes.
And Christians think that God makes those oughts. When we run into that, we kind of have to go, well, a Christian that's basically going, well, I want the best for society and humans, we can have a discussion over what is the best for humans and society. But when we run into somebody that says, well, we want what God wants, I don't know how to engage that person anymore. I don't know how to have a conversation about that, because at that point, I'm sort of arguing with their God and not them, if that makes sense.
That's the yes, Mark, that's the epistemological problem that William Lane Craig ran into in that discussion with him when Alex O'Connor asked him, how do we know if someone is hearing from God? And he basically came to the assumption that we are best off thinking that they are crazy.
And here's my problem with that. No. See, and I'm a non-believer, and this is a non-believer saying that I have big issues with. Okay. All right. First of all,
Deep breath, Pixie.
Batman has not once, ever in this conversation mentioned talking to God or hearing from God, okay? Second, the only thing I've heard him say that God wants him to do is love people and treat people really, really well. And he's like, well, how do we know what God wants? I'm arguing with their God instead of them. Well, I would argue no. Even if they're talking about what their God wants, you're still arguing with them because it's their perception of what God wants. And none of this was the question. I'm sorry.
Richard, you got anything?
No, he stepped out for a smoke.
Okay.
Which leads you to think, like, why don't we think that Moses is crazy? Why don't we think that Jesus was crazy? No, it's a modern day thing. All of a sudden, like, the communication, the epistemology of the issue is the problem, because I think there's a lot of atheists that if God were to present himself and say, "I'm the authority," they would accept the authority. But we don't have that. We have man telling us that they're talking on behalf of an authority.
All right.
And
Pause
at
it
that
right
point,
there.
why not just cut out the middleman and just say, "Man"?
So essentially, what he is saying, right, is because he brings up the epistemology of things, right? He's saying, well, we have to address things and examine the reasoning or justification of how Christianity came to its conclusion as to why Christians should, live in a way that is positive and beneficial to humans, right? And what he's essentially this is somewhat of a spoiler. Basically, what he's saying now is that, listen, I don't think, right, Christianity is the truth, and therefore, right, I don't think we should take any Christian input, right? Excuse me. We shouldn't take any Christian input as it relates to human society, right?
But the problem
Mainly
is
because the core of it isn't compatible with secular humanism, which is focused on what? Right? He didn't really get into that part, but
Okay, so, but that's what I'm saying. It's like nobody has heard you so far, right? Like, we shouldn't use it for social structures. Well, you already said that the very idea of Christianity inserting itself in the government is something that you find antithetical to the teachings of Jesus, right?
Yep.
Meaning you are for the separation of church and state. You don't think one's religion should be involved in the government.
Yep. Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's.
Okay, so you are a Christian who agrees with him. The question on the table is there a type of Christianity that is compatible with secular humanism?
Yep.
I don't.
And James, right? James is like, Dean agrees with me on a lot of stuff, meaning Dean's version, right? Dean's version is at least compatible with James's version, right?
Right.
So that's the whole thing there, right? So now it's a situation where him now Mark's argument essentially is like, well, I don't, for the most part, I don't really care about the source of the ideals that is compatible with secular humanism, right? If it benefits humanity, right? But now B.S. Lewis makes his current arguments, and Mark basically changes his mind, right? And you'll see that pretty soon. Go ahead.
I don't know. I still think they're wrong. Because But here's and this probably isn't my favorite phrase. It's probably isn't your favorite phrase of mine. I'm sorry. But I've always said if you want to know who a believer really is, ask them about their God. Because the
Yep.
way they describe their God tells you where their values lie. And so I think if you have described a God who has secular humanitarian values, then you obviously have a theist religion that is compatible
With
with
secular humanism.
with secular. And it's just like I don't understand why that's any different from like, okay, let's say I don't like Mark, but Richard does, right? And I like somebody that Richard just does not get along with at all. Okay. And so I am trying to me and Richard are trying to figure something out. He goes to Mark and I go to this other person and we come back and we have the same idea. We're like, hey, we had the same idea. I'm not going to be like, oh, we're not, it's not, your plan's not compatible with my plan because you got it from Mark Reed. What does that
Right?
even mean? But it was the same idea.
Isn't that the genetic fallacy? That it's wrong because it's God?
I
Yep.
guess. I just
Yeah.
think that's weird because like if we come back, right? Like if we come back with the same solution, I can't be like, "Oh, your same solution is not compatible with my same solution because you asked somebody I don't like." That doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry.
Well, it's not even fair what Mark does, because he doesn't speak to anyone's specific belief system individually, but is always pushing on them some conglomerate of Christianity that he's developed a mental map of over the years. And of course, that's true of probably no one.
See, now I'll do that, but then I accept your answer. And I'm like, oh, good point. Didn't look at it that way. You know, like I don't know.
You'll go to a default, but you won't insist that's the other person's position.
Right. I just use it as a measuring stick.
Right, which is fine. You have to start somewhere.
I don't know.
Sorry to leave again, but I'll be back. It was like,
Love you.
Hopefully
Or he's gonna
soon.
go hang out with his girlfriend.
Okay. I don't know. See, now I know why I noped out. That was just icky. I'm sorry, Batman.
Arguing with man instead of man propping himself up on an authority that's not even existent.
Yeah. So the main problem comes down to, if we briefly discussed this earlier, is the idea as to like what's more important, is the authority or is the service, right? So what you don't hear a lot of Christians typically discuss is their duty, for example, to be in service of other humans, right? Or even preservation of the of the earth and animals and stuff like that. Right? You don't see Christians talk about that stuff. They talk about stuff that is connected, stuff that that pushes their own personal agendas, because that's the book. The Bible is a very comprehensive book. It addresses many aspects of humanity. And so what you run into is that with a book like that, you could literally use it to justify anything, right? But
I agree.
when you run into a situation when the entity that you worship, right, in the story comes down and gives you clear instructions and say, hey, this is how I want you to behave. In the past, this is how these other people behaved, right? They didn't do too well. Now I'm going to correct and I show you how they behave. So the concept behind this is Jesus, quote unquote, fulfilling the law, right? And him teaching humans how to struggle with God, right? Now, struggling with God is 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 directly associated with how you interact with humans. How does Jesus clarify this? He says, when I was hungry, you gave me food. When I was naked, you gave me clothes. And then he gives the opposite of it, right? When I was this,
Like how you treat the least of me. Yeah.
Exactly, right? And that reinforces the idea that when you look at the other person, you're supposed to be Jesus. Matter of fact, it kind of reinforces the necessity of him coming down to our level and coming down in the form of a servant, right? Lowering himself to the form of a servant, right? Because it's not about authority, it's about love and service based off of that. So I think initially, I will agree with B.S. Lewis. I agreed with B.S. Lewis initially. I was going to say no to mine, right? But then I thought about it again, right? After listening a bit more, and I think that it is compatible with secular humanistic ideas when it comes to humans. A matter of fact, I would argue that it's even a little bit better because it also focuses on how we treat the land and animals around us. I'm somewhat working on a paper to address the issues about how humans are supposed to treat the planet, biblical arguments for that, right? How we're supposed to treat animals and stuff like that, right? So I agree with Mark. I understand what you're saying, B.S. Lewis, but based on the biblical narrative and the consistency showing of what the Christian believes to be the creator of the universe, lowering himself to be a servant to the point where he'll wash the feet of entities that are, as far as he's concerned, dust, and calling them his friends, and saying, listen, I call you friends because a servant doesn't know what the master's dealings, but you know my dealings, you know why I'm here, so I call you friend and brother. Right? So it's all about, lowering himself to set an example as to how we should treat each other.
I suppose, but why would you think that the majority of the
All right,
apostles
pause it
said,
right
with
there.
I such and such servant of Jesus Christ instead of
So, what do you guys think about my response?
I mean,
It's obviously it's like I didn't want to like
it touched on what I said earlier and what we also talked about in that conversation that day. That a lot of Christians they like to claim this authority that God gave them over the land and that God gave them over the animals and God gave them over this. But the word wasn't authority. The word was dominion.
Dominion. Mm-hmm.
And authority is only part of dominion. Dominion carries a great amount of responsibility. You are like the guide, the nurturer, right? So I don't think they do well with half of that. I'm just saying.
Because
part of that word is governorship, or like being a governess, as in a caregiver.
Right. That's why I said you're the guiding force. You're the nurturer. You're the you're responsible. It's more than just authority.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you take for example, in certain parts of the world where vultures, for example, was basically dying off regularly, right, due to humans not really giving a shit or just straight up killing them. What you find is that a rise of certain diseases and viruses, like rabies, for example, started to pop back up, right? And then when scientists look and check, just like, hold on, there's a correlation between the reducing population of vultures and the rise of all of these specific diseases. That's weird. Let's save the vultures, right? We will save the vulture species and release them back into the wild. We'll come back in 2 or 3 years. We'll track them, obviously, right? And see what happens, right? Because what a lot of people don't understand, for example, is that vultures are essentially like the recycling bin, right, for the animal kingdom, right? Their digestive system literally destroys viruses. They do, like, nothing passes on through them, right? Once it's digested, right? And that's one of the reasons why vultures, for example, are so important to our environment. Just to kind of use that as an example, because you screw the vultures, we start to screw ourselves. Because now we run into a situation where certain viruses that normally would not affect us, right, is now affecting us.
Everything is that way, though.
Yeah.
Everything. You have less ants, you have less horny toads, you have less horny toads, you have less of the creatures that hunt them, right? It's like the wolves in Yellowstone. They couldn't balance the ecosystem until they put them back in there, right? Like, one of my favorite quotes, I have a book of quotes, and I have a bunch of random quotes. And I always say one of my favorites, but let's be real, I have an entire book of them, okay?
I have 10,000 favorites, and
yeah, it's like that. So anyway, it was by Chief Seattle, and he said, "We have not woven the web of life. We are but a thread among it. Whatever we do to the web, we do to ourselves."
Preach the gospel.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a good quote. I like that quote. It's true.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's true.
Everything is like connected and balanced, and
yeah, and we're not as in charge as we'd like to think we are.
No, and when we go fuck things up, we're really fucking things up for ourselves. And don't get me wrong, our ingenuity is incredible. And I happen to like a lot of modern conveniences like indoor plumbing and portable music. But I think, on the other hand, we get so accustomed to convenience and easiness that we not only poison ourselves, we remove ourselves from nature in a way that causes problems. I mean, we know that there's data saying that the more, like, you're out in nature, like, the happier you tend to be, the healthier you tend to feel. For some reason, particularly for women, I'm not quite sure why. Anyway, it is very
You guys have more so like circadian rhythms than males do.
I guess. Just, I don't know. There's just this nature thing that we're supposed to be. I don't know. We are all connected somehow, right? And there's something about removing yourself from that just causes problems. But on top of that, we get so accustomed to easy that, like I said, we poison ourselves, right? I mean, look. Did it suck that an apple went bad if you didn't eat it in 2 days? Sure. Is it great that an apple can sit on your counter for 2 weeks without going bad? Absolutely. But here's the problem. The problem is preservatives are preservatives for a reason. And the reason they are preservatives is because bacteria has trouble breaking them down, which means when you eat that, the bacteria in your system is going to have trouble breaking it down. You're going to get less nutrition from more food, which is another reason why it's important to eat slow and chew very, very well, because then your bacteria doesn't have to work as hard.
Thanks, Mom.
Anyway.
Yeah, she just mommed us, bro.
Yeah, she just totally mommed us. She did.
Anyway, the point is, like, but we do it in every aspect of our lives. And then And then when we find out we're poisoning ourselves, we fight tooth and toenail to keep poisoning ourselves until something more convenient comes along, and we hope that doesn't turn out to poison us
I
in
just
another 10
watched
years.
I just watched a national level meeting of people, very, very trained in this particular field that you've just mentioned, our poisoning of ourselves. And I actually look forward to them uh, making some active changes, some real changes in our governance at a federal level. One of them even said, "Those of you who are in regulation of um, of pharmaceutical companies and are vying for a job with a pharmaceutical company after you're done with your government term, we're coming for you."
You know what? Also, that being said, I don't
Being a
know who
conflict of
decided.
interest.
Yeah, I don't know who decided you needed 3 balanced meals a day. That might have been true if you were like waking up at sunrise and working on the farm all day till sunset. That might have been true, okay? But these are not those times. And to be fair, our ancestors were doing a hell of a lot more than we were with way less access to food than we have. I would venture to guess most of them were in a state of ketosis a majority of the time. Just saying, throwing it out there.
Could be.
All right, we can continue, see where it goes.
Friend of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because they're acting in his service, right? And I would understand like there would be negative connotations to that question, right? If Jesus's intentions is merely just believe in me or have faith in me and just worship me and that's it, right? But that's not the case. He's straight. He gives clear commands, right, about how Christians, right, not even just Christians, everyone, right, should be in service of each other, and how we should treat each other, and what that treatment should be grounded in.
Well, I think there's some problems there, and mostly due with
There's the big switch.
teachings and the sort of way that it sort of promotes good and evil as intrinsic to human beings.
Okay,
Jesus
pause it.
sort of makes some
Pause it.
proclamations, especially around.
So this is the switch, right?
It doesn't make it particular to human beings. What the fuck is he talking about?
So, because here's the thing, right? Now, at first, his argument was, well, I'm more pragmatic about things. I don't really care about the core of where the belief comes from that makes these people align with secular humanism, right? And now his problem, right? Now he finds a problem where he is saying, oh, well, the Bible makes it so that humans are inherently guilty, right? Like everyone is born in sin. And it's like,
it's not just that. He's saying that good and evil is a human problem. And I don't see that inferred anywhere. And in fact, I see the opposite inferred in the Bible, because I don't know how you have demons and archangels and Satan and Jesus. Like, I don't know how you have these opposing forces, like these opposing angelic forces, if good and evil is limited to humans. If that's a human problem, then why does it exist in the realm of the heavens? I don't
exactly.
In fact, you can't say what he just said and be biblically sound, because I'm going to sneeze.
Bless you.
Not because I'm going to sneeze. That's not the reason why. It's not biblically sound. It's not biblically sound because as soon as you say my people perish for a lack of understanding, that my people are ignorant and stiff-necked, you can't simultaneously say that they are sources themselves of good or evil. In fact, the Bible says directly, there is no good in man. Good comes from God. Well, if that is so, then you can assume also the opposite, and say that's an indirect statement.
So my response essentially was, okay, there are two. Well, I don't want to spoil it again, but my
Yeah, don't
point
do
is
that.
that he made a switch there, which I don't understand why you would want to make a switch, right?
Because
if it's a
he cares about
situation,
arguing. He doesn't care about being rational.
Because you're the enemy.
Okay.
You can't be compatible, because why would they? It's the enemy.
we can continue and play it.
And that's why I struggle with some atheist spaces, some atheist areas, especially with that Assembly of God person I was talking about earlier. I cannot stand that guy. He thinks because I'm an atheist, I should only platform atheists unless I'm like ridiculing somebody. And I'm like, look, you mistake. I'm not even an atheist. I'm a non-believer, but he keeps saying atheist a lot, like over and over. Anyway,
That's
the point
okay.
is,
You've forgotten the way anyway.
the point is, like, people think that just because I don't believe, like, I'm an anti-theist or I hate believers or something. I don't. Look, I don't like assholes, okay? And if you're a Christian asshole, I don't like you. And if you're an atheist asshole, I don't fucking like you, okay? I don't like you.
Well,
And
Assembly of God has a Christian persecution complex that runs fairly deep, and believes that, by way of objection, they are confirmed.
he said that I shouldn't platform you because you're misogynist and something else and you're not a good person. And I was like, you need to fuck off. That's what got me to ruin my book club
I'm pretty
stream.
sure I'm not those things. I mean,
No,
the
you're
good
not.
person part, that's kind of
When-
rough. How does one
Nah,
someone to do that?
Well, he was just saying all kinds of shit. But that's what got me when I said he came in to be a troll and I was having a feisty day and I had some life happening and some reasons to let out some pent up energy. I did, and I ruined my own book club stream. So now I got to redo that. But I was letting him have it. I was not happy. Anyway, point is, like, Christians aren't my enemy. Christian nationalists are an enemy of mine. I'm not fond of them. I don't like them. They can go jump off a cliff. Don't give a fuck. But like, Christians in general are not my enemy. Some of my favorite people in the entire world were Christians. Some of the people I have most respected in my life were Christians. Some of them were not. Some of them were atheists. But like, I don't understand this. Like, your belief makes you my enemy. No, it doesn't.
Well,
Now,
that's that kind of prejudice and tribalism that you see within very traditional churches. That is, as Odin is pointing out, very anti-biblical.
yeah, I don't it. But what bothers me is that I've heard this person talk about what a dishonest interlocutor somebody else was. And I'm listening to this and I'm like, okay, do you own a mirror?
Well, that's a silly question. Of course, they don't know what a mirror is in the application way that you're using it.
I'm just saying there was a lot of reaching there. I don't like assholes and I don't like bad ideas, but just because we don't believe the same
Oh yeah,
thing
what's your
all the
standard for
time-
knowing something's a bad idea?
Well, I think when it causes harm to a lot of people, it's probably bad.
I could
Probably
go on,
bad
but I
idea.
was just kidding anyway.
But like, why are we limiting it to a Christian thing? Why is this like, I get wanting to attack mainstream Christianity. I get wanting to attack Christian nationalism because these are things that can absolutely affect us and should not, right? But I don't understand this, like, it's us versus them, they're all the enemy. No, some of the assholes are on your side and you should probably just look around. And some of
Well,
the
you
not
know,
assholes are over there, and you keep like stomping on them for no fucking reason.
here's part of the problem that I have with the entire premise. If someone calls themselves a Christian, I'm in no place to argue that they aren't. Okay. Until I've just known everything about their philosophy, and how the hell would I ever get there? So I have to say that they're Christians. The only problem is, and I think this is pretty easy to justify. Despite the fact that I can't have an objective reading frame of the text of the Bible, I would agree with the Dalai Lama and say, I like your Christ, I don't know about your Christians, because they don't act Christ-like. So, I mean, definitionally, to act Christ-like is to be Christian, to have an understanding of Christ that leads you in such a way that you are doing what is represented in the New Testament.
That reminded me of a shirt I
Yeah,
got in
but
trouble for. I got in trouble for a shirt that said, "Dear God, save me from your good people," when I was in high school.
Yeah, that's fairly profound, actually.
I got in trouble because that's what my shirt said. It just said, "Dear God, save me from your good people," in quotes.
Right. Odin, I'm going to say something, but I thought I was giving you space because you sounded like you tried to say something twice.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
Okay, so a person has a choice in reading the Bible. A, Jesus argues with the Old Testament, and their church tradition is correct on the intent of God in the Old Testament. Or B, and I don't see a third option, they're misreading the Bible and Jesus isn't misreading the Bible. I mean, I think that's pretty much it. It's one of those two things. People can do whatever they want in apologetics and spend a lot of time vilifying nations around the Jews of the Old Testament and why they should be killed off and why that's right. But the fact of the matter is, no matter what people were doing, there were logical things that were obvious and available that could have been done that would have rescued the people from whatever problem is being presented. So why not have done that in the spirit of Christ, where you treat everyone as a brother or a sister and just give them accurate information to reality in love? Why would that not work? So the Christian, in their prejudice and hatred of other people groups in their tribalism, have chosen to read the Old Testament as the Jews do, that everyone else pretty much should be damned to hell.
So I think you guys are probably going to be very fond of my response.
Whether you look at somebody with something in your heart, sort of, if you look at somebody with lust in your heart, just as one example, we know that sort of shaming people for their sexual desires is not good for the well-being of humans. That will generally lead to negative outcomes. Sort of working with people with their desires and
We already went over this. If that's your complaint, let me take you to the Episcopalian Church, where they elected their first openly gay bishop like more than a decade ago. They're well beyond that now. Very, very tolerant. If that's your complaint, let me introduce you to some
This
churches.
is the Christian conglomerate I was talking about. He's developed in his mind that doesn't apply anywhere.
Oh, okay. Well, that the problem was, the question isn't can we make all Christians compatible with secular humanism? The question is there a version of Christianity that is compatible with secular humanism?
Good observation. That those are not the same thing.
And acknowledging them, but reinforcing that you don't have to act on them is way better than shame in that case. So there's some problems that I have with.
To be fair, for that matter, we can't make all atheists human secularists. Just putting it out there.
True.
The teachings of Jesus and the way that it approaches behavior that we don't want to reinforce. Because suppressing feelings, emotions, thoughts, and things like that, all that you find in psychology is a tendency for them to come up again. So if we're looking at the best for humans,
pause it real quick.
Like I'm not saying
Or
that
at regular
everybody who follows Jesus believes that particular one
Pixie?
or any particular one, but if you're sort of just going by the teachings, sometimes it's not the best as far as what's good or bad for humans.
Well, so that's actually a really interesting point, right? So specifically, he was dealing with the issue of adultery, right? And like you said, so much as look at a woman lustfully, you're already sinning. So
I think she's
basically,
back.
You already messed up, right? To me, that is a acknowledgement, right, that one, you're flawed. So I mean, you're going to sin regardless. Doesn't mean you should act on it all the time, right? But this is a part of your nature, right?
Can you pause
He's not
it?
saying you should outright deny your nature.
Okay, what was the thing you were going to say there, Odin?
So right there, what Mark did, right? Mark took an instruction from Christ and says, yeah, well, the instruction right there is essentially equivalent to, shaming people, right? Making them feel bad for doing something that, as far as, we're concerned, is natural, right? And, basically my response is, now that's a justification for his switch again, right? Because the way how I look at it is, okay, again, you made an argument earlier and says, okay, I'm taking a pragmatic approach to this. I don't really care what backs up someone's ideals that would work in line with human secularism, right? As long as it works together, right, and it pushes forward this ideal, right? So now he's like, I made the argument and say, okay, well, my flavor of Christianity, let's just call it that, right? I don't think it's my flavor. I think it's directly what the Bible says, but let's just call it that for now. Right? My flavor of Christianity is actually focused on human behavior and improving human behavior, right? And it does that by showing human behavior, whether a deity is amongst them or not, whether he's far away, whether they are punished. It shows you, and it gives it to you in many different ways and in many different circumstances.
Several different case studies, yeah.
Right? And so now you have an entity that comes and says, okay, with all of the case studies that you have and all of these laws that are there to not save you, but to show you, right, how your behavior affects each other, right? I am going to fulfill it, right? I'm going to do the impossible, right? And I'm going to give you something new, right? That is more inclusive, I'm going to give you the real shit, basically, right? That it's not just for you, you particular group of people, it's for everyone.
Right.
Right. And essentially what Mark is saying is, well, the problem with that is that it assumes, it assumes a position that is shaming people. Now,
I don't think that's what it's saying at all, but okay.
Obviously, that's not what it's saying. But that was the argument he's making. So
Yes.
we can go ahead and play and see my response to it.
He didn't say that, right? But for you to be cognizant of that, right, and how it could affect you and others, right? I one of the things that I try to do, that I listen to the Sermon on the Mount, because there's a lot of stuff in there, a lot of wisdom in there in terms of how we should treat each other. But what's interesting is that in Hebrews, it's pointed out that the law it wasn't made to save people. If anything, all it did was just kind of magnify people's sin and just made them guilty, right? And made them act out of guilt, right? And you know what happens with humans whenever you constantly make them feel guilty all the time for literally everything they do, right? They tend to get rebellious, right? They don't care, right? But then he clarifies the purpose of it, right? And it's not meant to do that, right? It's not meant to give you the type of salvation that you've been told that it's supposed to do, right? And so you are right in the sense that if it's solely based on just following a bunch of rules and just simply accusing people, right? You know, I would agree with you, but that's not the purpose of the new law and the new covenant, right? This is why you were judged based on your heart, right? Because you can do something, right? You can, if you're starving and you know you see some fruit and you go steal that fruit. Did you do something bad? Did you take what is not yours, right, from someone else's property? Absolutely, right? Is Jesus going to judge you and say, well, I don't really care about your circumstances. You just did a bad thing, right? Like he's going to take that into consideration because in your heart, right? Yes, you know it's wrong to steal, but yet at the same time, you don't want to die, right? So he takes the fact that he takes in the example that I give, right? He takes your self-preservation into consideration, kind of like the scene where he picked from the barley and eats from the barley on the Sabbath, right? And he clarifies what the purpose of the Sabbath is.
Well, Jesus also
Well,
says he's going to judge based on the measure that you judge yourself, like that you judge others.
Absolutely, yes.
And so,
no, you judge others, not
yeah,
yourself.
that's what I meant. So if you're a professional judge and your job is to follow the letter of the law and judge people in this earthly realm, you can expect no mercy from Jesus, correct?
No, that's not what he means. So
Can you pause the video,
I'm sure you
please?
heard about the part of the Sermon on the Mount where he said,
Actually, what BS brings up here is one verification that it's really not talking to any kind of generalistic audience. Like, what about all Christian judges? Does that mean that they had to live a perfect life in order to be acceptable to heaven and ascend? No, it doesn't. In fact, that would be quite ridiculous to demand that of a general audience. And one more reason I would insist there's an intended reader. Sorry for the interruption. Thank you.
I would just think that it means if you expect perfection from somebody else, if you're pointing out the flaws in other people rather than helping lift them up, then and showing some compassion or mercy, then that's the same thing you're gonna get, right? Like seems to be like a reap what you sow sort of a passage. I don't know. Anyway.
Well, if that's what it is, that's pretty much karmic.
Well, no, not really. Well, in the modern New Age understanding of karmic,
Yeah.
sure. But if you're really talking about like old karmic beliefs, karma
No.
didn't have anything to do with what you did in this life. The karma you received in this life had to do with the previous life. So,
Mm-hmm.
and then what you did in this life would determine karma in another life. But it wasn't this like what goes around comes around New Age thing.
Yes.
So you pay your karmic debt.
Yeah, over the lifetime, yeah.
As you're pointing out the sawdust in the other person's eye when you got a plank in yours, right?
Yes,
So
but since everybody's pregnant or everybody's a sinner, this person
no,
already
that's not
is
that's
a
not the
guilt.
point of that.
No,
That's
but
not
I
the
know
point.
the judge in my example is a guilty
Mhm.
person because they jaywalked once, so they looked at somebody with lust, and because they've strove their whole life to professionally to be a just judge, we can expect Jesus to be justly judging them for looking at somebody or jaywalking.
No, it has nothing to do with that type of judgment. It more so has to do with judgment in relation to like let's say you see a guy every day, right? Your neighbor, and he always looks raggedy or whatever, and he always looks dirty, right? You don't know what he's going through. You don't know what's or whatever, right? One day you might you realize he's always looking angry, and so now you make the assumption that he's an angry person. And let's say one day you're walking past each other, right? And let's say somehow you guys bump into each other. He looks at you still with his angry face, right? Now, you making the assumption that he did that maliciously, right, is you judging him. Is in you're making an assumption about him and his life and what's going on in his heart. That's basically what Christ is referring to. And so the same measure that you're judging that man about in that particular situation, right? Not understanding that you yourself, right? If you're not holding that same standard towards yourself, then you are going to be judged by that standard.
I just
Pause
feel
it.
like
I think I
yeah, go
got to
ahead, Mark.
clarify. I think I got to clarify because
Pause
it
it.
was more what I was talking about was more the idea of sin.
A good example of this is actually the story of Job, where his friends, in quotes, they were all saying, "Well, you had to do this because all of this happened. It only happens because you did this, or you had to have done this." Like they're making all of these assumptions about Job, about whatever he's done. They're accusing him of things that he's never done. Like they don't know anything about the circumstance, and they are making assumptions about Job and about God, right? And if you look at the end of the story, God actually approaches Job's friends and pretty much cusses them out, right, for judging Job and not knowing anything about him and about what he's going through and why he's going through them. I just wanted to add that point of clarification.
Yeah, it's something like that.
even the idea of sin seems to be linked to shame. And I sort of get why the idea is that everybody is sinful and everybody is intrinsically this bad person kind of thing. The problem comes that if you want to get better outcomes for people, shaming them is not the way to go about it. For instance, if you have somebody who commits a heinous crime, they attack someone or rob someone or murder somebody, convincing them intrinsically that they're a bad person is not the way to rehabilitate them. The way to rehabilitate them is to get them to realize that they've made a mistake and that they aren't intrinsically a bad person, that there is, you're not defined by the actions that you do. So this is to do with internalization of blame or internalization of guilt. So when we say, hey, I've done something bad, that's guilt, right? That's just, I'm guilty for what I have done. When it starts to internalize, you go, well, I'm a bad person because I did this, or because I thought this, or because I am this. And that kind of shame is never healthy. It's never helpful for humans to change their future behavior. Because once you internalize that guilt, once you say, I am a bad person, then you will continue to do it because there's no sort of way out of it. Now, my problem with Christianity and sort of the thought crime and the sin kind of thing is that it promotes wholeheartedly that you are a bad person, you are worthless, you are as rags, with no way out of it except to ask forgiveness for God. The problem there is that you're not actually going, well, I'm not defined as a person by what I did in the past, and I get to choose who I will be going into the future. That is already set in Christianity. And like, don't get me wrong, Batman, I know not all Christians believe that, but that is something I get a lot. And so someone that's sort of saying, well, I want to do the best for humanity because God says I should, yet all humans are worthless as rags kind of thing. It's this idea that...
It doesn't say something close to that.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done. My bad.
It's this idea that, well, I'm going to do it because God says so, but there is no hope for humanity. So what you would expect is for them to treat humans as worthless from time to time because that's what they've internalized, even though they're telling themselves, well, God tells me to do
I really don't know where he's deriving this from. It's certainly not the Bible.
The fuck? So now they said, is any version of, okay, see,
it doesn't say people are as filthy rags. It says people's wisdom is as filthy rags. He's misquoting it. He's misapplying it.
It's it's not even about that to me at this point. I mean, yeah, he's been a dishonest interlocutor. Surprise, surprise.
I don't think he's dishonest. Actually, I think he believes what he's saying.
Well, that's not why I think he's dishonest.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I can't with people like this. I get it. Like, I'm a non-believer. I'm supposed to be on the atheist side or whatever. But no. The question was, I'm going to restate it again. The question was, is there any version of Christianity that is compatible with human secularism?
I mean, mine for one, and Batman is right there, if not crossed the line into it.
Exactly. Exactly. And he goes up there, and the whole time James has been like, we agree. Then these two come up here and they bring in government. Fair question. I also hate Christian nationalists. Let's go there, right? And Odin says, no, I think that any attempt on behalf of Christianity to get involved in the government is antithetical to Jesus's teachings. I don't think they should have anything to do with the government. That's what he says there. Good. He's for separation of church and state. All right. So he doesn't think the church should be telling people how to live their lives and what to do. We've established that. So we're back on the same path, all the way down. And because they cannot say that Batman is not compatible with Christian secularism. Mark has made this all about, well, all Christians. We can't make all Christians human secularists, and that's my problem. We can't make all Christians. Okay, but
Right,
again,
which was
once
never the
again,
proposition.
exactly. And once again, you can't make all atheists human secularists. I know
course
quite
not.
a few that are assholes. I know quite a few that are nihilistic. You can't even make all atheists human secularists. So why on earth, when there's somebody on the other side of the aisle who agrees with you, are you bending over backwards to make them the enemy? Why?
Because he needs them to be the enemy, obviously.
I don't.
Yeah,
The better question
I
might be, why does he need them to be the enemy?
But see, that's what I think is
I would
dishonest
answer
about
that.
it. He didn't come up here and say, that, okay, I'm going to hear you out, or I'll give it an honest shake. Okay, but you're compatible, but I just don't see how that helps us with all these other Christians. No, he has focused all of this and just been like, I don't know. It's just been really weird.
All right, so hit the play and let's see what he says.
And we see that again and again. The problem with Christianity is all you have to do when you do that is just ask for forgiveness.
So that is that's a really good point. This is actually something that we briefly touched on earlier, the guilt aspect of things, and essentially how Christians should be. I'm not even going to say ought to be, right? Especially if you believe in anything that Christ says. So there's two concepts of sin that exist, right? You have sin, the curse, right? That puts humans within a fallen state that leads them to the proclivities to do bad things and be selfish towards each other. Right? And then you have the God images part, right? Where that makes us care about each other and want to do right by each other. So you have these two competing concepts that exist, right? So you have the curse and the blessing, so to speak, right? And then you have sin, the result of a action, right? An action, when I say action, I mean when you do something, right? That negatively impacts another person or yourself, right? And the action of thinking, right? So the piece of scripture that you brought up.
I did not ream you. I giggled because you said something backwards earlier. I almost got frustrated. I was talking to BS in the chat. I almost got frustrated at one point, but then I was like, okay, you know what? That's a fair question. What frustrates me is not you. Let's be fair. I have a bias. I already have been sketched out by this person for a while. He is the odd one out on the panel. This is the person on the panel I don't care for. I've been sketched out with him for a long while. And he's the one that I just don't think is even trying to approach this in a fair manner at all. You have actually been pretty quiet, Lewis. I don't know why you think I'm going to shred you up here. No, it's this one. This one is the one I'm frustrated with. I think he's just being fucking weird. Okay, we shall continue.
What it does is that it's reinforcing the idea that one, you are you have fallen short, basically, right? And because you've fallen short, you have proclivities to go towards one direction, right? The sin direction, right? But acknowledging that you fall short, right? You are now aware of that, right? And because everyone is falling short, they're guilty, right? But you can get forgiveness not just from Christ, right? But also from the person, right?
All right, pause it right there.
Christ says, forgive your.
I could have said that way better and more succinct. So the idea is this, right? Everyone's made in God's image. God's image represents the divine, the divinity, right, which is supposed to be the good, right? The sinful state is a cursed state that pushes us in this environment, in our current bodies, right, to basically do bad things towards other humans and even animals, right, and plants, right, and to ourselves, right. What Jesus is saying is that even because you thinking that just because you thought about something and you didn't do something, right, then you didn't do anything wrong, right? And so the idea is that um, if you harbor, for example, in the same Sermon on the Mount, right, he points out, like, if you have any issues with someone internally, right, a problem, right, when you're going to the altar to give your offering, go and speak to the person, address the issue, right? Even if you don't, if you dislike someone, right, it's almost equivalent to you killing them because you dislike them to the point where you'll probably want them to die, or you'll be okay with them to die, right? What he's saying is that your thoughts are evil, right? And so evil thoughts is as bad as the evil doings that you'll do because of that fallen state. And so the idea is that what Christ is acknowledging, one, that, okay, we have these states, right? And because of the state you are in, right, you are going to struggle with God. How you struggle with God is through struggling with your struggle with humans, right? And so I'm going to show you how to struggle with God, right? And while I'm doing that, I'm going to give you examples as to what can the things that you do that causes you to struggle with God and humans, right? And so if you are cognizant of those things, of your behavior, your thought process, right, you can address them. You can do something about it. So if you're a dude who's constantly lusting after chicks to the point where, that's all that's on your mind, that's a problem, right? You probably need to get that checked out, right? Because eventually, for a lot of people, if they keep thinking about it, they're going to act on it,
Well,
right? Obviously, not
acting when
everyone.
it is affecting some part of their life, right? So
Yeah, right. So
I get it.
Yeah, so the point is that these negative thoughts, right, they exist, and they are just as bad as doing it, because even though it might not be affecting anyone else, it's affecting you. It's the idea, it's kind of like with the idea of sinning against yourself.
Now I get what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. I have a lot of problems with the Bible. The Ten Commandments being one. I think, well, not in Richard's version. Richard addresses that, but I just think it's really weird that 4 out of 10 commandments is that's a lot, man. Anyway, but before I go further, I just want people to know that are just tuning in. My title is a coincidence. I had no idea that this stream was popping up, and I have never seen it before. Just it does tie into what I was ranting about earlier, though. I did say that neither atheism nor religion is a cure or a fix or an answer. It's just not. It's not any of those things. Neither side can offer those things. And I know people who are great in all kinds of faiths and people who are great who have no faiths, and I know assholes who have no faith, and I know assholes of all faith, right? So I think it's a people thing. I think you're either a person who's willing to work on yourself or you're a person who's not. And if you are a person who's willing to work on yourself and our goals align and things like that, I don't care if we also believe the same thing. I just don't.
Yeah, but if someone doesn't share your core beliefs in these, and you learn that this guy is constantly thinking about someone who he hates, right, to the point where he's like mumbling to himself, right, and like having, like really evil thoughts, right, like just because we don't share the same beliefs, right? Like that doesn't mean I can't go to him and be like, dude, you probably should not be thinking about this, because having these types of thoughts is no different than essentially executing it. Because at this point, you're probably leading up to wanting to make those thoughts a reality. So it's better to be cognizant of those thoughts and address those thoughts.
No,
And
I agree.
like
I agree
so
with that. I just don't think anyone. I think it's a personal thing, right? I think, like I said, I think either you are an individual who is willing to work on yourself or you're an individual who's not. And I don't care if you're doing it as a Christian, as a Hindu, as a Muslim, right? Like either everybody takes all kinds of paths, and some people use that path to inspire themselves to become a better person, and some people use the same path to inspire hatred within themselves. And
yep.
I don't think any path is a cure. I don't think any path is the answer. I really think it's just a people problem. I really do. And I think any system of belief can become corrupted. Even secular humanism. People are not going to like that. When I say no religion is innocent, I should say no philosophy is innocent, and it's true. And the reason it's true is because people are not innocent, and there will always, always be people willing to twist it and manipulate it. It doesn't matter if it's the Bible, it doesn't matter if it's secular humanism, it doesn't matter if it's Marxism or another utopia, it doesn't matter, right? Because people are people. And so I don't like bad ideas, but as I previously said, if you want to get to know a believer, ask them about their God, because they'll tell you who they are as a person. And so I don't think that Christianity is bad. Now, that being said, I'm not fond of mainstream Christianity. I think it's a sham, but also fuck Christian nationalists. My tolerance for differences only goes so far. I am not about propping up people who wanna fucking theocracy, right? Like fuck those assholes. But I don't think I need to share all the beliefs with somebody else. I just don't.
All right, hit that button.
Enemies and those who persecute you, right? Because if you forgive them, God your Father will forgive you too, right? It kind of it kind of connects somewhat to the whole judgment thing, right? And so the Jesus then gives the example as to how you should be as someone who struggles with God, because like I said previously in the chat, like being a part of Israel, right? It's not just someone that struggles with God; it's someone that struggles with man and God, right? And so the struggle with man and God exists, right? Mainly because, again, it goes back to us being reflections of God, and if you treat man a particular way, you're treating God a particular way.
I
And
don't.
so if you judge people a particular way, especially on standards that you don't hold yourself to, God is going to judge you that particular way, right? Because you're judging a reflection of him or him, essentially. So that's how that ties together.
I'm still wrestling with why we need to wrestle with God and man. Like wrestling with man is hard enough. Like the insaneness of the last couple months of politics is demonstration of that. Like, why do we need to make another layer to make life harder for people? Like, I don't understand that.
People who don't know my politics by now probably should. I've been pretty vocal lately. I think both sides want to take your rights away. I think one side pretends to do it for equality and the other side pretends to do it for security. Patriot Act, anyone? I think both sides of the party run on PAC funds, which make both parties bought and paid for before they ever get into office. I think if we were serious about wanting change, if we were serious about this, we'd all be voting some various form of fucking yellow. But here we are, lining up behind the corporate oligarchy and beating each other up while we do it. Yay, us.
If I understand him correctly, he means that our struggle with man is a struggle with God.
I only if interpreted
James gets it.
If I can interpret man as anything I want to, though, like I don't need to interpret it as God. I can interpret man as myself, and then see my conversations with you guys as a reflection of how I view myself or treat myself. Like there's a lot of different ways to metaphorize and allegorize. Like it just seems unnecessary. I'm still stuck on why we need the first commandment.
So pause it right there. So that right there, V.S. Lewis, is Gish galloping, right? I gave a whole soliloquy, right, explaining how this aspect of the theology connects and the justification as to why humans are supposed to treat other humans, especially humans who are who believe or are aware of a particular divine being, right? And so the divine being is saying, okay, in order to be in a relationship with me, you don't have to do you don't need to treat me directly well, right? You don't have to be in service of me, right? Directly, right? You have to be in service of humans because they're a reflection of me. And by being in service of them, right, you are in service of me.
Right. And I understand that, but to be fair, I don't think he's reaching as hard. He's been pretty quiet. I don't know what he's been up to so far. I don't know what he's been listening to so far. I'm going to see where he goes with it. I do think it's unfair that this has turned into, are you compatible with secular humanism as a Christian with your Christian beliefs, to how do we make all Christians secular humanists? Because I don't think we've even figured out how to do that with atheists. But I don't know. I don't know. It is kind of, but to be fair, maybe he just doesn't quite understand yet. Mark bothers me because he seems to be hearing what you're saying and like twisting it anyway. Does that make sense?
So that's what I was saying like earlier, right? Like to me, right? You can't sit there and tell me you don't really care necessarily about how one comes about their ideals that would have the same results as yours, right? In relation to human civilization, right?
Exactly.
And then now you turn around and you essentially criticize my same ideals, right? To the point where you're like, as far as I'm concerned, right? You're pointing out aspects of it that you now think makes it incompatible.
I did
It's
say
like,
that. I did say that earlier, right? I do
yeah,
think that was not a solid point. I think if Richard, knowing that I don't really care for Mark Reed or whatever, he goes to Mark Reed with a problem, and I go to somebody that Richard doesn't like with the same problem, and me and Richard come back and we're like, "Hey, I figured this out," and we have the same solution. I can't then turn around and be like, "Oh, you got that from Mark Reed, so it's not compatible with my same solution anymore." Right? Like that doesn't make sense. But we will continue.
Well, I don't have a problem with getting your morals from a god, if like that moral is compatible with mine.
Except for it's
So the
fake.
idea,
They don't really get them from God. That's the problem. It's self-deception. That's where I have the
well,
problem with it.
well, I can't determine where somebody gets their morals from because I really get secular humanism because I'm human, because of just a point of view. I think that it's completely subjective to the fact that I'm human, that I get, sort of a wish to promote and let humans flourish because it's good for me and it's good for the people around me. It's good for my family. It's good for my fellow humans. But there's nothing, I don't think, objective. If they want to come to the same conclusion that humans are important,
I have a quick question.
Mhm.
Why is a human-centric worldview more moral than one that focuses on theology? Why is it more moral?
okay, that question did pop up in my head, but I couldn't ask that question because I really had to leave, so I didn't want to like extend the conversation on
No,
the other side of things. But it's
see,
a legitimate question.
no, it is. I get that it's more advantageous to humans. I get that. I get that we find it more agreeable because it centers on us. But in what way is that more moral? Right? I mean, in particular, you could almost make an argument, and here I am helping you out playing devil's advocate as a non-believer. But you could almost make the argument in this scenario that if you were a Christian whose views were compatible with human secularism, could actually put yourself on a slightly higher rung in that ladder. Here's how you do it. You ready? This is me from my debate team years. Here we go. It's easy, actually. The word dominion comes back. If you use the word dominion instead of authority, and you have a human secularist point of view in your theology, then you are not only claiming responsibility for the well being of humans, but for the well being of the earth and the animals, which is something that even a human secularist perspective does not account for. Sorry, guys.
it doesn't matter to me where they get it from. I don't care. They could say
Stick a
that
pin in that part.
a spirit came and told them that it's important. It doesn't matter. It's compatible with mine. The problem comes that quite often they want to do things that are incompatible with humanism. They're basically saying that God determines what is good and bad for humans. And that's the problem, sort of what you've talked about with sin and things like that. It's sort of, well, God is, has said that humans are worthless. And I guess what hasn't been addressed is how bad that is for humans to believe it. The amount of Christians I've run into who are perfectly good, upstanding, fine people who, make mistakes, as we all do, but think they are absolutely worthless. And so they fall back on some behaviors that are detrimental to their lives, and then sort of go, well, I'll ask forgiveness afterwards because, I'm expected to do this because I'm a worthless human, not.
Again, he wants you to make all Christians compatible, not is there a version of Christianity compatible. Yes, some Christians think that repent means you say sorry and go about your day, and then you say sorry again, and hopefully you say sorry at the right time before you die, right? But there's a lot of Christian doctrine out there that says that that's not enough. That to repent means to turn away from, to say sorry, and to actively strive to never, ever, ever do it again. And so I think that's a very I gotta play both sides, right? I said Christians don't take the word dominion strong enough. They don't. They like the authority, but they don't like the responsibility, right? And in
Yep.
this instance, I think it's the same way with Christians. I think he treats the word repent unfairly, but that's just my opinion.
Not fit to be in the service of God kind of thing.
Mark,
Yeah,
I'm
that's-
going to push back on this, Mark.
Okay.
Do you care if a young Earth creationist, or no, a
Here we
flat
go, Big
earther,
C.
because you guys both agree that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, you don't care how they come to that conclusion? You're fine with them just being a flat earther, like, even though as long as you guys come to the same conclusion, it's fine.
Yes. There's an unpopular opinion. Yes. Do I think flat Earth is absolutely ludicrous? Yes. I do. Am I okay with it if they're not steering everybody off course? Yeah, I'm cool with it. Absolutely fine with it. It's none of my business. It does not affect me or my life. It doesn't affect my free will or the way I live my life. It doesn't affect my choices. It doesn't affect how I raise my kid. It doesn't affect whether or not I can feed my kid. Can I afford to send my kid to school? Is my kid going to be able to find a job and housing when she gets out? None of this is determined by whether or not that guy thinks the world is flat. I really don't give a fuck. Are you hurting people? Or are you helping people? Are you lifting people up? Or are you shoving people down? We don't have to agree on everything. We don't. We just have to try to agree to be decent fucking people, guys. They're only the enemy if you make them the enemy. I mean, we have real enemies. We have real enemies out there. We have a whole corporate fucking oligarchy. We have this huge crisis in our economy, and where the money in our economy is that nobody wants to talk about. But we're out here actively making enemies out of people who agree with us. Why? Why are we doing this? Because there's something we don't agree on? I don't agree with anybody on everything. Nobody. Not my daughter, not my mom, not my siblings, not my dad, not the guy, not my grandfather who I worshipped growing up. Nobody. I don't know anybody ever. I have never met a single person I agree with everything on. So what? Is it affecting you? Does it hurt people? I don't get it.
I still hold that if you don't agree with me on some point, we haven't talked long enough.
No, but
that's
really
what you're saying
not,
with morality.
Well, let me talk, BS. Come on now, Muddy.
Sorry.
Now, it doesn't matter as far as what we ought to do in society, whether we ought to have a flourishing society or not. So whether so in that case, I would sort of say, well, the fact that they don't have a good grasp on reality yet concerns me. But if they're willing to put humans first and everything, I don't really care where that belief comes from.
I disagree. I mean, I partially agree and I partially disagree. It does affect, I'm gonna highlight this right here. It affects their lives. It shows a lack of critical thinking that manifests in many parts of their lives. I think that's true. But I also think that history has shown us a great many things, like the complexity of people. Nobody is as simple as we pretend they are. Nobody. And some of the most ingenious minds in history have been mad in one aspect or another. Whether it's they cut off their ear, or they couldn't handle society so much that they hermited and other people stole the credit for their ideas, right? With slight changes, of course. There are people who never understood other people and who were never understood by other people. And these people were absolutely brilliant. There are also absolutely brilliant people who believe ridiculous things. They believe ridiculous conspiracy theories. They believe they get abducted by aliens every night, something. Does it devalue everything they have contributed? Are they less of a person? Should they never have been in your society? Would you be okay on missing out with everything they provided? Are they an enemy because they're a little unstable in one aspect of their life or another? Is one aspect or two aspects enough to define everything that a person is and can be to you, to your society, to your group? If they are not actively harming people, if your end goals are the same and your methods are not vastly different, what is the problem? What is it? Is it that the other must go? Because that seems just as tribalistic as Christianity, and if they're bad for it, why aren't we?
Then why do you care about it in the case of the flat Earth people then?
Well, because that
morality is just as shared as the regular world. Like, it's just a different aspect of it.
Well, P.S., let me answer that question. It's because if you don't have a good grasp on reality, if you can be demonstrated to be absolutely false, then the conclusions that you're drawing about our world, if they're wrong, you're not going to have an accurate representation of the world in order to make decisions about it.
I agree, in that you're looking for some objective proof that their model's right?
Well, I think it's more I'm looking for some objective proof that my model's right.
Or wrong, yes. But two differing models. Like, am I right or are you right?
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
Why not approach the moral issue the same way? Like, I will believe in the objective morality issue once somebody presents their objective God.
I don't think morals are objective. That's the thing. I don't think that exists.
The Christian does.
Right. That's correct. But really, you're talking about meta ethics.
Quick pause.
Meta ethics is, so morality is what we ought to do, the base level.
I had to be rude one way or another. Thank you guys so much for the experience and the conversation, and peace and respect to you all.
Later,
All right, Richard, take care.
Respect to you. I'm extra cynical today. You guys can feel free to ignore commentary.
So this is the conundrum, right? This is a matter. So we're talking about something that does not exist. We're talking about behaviors, right? Behaviors that are supposed to make society flourish, right? Make it better, right? And you have all these different complex humans with all these different ideas.
No, I don't think that's a fair assessment of human secularism. I mean, there is
No. I'm not describing it. I'm just laying out. I'm just laying out the plot, right? So it's a situation where you have a diverse diverse group of humans, right? They all want the same thing, but they all have like different core beliefs. Now, despite having different core beliefs, they are working together to achieve the same goal. So the question is,
in order to achieve the same goal, do you have to have the same core beliefs?
No, okay. You have to have the same core goal. That is it.
Exactly.
That is it. And some basic philosophy bounds, right? But you don't have to share the same beliefs. As a matter of fact, part of the reason I'm going to talk about my personal life for just a sec. Part of the reason I love my job, I'm not going to say where I work or anything like that. Part of the reason I love my job is that I get to work on a daily basis with people around the whole globe. On a daily basis, I am communicating with people in Mexico, the US, India, Manila, Hong Kong, the UK, like on a daily basis. I've had calls from state district attorneys, right? Like it's and my favorite thing is how every one of these groups, I run a lot of big projects and things like that, and I oversee a lot of different groups. So all of these groups have projects. Sometimes these projects like overlap with each other, and I have to get different departments to collaborate, things like that. And my favorite thing, one of my favorite things, is watching what everybody brings to the table. And I can tell you from experience, at least in my line of work, it is very noticeable what a different culture brings to the table. For example, we'll get into this. All right, I'll start breaking it down. My Hong Kong people, they are all about finding the fastest, easiest way to do things. If you want a shortcut, you go to the Hong Kong people. Help me cut some corners here. And they will send you stuff. Look, I just made you a macro that'll do 2 hours of work for you in 5 minutes. Here you go. Wonderful people, absolutely love them. India. If I am having system issues, my systems are locked, or I'm having a trouble like where I'm behind schedule, or somebody has just thrown something at me, the first people to step up with a smile on their face is India. I always try to have a positive work attitude, and I try to be very positive and very happy. And all of my teammates think I am. But when I tell you that India puts me to shame, I mean it. I mean it. They can ask you a question, you can answer them, and they'll be like, "Oh, thank you so much." And you'll just be like, "No problem." And they will heart everything everywhere. They will bend over backwards to help you. They are some of the sweetest coworkers I have. If the team needs something, they are about that team. They are all in. Manila. Manila is incredibly flexible, and they are like the team cheerleaders. They keep everybody's morale up, which is something I've always tried to do and something I really appreciate in them. And so when they come together as a group, right, you've got the people with their head down, you've got people slightly with their head down, hanging in there, but really cheering them on, bringing in the treats, bringing in the entertainment, all that good stuff. You've got the people who are staying late, catching everything up so these people can keep their head down, right? And it's not because everybody has the same culture or everybody has the same attitude. It's because everybody has the same goal.
Yeah. And that is basically my problem with what B.S. Lewis is aiming towards. But keep playing the video and you'll see something interesting. I'm hoping you know
what
this.
we ought to do. Meta ethics is sort of what you're attempting to satisfy with those morals. So, for instance, a Christian might have a meta ethical goal as, well, I think that we should all provide glory to God, or I think we should all do what the Bible says, or I think we should, and every moral they tell you, like you ought to do this, or you ought to not have sex before marriage, or you ought to do that will be in service to that meta ethical goal. Now, I'm not talking about whether our morals are right or wrong. We can argue about that, and people often do, even atheists do. But the meta-ethical goal is really what I'm is not really what I'm interested in. Sorry, the meta-ethical goal is what I'm interested in. It's whether they're attempting to make life better for humans or whether they're attempting to service a god. Because if they're attempting to service a god, that doesn't align with me.
Okay, pause it right there.
I think, like, yeah, maybe my focus is more on the epistemology than the meta-ethical.
So here's the rub, right? So in my explanation, right? My explanation is in servicing humans, right? You service God, right? In being of service to humans, that's how you basically worship God, right? Let's just simplify it, right? Now, Mark changes his tune, right? His problem now is that, okay, well, it's not useful anymore because my reasoning for servicing humans is because I'm servicing a god, right? Well, now it seems like you're talking on both sides of your mouth, right? Or are you changing your mind? Because the way how I look at it is that if you're going to be a pragmatist, right, in this situation and say, well, I don't really care as long as our goals align, right? But then you turn around and say, well, his reasons for or his framework for having the same goal as me, I don't agree, right? And so therefore now, I don't really, I don't think it's compatible anymore.
Okay, what if I reframed his question? What if I put it this way? What if I said something like, I understand that you, in your Christian belief, right, that it is your perspective that loving people, right, is part of loving God. Therefore, these things are inseparable. You can't
they're not separated.
Love God, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So, that being said, I think maybe we need to define what loving people looks like rather than just taking care of people. And here's why. Because I think in a lot of modern Christianity, particularly in American Christianity, you see a lot of hate preachers like screaming about tough love and if we loved America, we'd kill all the gays and then everything would be right in the world. And like, just crazy shit, right? Like this loving the people means eradicating the evil, right? Like that, and labeling everything you disagree with evil, right? Like that kind of mentality. So if I asked you instead, what does loving people look like? Then do you think that would have gone a different direction?
I think humans are going to be humans, right? And Jesus actually, for example, like he addresses issues like this. Like essentially, he calls them wolves in sheep's clothing, right? Where there are people, and both me and you, obviously, we know this, right? There are people who will use anything, right, to gain power and to abuse others and to take advantage of others. In Christianity, right, just like every other organized dogma, right,
Have the same thing.
it has the same thing, right?
That's what I said. Like I said, I can give you 2 real world examples right now, how what people think the most peaceful philosophy is being misused to oppress people. Buddhism. I can tell you right now how Buddhism is being used to oppress people today in this world. Not Buddhism, not Hindu, none of it has its hands clean. Hindu has the whole caste system with the untouchables, all of that, right? And yeah, there are a lot of Hindus who don't believe in that. They think it's a it's like a mistranslation, it's a bad interpretation. But the fact is, it remains. Buddhism is the same. Even Buddhism, the most peaceful philosophy, has been used to oppress people. Look at Myanmar or Burma, whichever you want to call it. They really believe that they are leading these really oppressed and difficult and poor lives because it is karma they have earned from their last life. And they shouldn't complain and they shouldn't question. They should just work and be good and earn good karma for their next life. Even something as peaceful as Buddhism can be twisted by humans. Atheism is no different. Look at the extreme nihilists. Look at I mean, just anything. People who just don't care, right? Like
Yeah,
no is
but
here, not none of them.
my so now my
I will say though, to be fair, I was very lucky. I was lucky because I had my grandfather. And I say that I've never known a true preacher except my grandfather for a reason. My grandfather did not believe in accepting a salary from the church. He said that preaching the word of God was not a job and that a man should work 6 days a week to earn his bread. And he did. He worked for the city. The only time he ever accepted anything from a church was a parsonage house after a really big move, but only on the condition that he got to pay the church back with interest, which he did. My grandfather was the most patient person I have ever met in my entire life. The least judgmental person I have ever met in my entire life. When I say I grew up in church, I mean it. Every time the doors were open, I was there. Every youth group, every prayer meeting, every Bible study, every Sunday school, every Sunday morning, every Sunday evening, every Wednesday evening, I was surrounded by it my entire life. Did I ever believe? No. Did I want to? Absolutely, because of who my grandfather was. And it took me a long, long time to understand that who my grandfather wasn't because of his beliefs, but that he was a great example of his beliefs because of who he was. I remember I was younger than that. I was probably six or seven, and I'm standing there and I'm watching him in the hall get ready to preach, and he's just tidying up, and this lady runs, and there's outside of the hall is like an entryway with bathrooms, and this lady runs up and she's like, there's a girl smoking in the bathroom right there. And my grandfather's like, that bathroom? And she's like, yeah. She's like, what do you want me to do? You want me to kick her out? You want me to this? You want me to that? She's just reading the riot act. And my grandfather just looked at this woman and he said, I don't want you to do anything. When the sermon starts, she'll hear us, and that's enough. He threw a birthday party for a hooker when he found out she never had a birthday cake before. I was lucky to know my grandfather. Biggest peacekeeper I have ever known. It is an eternal disappointment in my life that I will never be half the person that that man was. And I don't care that he believed, and I do not. All he ever did, was love people and lift them up and forgive and see the best. I don't care that we ever shared a belief. I don't care. That was the best person I ever knew, ever. And I'm lucky for that. A lot of people don't have that. A lot of people only have bad experiences. A lot of people only have locked, empty churches where only the donation box are open. A lot of people have hell, fire, and brimstone, and you're not good enough, ever. And so I do understand that too, that in some way, my ability to not see an enemy is probably credited to the fact that I was lucky enough to have someone like that in my life. So, throwing that out there too.
Yeah. No, and it's funny because like that is asking what is love, like that is love, right? It some people would operate with the idea that, like, for example, as a Christian, when you love people, it's supposed to be this thing that you have in your mind, right? And it's like, no, like it's shown continuously that, like, it's love the verb, right? And you know, for me, right, like my problem with what B.S. Lewis was saying, right, when he kept speaking about the epistemological aspect of things, right? The truth was like, truth of what, right? Like I can't, for the same reason, I can't explore the entirety of reality to demonstrate the fact that, no God or God exists, right? It's the same reason I can't get a God and put him in a jar and show you, right? All I can do is just go off of my experience, right? Just like everyone else is going off, right? And if you have all of these people having these experiences, one way or the other, and they're coming to these conclusions, some of them close, right? Some of them might be a little bit far away, but they're all having these particular experiences, right? And if these experiences, right, is pushing them towards a goal to maintain a human centric society, right, where humans get to flourish and live well, then, like, why do you care as much about the quote unquote truth of the matter? Because the fact of the matter is, right, when it comes to how humans treat each other, right, no one gives a shit about the truth. It's about whether or not it's beneficial towards the system as a whole and the population as a whole.
This right here, I'm going to tell you in my grandfather's words, and maybe that'll help. To my grandfather, one was not lesser than the other. It was more like saying, love me and keep my word. Oh, by the way, don't not listen. And I know that that sounds weird, but to my grandfather, he would tell you number 2 is included in number 1, and number 1 is impossible without number 2. And I know that that doesn't agree with a lot of mainstream Christianity. And I know that that doesn't agree with a lot of Christianity that we are presented on a daily basis, particularly in America. And it certainly isn't Christian nationalism, because fuck those guys, as I have repeatedly said. But yes, there are Christians, quite a few of them actually, who believe that a lot of the hate mainstream Christianity teaches is antithetical to Jesus. Who believe that if you cannot show love to everyone, show mercy and compassion to everyone, that you are not deserving of it. There are people who believe you cannot love God if you do not truly love everyone. And I don't mean in a I like you sort of way. I mean even if I don't like you, if you come knocking on my door in the middle of the night because your car broke down, still going to give you money and take you to the gas station kind of way. Still going to do it, right? We're still going to get you fixed up and we're still going to get you on your way. I may not want you to stay, but we're going to figure it out, right? And that's how he saw it, and that's the kind of person he was. And as much as I love him and as much as I say I've never seen another preacher like him, and I haven't, I can't say that I've never met another Christian who doesn't view it the same way.
It's funny. Can you bring up this his last chat? Now this is so this feels like a script now, right? Where people bring up the where people bring up yep, where people tend to bring this up right here. Right. What about this? Right?
The old covenant, the old way versus the new way. I get that too. First of all, Jesus wasn't around when this was happening, and I also understand that there is that argument. My grandfather's perspective, however, was that these were not entirely accurate. Now, my grandfather was a devout believer, and he is no longer here to speak for himself, so I do not want to put words in his mouth, but he believed that these passages, well, okay, I'm going to explain something to you guys. My grandfather was a very devout believer. I don't ever want to hear anybody say that because he deviated from mainstream Christianity, he was less than a Christian. That's what he lived, that's what he believed, and although I have never managed to believe, that is something I will never take away from him, and I will never allow somebody else to do. That being said, he did not share a lot of beliefs with mainstream Christianity. Most of his congregations I remember growing up were not very big, and they were not very white. Although some were, a couple were. One was. The others had some white people. Anyway, a lot of small towns, a lot of really small towns that nobody else wanted to go to. And a lot of his beliefs departed a lot. And so, although he thought the Bible was accurate, he thought it was not wholly 100% an honest depiction of absolute reality, if that makes sense. He saw them as a product of their time. He recognized ancient and local superstitions when he saw them in the text, and how that translated morally rather than literally. For example, he used to giggle at people who would say you can't like curse at your mother and father. He would say, no. That means you're not supposed to have ill will or ill intent to your parents who are treating you well, because they used to believe in cursing mounds where you would write, you would carve into this pottery and you would walk up these mounds and you would curse them, because the gods could hear you, of course. When you're up on the mound, they can hear you better, and you would curse them to the gods and you would break this pottery. And so when it says not to curse thy mother and father, it means do not curse them. Do not actively go put them in harm's way or wish ill upon them. He was very much that way, and he viewed it that way. And so when he got to texts like this, he would tell you that this was a very violent and superstitious time, and that although these people were devout and probably believed in God, that we also know that their neighbors were never destroyed. People that they said were destroyed continued living on for years and years after their said destruction, right? And so he looked at a lot of it as almost like belief and propaganda, like epic myth, when something true happens and then people make it bigger and bigger and bigger. He thinks it was like that. Or he thought, I should say. My apologies.
Yeah, no problem.
And
You know
also
what?
he also thought that because in researching other cultures around that same time period, it tended to be a common trope among writings to do this. Much the same way that when Revelation comes around, it the apocalyptic style is very, very popular. And so he doesn't read it very literally. He understands that this is probably very symbolic in ways he'll never he understood it was probably symbolic in ways he wouldn't ever fully understand, because it was connected to a culture he wasn't connected to, and it was written in a time where this fantastic apocalyptic sort of tale was very, very popular. It was a very popular style to write in. So it's not that he didn't think the Bible wasn't divinely inspired or that he didn't believe in God. He just thought that divinely inspired did not mean in any capacity that it was divinely authored, if that makes sense.
Ontology or whatever.
It's funny.
And so,
It's funny because
with my personal experience of what I've had, I'm not just anti-theist, I'm anti-supernatural in general, because of how that stuff plays with mental health and mental illnesses and stuff. And I think when you're humoring people to do good for God instead of for goodness sake, you're also feeding into like some selective minority of the population.
hold on, pause it.
Belief that I should take the.
So again, right? If it to a Christian, doing good for the sake of doing good is basically the same. It is the same thing as doing good for God. What is the problem? Right? I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
doing good for the sake of doing good isn't good enough in the Bible. It says right there in the Bible, people will say, I did this in your name, I did that in your name, I did this in your name, and he will say, depart from me, I knew you not.
Exactly. Right? Because like you can, because what really matters is what's in people's hearts, right? Like in the theology, you can go around posing and doing all these quote unquote good works, right? But you could have nefarious reasons as to why you're doing these things, right? Or you're doing them for a reward, right? That doesn't make them good. It doesn't make them loving, right? And it's clear. Like I'm not saying I'm not ignoring the practical benefits of someone who might, for selfish reasons, are doing good, right? Who's trying to build up society, right? What I'm saying is that within the framework that they are criticizing, right? That merely even doing things that are good for your own selfish reasons, right? Even that standard is not good enough, because the fact of the matter is that if somehow you've learned that you no longer have access to that rule for whatever reason, guess what you're going to stop doing? You're going to stop doing good.
Well, here's the thing. It's like I said, though, right? Like, I am afforded my perspective because I was lucky enough to have somebody like my grandfather in my life, right? And when I say that, I told you I struggled.
Hold on. I want to address B.S. Lewis.
Yeah.
Because, sorry, now you're contradicting yourself. Who cares why they're doing good if it's the same result? Well, this is why I said it depends.
No,
Right?
nobody said it. Why? They said the source. Continue.
So the contradiction doesn't exist, right? Mainly because I said, and if from an outside perspective, right, from a strictly pragmatic approach, right, that person doing good within that society, right,
yes, the society is going to benefit from it. However, within Christianity, you're held to a higher standard because if you're doing good for a reward, right? If you realize that your reward, that you're not going to get that reward, or if you feel you're not going to get that, or if you, but anything that affects that any negative thing that applies towards not gaining that reward, or even thinking the reward isn't worth it anymore, like you are going to stop doing those things that are good, right? And so the point of doing good, right, from the Christian perspective, is one, this is where the grace comes in, right? You're doing good because it is just the right thing to do, not for a
No.
reward. And when you do good because it's the right thing to do, right, that is how you essentially serve God.
Well,
Right?
okay, we have to be fair. American Christianity is so very heavily influenced by by the Puritans. And I don't think you understand. Like, the Puritans were some crazy fuckers. I mean, like, crazy. Like, the devil was around every corner. Every decision you made in life was life or death, because it was a battle of spirituality, right? I mean, like, these people were fucking fanatic, and they were all hellfire brimstone. And they influenced a lot of American Christianity and a lot of how Americans feel about Christians, and this sentiment in particular. Again, I am lucky that I knew an outlier. Most people don't know an outlier. Most people don't know a Christian that is not somehow tied into mainstream Christianity, be it Catholicism, be it the people who speak in tongues, the charismatics, be it the Baptists. All of them are pretty familiar with these ideas that have stemmed from the Puritans, this really crazy fanatical movement in America, and um, very integral to its founding. They're pretty responsible for Manifest Destiny. They're also responsible for the Salem witch trials. I mean, you want to talk about some fanatic beliefs. And this has influenced a lot of American Christianity. So when I say I'm lucky to know somebody like my grandfather, I am. He was a man who a woman was struggling after her father died because her father wasn't a Christian. He didn't go to church and he didn't do these things. He was also a man that my grandfather knew very well. And when this lady was really, really struggling, my grandfather said, I don't know your father's beliefs, but I know that your father lived in service of other people. And I don't know how you do that if you don't know God on some level. So if you think your own father is being tormented, I must ask you, what kind of God is it that you believe in? And that's a sentiment you would be familiar with, Batman. That's a sentiment I was familiar with. But I guarantee you that is not a Christian sentiment that 99% of Americans have heard.
I agree. I mean, I don't even think most Americans even like really understand like how it means to be graceful in an experiential way, right? Like, and even the first time I experience when someone is being graceful, um, it didn't make sense to me, especially with the world that I grew up in as a kid, right? And that, like, despite my straight up hatred for everyone who was a part of that group of people, right, and all the Christians back in the day, right, like the one that stood out to me was the one that literally behaved like Christ the most. that got me to the point where years later, I said, you know what? I'm going to do this one little thing this lady asked me to do. It's one little thing. Right. And so I think that's part of the problem, where people don't see, I don't think people see Christianity in its true state, in the sense of like the service aspect of it, like the grace aspect of it.
But that's
right?
what we talked about, right? With churches, for all their faults, don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of churches. I think institutionalizing religion is never, ever, ever a good idea. I think if you want to have a spiritual journey, any sort of spiritual journey should be a very personal one. And that's my opinion. But so I'm not advocating for the church here. Don't think I am. But the church used to mean something. The doors were never closed. They fed the hungry. They took in the homeless. When people, you didn't even have to be a believer to come claim sanctuary in their walls. And when you claimed sanctuary, they would protect you. The church used to mean something, right? And I think when you live in a day and age where the only part of your church that's open 24/7 is the donation box, and the only time those doors aren't locked is when you're actively holding a service, it's really, really hard to see that thing is in service to the people or is anything other than a performance.
Yeah. And Jesus said he doesn't like that performative shit. So, he doesn't like the hypocrites. And he said, they've already received their rewards. Right. And so, with that in mind, excuse me, and it's funny because you will be surprised. Well, not you already know this, right? Like most people who leave the faith, right? Not even that they don't even believe in God and they just leave the church, right? It's because of other Christians. And so now you have this duality aspect of things, right?
Except me, I'm
Where,
weird, but yeah.
like you have a church that exists where, obviously, like outside of the US, right? And to be fair, some places in the US, right, where it provides resources and it lives in the service of humans, right? It operates for that, right? And then you have the church, what we experience every single day, a church that is trying to impose its views on people, trying to oppress people.
I think the church today actually validates the dismissal of one's own belief.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Okay, for example, if you believe that because you believe in God, you're going to heaven, and all you have to do is believe in God, right? Then what does it matter if you're sometimes a shitty person? If it really does matter and all I have to do is say sorry, then does it really matter the next time I do it? Right? Why would you live in service of others if your spiritual leader locks the door every time he leaves the building and does nothing for others? Why
Oh, I get what you mean now.
I think it actively
the church exposes the church.
Yeah, it actively validates the dismissal of the things they say they believe in.
Yeah, because I'm gonna be frank, man. Like there are some churches
where like they have vastly less resources than churches in the United States, and they get way more done for people than these churches in the US, right?
I
And
also don't think service necessarily makes you pious. Mother Teresa's a good example. That
no,
woman was
but
fucking cruel.
yeah, but you see that's the thing, right? Like there's a difference between just merely doing service for the sake of getting something out of it, right? Like you're trying to get members, right? You're trying to get, like for example, when a lot of churches invite people to come to church, a lot of them they want you to become a member, right? Because they want to grow their numbers. Like, I'm sorry, actual churches, decent churches, if they're going to feed you and clothe you, they're just going to give you your food and give you your clothes.
Do you know how many
If
times
you
I
want
went
to come to,
Do you know how
if
many
you
times
want
I
to,
went to church and helped in someone's house? Anyway, continue.
like, if you want to come to church, cool. If you want to hear the gospel, cool. Because what the interesting thing is that how you get people to see the good news is not just by telling them the good news.
And
You have
see,
to show them.
that is where
Right?
we
Like,
are always, and that right there. I get what you're saying, and I agree. I think my grandfather did the same thing. But again, I never managed to believe, right? And that right there is where we disagree. I
I mean,
don't
sure,
don't think it's good news. I don't. Okay, to be fair, you believe more like my grandfather. And so it could very well be good news. But for all of mainstream Christianity, I cannot consider it good news for reasons I don't hear people bring up. And that is for a very specific reason. If it was good news, why?
yeah,
Why would he ask more of me? And again, this doesn't apply to you or Richard or my grandfather, but it applies to most Christians. Why on earth would he ask more of me than the people who walked with him and witnessed his miracles? Because most Christians will, right? The good news is if you believe. But here's the thing. And also there's that adage of don't deny me before man or I'll deny you before God, right? But my problem with that is that's why it stops being good news, because his apostles walked with him. They witnessed his miracles. They witnessed it firsthand. Still they hid. Still Peter denied him. Still Thomas said, I will not believe until you show me the hole in your hands. So for anything to demand more of me than it demanded of them cannot possibly be good news.
but that's what I'm saying, right? It's this. It is a distortion because none of that, like, take for example, right? There are two kind of distortions that you find that exist, and they're like these two extremes. You have one that says, well, all you have to do is just believe a proposition, and that's it. Doesn't matter what you do, doesn't matter how you live, doesn't matter how you treat other people. None of that matters, right? All you got to do is just believe this proposition, right? Not even have faith, right? Like just believe it, right? And then you have the other part, the other extreme of it, where it's like, well, not only do you have to accept it as a fact, right? But you also have to live by these laws, basically legalism, truthism and legalism, right? And both of them appeal to two types of people, and they use those particular gospels, same way like the prosperity gospel, to get more members.
Look,
Their
I always like
purpose, their purpose is not to offer the good news to people. The purpose is to increase their numbers, which is antithetical to again what
what their Lord and Savior says they should do, right?
I
Like
I
the
will agree. I always
oh,
thought that belief was a terrible
just
standard.
one more thing, just one
Yeah.
more thing, right? And you'll hear Jesus refer to a person being a light, right? And in his sermon, he says, right, when you light a candle, right, you don't put a bowl over it, right? No, that's stupid. Right? You want the light to shine and brighten the room and everyone to come towards the light, right? That is what you're supposed to be. Being the light, right? It doesn't even require you to even say a word, right?
I get
Just
that. I just still, in order to be a light, you're still requesting more of me than you requested
no,
of your. Yes, you are.
no.
I can't
But
deny you like
Pixie,
Peter.
but hold
I
on,
can't demand
hold on,
proof like Thomas.
hold on, right? The point is that none of that matters. It's a
It does matter.
it's
It does matter. It matters that you expected less of your witnesses than you expect of me. That matters.
no, it doesn't.
It
And he made
does.
it clear.
It does matter. It does matter. It does
Why
matter.
give me a piece of scripture that shows that it matters. Because you will not find any piece of scripture. You will
I
find
said,
scripture that says the
oh,
opposite.
Dean, I said it doesn't apply to you.
No,
Did I
no,
not?
I know that. But the reason why I'm pushing back on it is that you are indirectly reinforcing the two extremes that I just
I said mainstream Christianity has a problem.
Oh, okay.
Because it demands more of me than was demanded of the apostles, because they quote scriptures like, if you deny me before man, I will deny you before my Father.
Which is a
Because they say
misquotation.
it's like, you have to believe and all these, which is a terrible standard, by the way. Belief is a terrible standard. I was always much more fond of Anubis and Hades. As much hell as everybody gives Hades, at least he was the only one doing his damn job, minding his business too. And Hades wasn't just like hell. He sent the good people to their good place. He was like all the underworld, thank you. And Anubis just weighed your heart with a feather. There was none of this belief bullshit.
It's funny too because there are scriptures about people, for example, because here's the thing: there's a fine line. There's a fine line between wanting good for someone, right, and in wanting good for someone, you can indirectly become a adversary, right? So take for example, if you're a believer and you have a friend and yeah, you want them to be saved, right? They don't believe, right? And every time you try to preach to them, you push them away even more, and you keep preaching them, you pushing them away, right? You are basically becoming an adversary at that point, right? Because the truth of the matter is, maybe that person just doesn't want to hear it from you. Maybe they're not supposed to hear it from you. It's not your job,
I
right?
would accept that
It's
had I
and
not tried so hard.
you just made my try hard joke come back in my brain. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm serious. Had I not dedicated so much of myself to it, I could understand that.
I mean, think about it, right? Um, um,
I tried everything. I told you I did not walk out until I felt I absolutely had to. And I didn't want to. It kind of broke my heart to leave in a lot of ways. But when that girl was all about telling me how I was this big influence on her life and how she was saved because of me, and I was such a good Christian, and I was just standing there and I didn't know what to say and I wanted to cry, and I felt like a horrible fraud because I had never believed, not one day in my life. Not one day. I tried so hard to believe. I did the fake it till you make it. I was in everything. I was in the choir. I was in the drama thing. I was in all of it. I prayed before every meal. You would never think I tried so hard. And just nothing.
Yeah. I mean,
Nothing.
maybe it's the way how your brain is wired, but I think ultimately, um, the level or standard is really not even high, right? And there are actual examples of that, right? Where these people, they didn't even really have, some people didn't even have word of mouth, right? They just kind of heard of a dude who does stuff, and they're like, I don't even know if this is going to work, but I'm going to give it a try, type thing, right? No, there's no real effort that's put into it. And, you know, they had some faith, and he always tells them, and he basically is, he didn't say, hey, you're healed, because you believe, right? You're healed because of your faith, right? And I'm pretty sure you heard a passage about the faith of a mustard seed and blah blah blah, right? So the
Sure,
standard, like
cannot
the
muster any faith.
but I'm just saying, like the standard isn't like high, and that's why, like, having that kind of like understanding in my head, that's why like the try hard joke was so funny to me. I'm sorry, I'm like here laughing, and I'm sorry for
I mean,
laughing
I know
at
I
you,
get it.
but
Like I get it, but I get your perspective. But like on my side, I begged, I pleaded, I tried, I relaxed, I stressed out, I researched, I everything. It's just nothing ever worked. Nothing.
maybe you're of the persuasion of not having the capacity to affect your belief processes.
I am a tarnished vessel created for destruction.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna die, and you're gonna be like, surprise, bitch! This is why I created you for hell.
Okay,
No, I'm
yeah,
just
surprise, mother.
anyway.
Yeah, but I will say, it's funny because I remember someone asked me, it's like, if I opened a church, like how would I run my church? And I said, I don't think many people would want to come to my church, mainly because a lot of my church is going to be focusing on like doing stuff. Everything is going to be out in the open, and it's going to be like us just helping a bunch of people.
A practice, not a sermon.
Yeah, right. Like, you'll probably come in, I'll give like a 30-minute sermon, we'll read a scripture, say a prayer, and then we're like, okay, let's go out and help some people. How much food do we got? What are we gonna, what are we gonna, where are we gonna go and set up a food pantry? Like, how much people can we expect?
I'm
Like,
not opposed to that. I'm not opposed to that at all. I am, however, opposed to places like Faith City Mission. Do you know places like that?
mm-mm.
So what they do is they'll help drug addicts and homeless people, which I think is great. The problem is that they don't help them to help them. They have requirements like you have to attend Bible study every day.
Oh yeah, we won't be doing that shit.
You have to go to the church that sponsors them. You have to go to counseling with one of their preachers, like all this weird stuff. I'm like, that's
What I
not,
would do,
you're not helping people, you're recruiting people.
exactly, again, which is my problem.
right? Like you being a light, like you don't have to even, you don't even, a part of spreading the gospel is doing, right? And if it, meaning you don't have to tell people stuff. You don't have to tell them the message. You can show them the results of the good news, right? Because
That was
the fact of the matter is that it's the result of the good news. A woman doing something for me and my brothers, right, is what that didn't even convince me. It made me just merely consider just picking up a Bible.
you know, coming from a non-believer, I'm going to 100% say that I agree, right? Because no mainstream Christian has ever made me question anything, has ever even made me desire to question, to like to delve into their world. Nobody has been like, yeah, I want to be a part of that. My grandfather, though. My grandfather was the kind of person who made me want to believe. I never could, and it is what it is. But he made me want to believe. He was that kind of person and that kind of believer, and I will never not adore the person he was. Like I said, it is an eternal shame that I will never be close to the person that man was.
You never know.
Oh no, I know. I promise. It is not in me. I can be patient, but when I say things like he's the most, he's the most, he's the most I've ever known, I don't mean it just like because he demonstrated it in this situation or that situation. Consistently, on a day by day basis, in every single interaction, he was the peacekeeper, the least judgmental, the most uplifting, and the most patient person I have ever known. The only time I ever in my entire life heard that man curse was once. One time ever. And we were driving, and he said, "Damn it." And he pulled over, and his blood sugar was like next to nothing. And he was in a diabetic reaction. That is the only time not only is that the only time I ever heard him curse, that is the only time I ever heard him even slightly raise his voice, even a little bit. He was the kind of person who could look at you and you knew you better stop that bullshit. And he would just calmly be like, "I don't think that's a good idea." And you would be like, "Yes, sir, that is not a good idea." He was one of the most gentle people I have ever known. Like, he's the kind of person that made you want to believe, right? And he was a believer. And I think if people want to stay away from you, maybe you're reading your scripture wrong. I don't know. Just throwing it out there.
I mean, it's funny too because someone asked me, do you think these other Christians are reading the scripture wrong? I'm like, no, they can read. It's just that again, you can read something and just ignore the shit that you read. Like
Well,
yeah.
I think another thing is there was nothing in the Bible that I couldn't get somewhere else. Does that make sense?
I mean, sure. I mean, you can say that about pretty much any systematic thing.
Of course, which is why I have repeatedly said, I have never ever once read God speaking to man. I have only ever read man building gods, much like ourselves.
I mean, I do have a lot of questions when it comes to that, but I think if I were to want a deity to speak to me, I would want it to speak to me in a way that is as relatable as possible. And that's in the form of a human. If he's going to if he is going to tell me how to behave as a human, but he's never had a human experience, then I don't see any reason why I should listen to him
Right,
in
but
any way on anything.
let's dig deeper there. I'm not saying that that's wrong, because even if he didn't approach you as a human, right? Let's just say this God thing approached you. The only way you could relate to this God thing would be as a human. And the only way you could convey this God thing to other humans is through your very, very human experience.
Human experience, yeah.
I wholeheartedly account for that. Here's my problem. All you've told me there is that none of us ever got it right, because we can't. Because all we have is our human experience. So we cannot experience God or God's mind. We can only experience a human perception of such, which means none of
And
us
that's fine.
which takes me back to where I stand. I have not been convinced of any gods. I cannot say that any gods don't exist. But I can say I'm pretty convinced that if a God exists, none of us ever really got it right.
Yeah, but the at least from the 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 Christian perspective that I'm understanding, your goal is to not it acknowledges that you will never ever get it right, not in your current state, not in your current existence, you won't. But
Which is one of the things I appreciate about your perspective, right? Because you don't necessarily think that I should spend my life trying to guess that.
my ad sure as hell didn't. I'm not. I'm laughing not to like minimize, what you're saying, but I'm laughing because out of like the irony of it, right? From like my personal experience, where it's like, as far as I was concerned, it was just like, okay, I think this is useful. I'm gonna give it a chance, right? And um, it wasn't in a situation where I felt like I needed anything, right? I was just humble enough to say, you know what, I think as a person I could do better and be better, not just for me, but also for the people in my life and currently, and the people who will be in my life later on, right?
I do that. Like, I try to be a better person. Like, I fail sometimes. Sometimes I fail hard.
Miserably.
But, I try to keep being a better version of me. I try. But
I
don't think I get any rewards for that, right? Like, I think
Nah, you ain't getting no rewards, bro.
I think my only reward for that, right, is that the people I leave behind are maybe a little happier. Maybe they remember me a little fonder, right? Like, I think that's it. And that's okay. People often say, like, am I afraid to die or whatever, like, because I don't believe in heaven, but I don't think it's fear. I think it's a sense of mourning, right? Like, I happen to enjoy life, right? It's got a lot of ups and it's got a lot of downs. And sometimes things are crazy and unpredictable and wild, and I don't have a fucking say. Kind of like now. But overall, I happen to think that the act of experiencing itself is pretty fucking amazing.
Mhm.
And so I don't think I'm scared to not exist, because there was a time I didn't exist, right? I've been there and done that. It's nothing new. But I mourn, like, the idea of not experiencing. Does that make sense? Kind of egocentric, I suppose.
No, I mean, I think that's rational. think it makes sense. I mean, like my I guess my quote unquote service based theology, right? You might as well just give it a label at this point because somebody's gonna come at me, right? You know, it's I'm not doing this shit for a reward, right? I'm not gonna sit here and say I absolutely know for one that God exists and that Jesus is God. I straight up just have faith, man. And if something that happened, some extra phenomenal, you know, supernatural or ultra natural thing happens and shows, hey, like no divine things exist in any way, at any point, right? Will that change me? Like, absolutely not. Because guess what? Like, what I'm getting from what I'm the living that I'm living now, right, is beneficial to me as a person, right? You know, if I go to heaven, that's the cherry on top as far as I'm concerned. Because the mind that I have now, right, it ain't perfect, right? It has its bad sides too, just like everyone else, right? Um, you know, the life that I live, again, it ain't perfect, but it's good enough to where I'm content and peaceful, and I'm able to share that with other people if I can, right? Do a little bit too much or put in a little bit too much effort into others, but it is what it is, right? I like being loving towards people.
Oh, me and you both. I'm trying so
Mhm.
hard to learn to match people's energy, to not give time, ungodly amounts of time to people who don't have time for me. I'm trying so hard. Do you know how hard that is to learn?
It is.
I
It
am
is.
so used to being like, first of all, if I care about you, like I really care about you, I'm gonna check in. I'm gonna ask you how you're doing. I'm gonna, you know, and it may not be all the time. It may just be like sporadically, but I'm always gonna like I'm gonna be that person. And sometimes I have to learn to like step back and not be that person because sometimes I realize that those people never reach out to me.
Mhm.
Never. They never reach out to me. They sometimes don't respond to my messages at all. And then they run into me and they're like, "Oh, I love you." And then they never speak to me. And I'm like, "But do you?" You know?
I love you from afar.
Yeah. So I'm really trying to learn to A, be able to say no, and to be not to give too much time to people who don't have time for me, especially right now with everything that's been going on lately with my mom and with me and with
I don't
that
like
stuff.
I, like if someone like legitimately needs my help or whatever, right? Even if, right, to some extent I'm like, I don't really want to. I'm not really messing with you, but it is what it is. Like I don't want to tell them no, right? And so if I do say no, it's literally because I cannot,
Or it's not even that.
right?
Like I
It's
will
like
go out of it's even more than that. Like I will go out of my way to be your biggest cheerleader. Right? Like I will be your biggest cheerleader. And meanwhile, you will not give me like the time of day ever. And like why do I do that? Why? Why?
it's called being loving from afar.
I just should stop that. There are people who would probably love more of my time that I should probably give more of my time to.
That's true.
I don't know why I do that.
That's true.
Or the people who like only come to you when they want you to like console them or make them feel better, and then they don't have anything to do with you at any other time. Like why do I check in? Why do I bother? Why? It makes no sense at this point, and I'm trying to learn to stop that bullshit.
I totally understand. Yeah, this was the conversation I wanted to share with you. I figured it would be something that you'd find interesting, despite all the various characters. Some you're fond of, some less, not much, not as others. But in the first part of the conversation, when I joined, I think you would like that. I just didn't suggest that because it didn't have like a ton to do with the cure aspect of it because like the truth of the matter is that we're discussing um humanism as a cure, right? And there's like last time I checked, right, there's no like set philosophy as to like where the core of that humanistic idea could come from, right? Doesn't say whether it should come from science, doesn't say whether it come from philosophy or emotionalism or religion, right? It's just a bunch of base principles, right, in relation to the supremacy of human society. Okay, I'm kidding about
And
that.
that's another good thing.
But
And that's another good clarification. What I said is I never said I don't care why you're doing something, right? Of course, why you're doing something is important, especially if that why is ulterior motives, right?
Mhm.
It's not that I don't care why you're doing something, what your motivations are. It's that I don't care what the source of your motivation is. If you're
Mhm.
motivated to better yourself and to serve other people, great. Do that. Do I care if you are self motivated to do that, if you are philosophically motivated to do that, or if you're in a theology that encompasses a lot of um, you know, secular humanistic principles, then you're right. I don't care about your source. I care about your reasons,
Your
sure.
reasons.
I don't care about your source.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, I think there are objections. Um, I think their objections are reasonable, right? I don't want to give the impression that
No,
I don't think their objections are reasonable. I think they absolutely are.
exactly. I think and that's what I'm struggling with, right? Because their objections are reasonable. It's not that their objections aren't reasonable. It's not that they aren't addressing like real issues with mainstream Christianity, and he left. I think the thing that frustrated me was that the question was, is there any version of Christianity that is compatible with secular humanism? And then you went up there and it was all agree, 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 agree. And then all of a sudden it like took this shift and it was like, oh, but that's not all of Christianity, and we need all of Christianity to be compatible with human secularism. And I was like, wait, that's not fair.
I mean, listen, me and James, like that like the conversation wasn't like heated, right? But there's like a lot of like jousting and you know, James brought up a lot of different perspectives, right? The rabbinic Jewish perspectives, which I appreciate, right? The a few what's the term, socio psychological perspectives, I think that's the term. Like he brought up a bunch of different stuff, right? And I had to sit there and really think, right? How does this fit? How would Christianity fit in this situation? Not necessarily just on like an intellectual level to just kind of like answer the question, right? but even like biblically, right? Like, how does it fit within the theology? Would it be useful in this situation,
Well, I
right?
think it depends on whose perspective of that theology you took, right? Like I said, I can take you to a church tomorrow and we will walk in and the organ player will be sitting there playing and his drag queen husband will be sitting close behind him, right? I can take you to a church like that tomorrow. Tomorrow. I know these people. But
Yeah.
that's not what people know, right? It's not what's mainstream, it's not what's popular, it's not what's out there, it's not what gets played on the news, it's not the Christian nationalist threat that's at their door, it's not the very Puritan inspired dramatics of American Christianity. It's not something they're familiar with.
Yep. So listen. So that those comments that that started off. Listen, I earned those, man. James grilled my ass on that shit. And I'm saying grilled, but it was actually a very fun and edifying, you know,
I'm sure B.S.
conversation.
Lewis I'm sure B.S. Lewis gets into it, but at this point, I can't really blame him. I mean, he has been out of the conversation. He has been quiet for so long, and he comes back into a conversation where Mark has already twisted it all to hell and tried to make you defend mainstream Christianity for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, because I mean, James, he was. It's not like he was sitting there saying, "Hey, I want you to defend Christianity," right? He's approaching things from, okay, well, this is what it says. What do you say? How can you kind of like, demonstrate what you're saying and stuff like that, right? Like, and that's what I appreciate about the conversation. Because he did another stream. I didn't get to watch the full thing, right? And he made a really good point where, listen, if we can get allies from you know um, from Christians, right? Even if they're Mormons, that it is what it is. But the truth of the matter is that even those same allies, right? They have core beliefs that would be beneficial, right? And to what what we want as, I guess, secular humanists, right? And they're saying, well, you know, we need to we need to do this and we need to do that. And I realized that, oh shit, you know, sure, I think he, what his the core of his beliefs, I don't think it's true, right? But all the stuff that he's saying, shit, society can benefit from it. Let's support this dude kind of type thing, right?
Well,
Like,
and that's how I am. Is that okay? Like, actually, I lied earlier. I said I've never. I don't. I did. I just realized that because of what I'm about to say. I said I don't vote Republican or Democrat. I have before, and I voted for somebody who I disagreed with very heavily on a lot of things. And people to this day ask me, why did you vote for him? And I will give the same answer that I gave then. Not only would I still vote for him today, I would probably vote for him above any other candidate. Not because we agree, but because of who he is when we disagree. Because I've never seen him try to invalidate any of my opposition. He has only ever tried to understand it, and he has only ever tried to find middle ground, and he does so beautifully. And because of that, I would vote for him. Again. Although
who's
I
that?
never run again. He was a
Bernie?
no, he was a
Oh,
local
a
politician.
local guy.
Yeah,
Okay.
you would not know his name. He was in local government. He was a mayor of a town I lived in. He tried so hard to get me into politics, but I just would not go.
Yeah,
He
avoid that
the
headache.
last thing, yeah, the last thing he ran for was House, I think.
Mm.
You wouldn't know him. His name is Victor Liao, and I think he is a very precious person.
Okay, okay. Yeah. It's I
And I will say it speaks highly of him that he knew that I disagreed with him fundamentally on almost
on
everything.
everything.
Not quite everything. There was a couple of times we saw eye to eye, but so many times we were on opposite sides of the table, and he still wanted me to get into politics. He was like, "You gotta come," and I'm like, "No, no, no."
Yeah, I could. If I get into politics, I'm gonna get assassinated.
Oh, me and you both. I cannot stand the corporate oligarchy.
Yeah. They'll see me as Bernie 2.0 and they're like, listen, Bernie 1.0, we can tolerate, but
No,
2.0,
I'd be
no.
worse. No, I'd be worse. I'd be so much worse because they'd be like, "Look, at least he like gets out there and runs on the Democrat ticket and is like, yeah, let's get these Democrats elected." I would not be that way. I would be like, "Look, if there's a D or an R, do not vote for them.
Hmm.
You go research your third party candidates. Go. The fuck is wrong
Do
with
you,
you people?"
do you remember my little thing
I
that
would not
I
give any PAC money. They'd be giving PAC money to my assassinators. That's what'd be happening.
yeah, right? Yeah, yeah, I can't do the politics thing. And I think part of the reason why I can't do the politics thing is that people are stupid.
If I got into politics, you know which way I would have done it?
What?
And I thought about it for a minute. Okay, so I went to a lot of law school, right? That was one of my
Hmm.
majors. Not because I wanted to be a lawyer. I wanted to be a juvenile court judge. There was this moment right before I switched majors again where I had volunteered for Costa so much that I knew that that was not something I was going to be able to carry home every day with me and still be okay in 20 years. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And so I was like, I cannot be a juvenile court judge. And so the only time I flirted with politics was the time I heavily considered becoming going into con law, constitutional law,
Hmm.
which would, I mean, you would rarely, if ever, see a courtroom. But I don't even want to say courtroom. You'd really be arguing in front of like the judicial Supreme Court,
Yeah.
or you'd be arguing in front of like Senate, or you'd be arguing against government administrations, things like that. Or administrative law will get you a lot of that too. If you Those were the two I flirted with. Administrative law, because that would put me up against, I would be going against government agencies, or constitutional law. Those were the two I flirted with before I switched majors again.
That sounds like a lot of headache that's not worth the money.
But I'm glad I stayed and played around with it though, because it was at that time that my law professor, he had this huge trial. And so he had to be out for some weeks. And he had his buddy come teach the class. And his buddy happened to be a profiler, and that was so much fun. First of all, they used to argue. My law professor would be like, "Oh, she's going to be a lawyer." And he'd be like, "Nope, she's a born profiler." And I'm like, "I am not doing either of those things." But it was so much. Actually, I kept in contact with, oh, I should email him. I haven't emailed him in some months now. I should do that. But I kept in contact with him. Like, he sends me like case study stuff and like learning material and like samples. We go back and forth. I remember the first time he tried to do a cold lip reading of me, and the first time he did a handwriting analysis of me. That was some funny stuff.
That's pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, it was so much fun. And like he's just great to learn from. He's really great. Like when I remember he was doing handwriting analysis, he basically said like you can tell bits and pieces of somebody's personality, but you can't really like look at somebody's handwriting and tell their whole personality, right?
Yeah.
What it really tells you is what frame of mind they're in when they wrote it, which was another fascinating thing to learn.
100%.
Oh yeah, it was so much. But I remember the first time he did a cold reading of me, it was so weird because it was like accurate, 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 wrong, wrong, accurate, wrong. And I would kind of laugh and he would scrunch his face at me like, what did I miss? And then he'd go about his business. And then when we got to the handwriting samples, he was doing everybody's thing and like picking them out. He would do like a basic reading and he'd be like, I think this one's yours. And he got to one and he just put it aside. And I didn't think anything of it. And at the end, he read it again and he looked up at me and he goes, now I know why you laughed at me. And I said, why is that? He said, when you first meet somebody, what do you do? And I was like, well, I just talk to them, of course. What else do you do? And he was like, yeah, but how do you talk to them? And I was like, well, it seems like a basic conversation. And he said, seems. That's the
Seems.
word.
Exactly.
He said, seems is my key word there. He said, what are you doing when you have this initial conversation? And I said, I am analyzing everything, not just what they say, but the words they chose, where they put their inflection, like all of it. Like it could be a conversation about the weather, but I am paying attention. Right? And he
See, and
just laughed at me and he's like, yeah, I thought so.
that's a problem with me. Well, it's not a problem. Those are good traits to have. But the thing is that I express that in ways where like some people find it to either be like offensive or like creepy, right? Like we're having like me and someone could be like having a whole conversation, right? And let's say they say something at the start of the conversation. And we've been talking for like let's say 3 hours, right? Then they say something that I find to be like contradictory, and I was like, well. You at the start of the conversation, you said this and this is like, dude, how the fuck do you even remember that? I'm like, because I'm listening,
Oh,
and
I'm worse.
they're, they're, then they're like, okay, but why would you think this and that? And I was like, oh, well, this is the tone that you said it in. This is the context. But like, I'm going through all these things. And they're like, what the fuck is this?
Oh, you know what? I have either, okay, it's weird. Either there are some things I will forget. I don't have a perfect memory. I'm not pretending I do. There are some things I will forget. But if I am actively paying attention, it's almost like my brain records things. It's the weirdest thing. It's like I will I will recall word for word conversations that I had a decade ago, years ago. But I don't just recall it, like I can hear it. I can hear it. Like the where the inflection was, the tone they had, the tone I had, like I can hear it. And it's a really weird thing. I don't know why. I have a very active imagination and a very active mind. My inner dialogue is incredibly active. Like I don't usually hear my own voice in my inner dialogue unless I'm playing mediator between other, like it is very lively in there. Like I will hear something in my dad's voice or in a voice I'm sure I picked up somewhere but I no longer recognize, right? There's like different personalities sometimes, and I know it's all me. I know it's all me. There's nothing going on in there but me. But it's very active. Like I have a very active imagination, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and
Really,
it's
it's crazy. And so I will recall these conversations from like years ago. And people, I remember one time somebody got me something and they were trying to be super sweet. I understand that, but I was confused and I was like, "Why did you get me this?" And they were like, because you said you liked it. And I was thinking about it and I was thinking about it. And we had only had one conversation about this thing. And it happened to have been like years and years prior. And I never told her this. But my words were not, I like this. My words were like, I'm getting this thing for my sister and I don't know why she likes this.
yeah, I will say though that it's. I think the thing that horrified me was when like I sat down and I broke down someone's. I basically profiled the person and broke down every single aspect of the person's being, and the person was like straight up shocked and like scared. I was like, no, 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 no. Like, this is just how my brain works. Like, I'm not fucking crazy. I don't benefit from this. It's just how my mind works for this, and then,
I
and
actively
then,
turn you can you t- like you can almost actively turn it off or not pay attention to it as much though. And it's easier
yeah,
it's easier to not pay attention to online because a lot of it I realize when I start analyzing, I'm not like a lot of it has to do with body language too, like the way somebody walks or the way they move. I don't know, like a lot goes into it. So I think it's easier to like separate it when I'm online. But I've learned to actively like to actively separate it. But I think part of the reason I got so good at it was just because like I have really severe trust issues, like really really severe trust issues, and it was like a coping mechanism because I never like I don't trust people, which means like I don't ever feel safe with people. Like I can trust people to an extent. Like I trust you to be who you've shown me to be. And
hmm
so it kind of shakes me up sometimes when somebody throws me for a loop because
yeah,
that's like the extent of my trust. I trust you to be who you've shown me to be. Like I can trust you for one thing, but like I could trust somebody else for something else, right? Like
for
it's all
something
very
else. Yeah,
yeah, it's very weird and it's very compartmentalized that way because I have a really hard time trusting people, like really really hard. And so I think part of me analyzing like so deeply was it was like a coping mechanism for a long time. And I have to try to remind myself that like I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that because they don't have that kind of power over me anyway.
Zen gave me the tools I needed to turn it off and to essentially like dial it up or dial it down, so to speak, right? Because I hate, again, it's a innate trait, and it was something that I could not turn off, and
Maybe
that
it
was
was that.
very
I don't know.
frustrating.
Maybe it was
But
that. I don't know. But I don't know. I don't know if it was that or a coping mechanism, but it was something that I had just like always naturally done. And I don't know.
yeah, for me, yeah, it was like throughout most of my life, that's just how it was until like my mid 20s.
I've also
Um,
been told by the profiler guy that I kept in touch with. He said that it tends to come naturally to people who experience chaos at a very young age.
oh yeah, I can be a little bit too observant.
Yeah, and well, you probably experienced a lot of chaos in your early childhood too.
Oh,
I'm
absolutely.
100% sure you did.
A lot of
No,
a lot of it is traumatizing, to put it
yeah,
mildly.
yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, I think you have to have that to be like at such a young age to be like, oh, this is how I cope with everything, right? Like I have to absorb everything.
Like
Um,
I'm kind of like with Bruce Wayne, right? Where sure, I'll trust you, but I'm very mindful that you could literally be the opposite of who you present yourself to be at any point. Right? That possibility will always exist in the back of my head.
exactly.
Now,
I can trust you to an extent. Hold that thought though. I will be right back.
Mhm. Like the video and share, everyone. Thank you for listening to our musings. You know, I'm not sure if Pixie's gonna keep this up, but if she does, you know, feel free to, you know, leave a comment. Let us know what you think about any part of the conversation. Doesn't matter whether you're a theist or not. Obviously, you know, you have to be respectful. It's okay to disagree. If you want to quote scripture, you can do that as well. Yo, what's up, Sammy? Bro, I'm getting the impression that you don't love me no more, man. Even Nerdy loves me more than you now, bro. Don't hey Batman me, damn it. Where you been? Yeah, if you say so. You're just trying to butter me up.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Huh?
I said, okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. And you started laughing at me.
Oh my goodness. No, I was, it's a side chat. I saw Sammy, I was telling Sammy that he doesn't love me anymore. Even Nerdy loves me more now. Oh man. So part of my problem is that like I have a extremely active mind. It's part of the reason why I do not sleep. I have to, in order for me to sleep, I have to literally shut down my thoughts or essentially kind of
Oh my God. It is the
hypnotize
best thing ever.
myself.
Okay, I posted this meme one time because it fits me so well. And it was like, it said something like, I am so jealous of people who can just lay down on their pillow and go to sleep because it takes me like 3 hours and 60 position changes and a sacrifice to the gods and it just listed all this stuff and I'm like, oh my God, that's so relatable. It is so hard. And it's because of my mind. My mind, like I always say, like my being in my mind is like a million ping pong balls just bouncing everywhere. And sometimes I can grab one and run with it, but all the others are still bouncing there, which is why I'm terrible at chasing rabbit trails. My apologies. but but like it's so, and then I try to go to sleep and it's everything. It's all the thoughts just bam, just bouncing everywhere and I can't shut it down or make it stop or it's a lot. It's a lot to go to sleep.
Yeah. It's like when you take more energy to actually like go to sleep. It's like that's not even fair, dude. You know? Oh, these motherfuckers they just lay down and they just like fall asleep like it ain't nothing. And my ass gotta do all sorts of like
I've done all the
stupid
tips
shit.
too. I know. And I've done all the tips. Sometimes I get desperate enough to make valerian root tea and that shit smells so fucking bad. Anyway, um but like it drives me nuts how hard it is to just fucking fall asleep. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's I does
And
my
then when I do
method.
sleep, I wake up a lot. Do you wake up a lot when you fall asleep? Like when I finally fall asleep, I don't stay asleep. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm asleep, and
Oh
then I'm
no,
like,
I'm a light sleeper.
yeah, like I'm
I wake
awake,
up
and
a lot.
And I hate it. I hate it when I get like when I fully wake up, because like if I like halfway wake up, I can go back to sleep, okay? But like if something happens and I fully I wake up,
Oh,
I cannot go back to sleep. It doesn't matter if it's 2 a.m. It doesn't matter. I cannot go back to bed. It's not happening. Drives
yeah,
me.
it's the same with me. That's why I don't like when people wake me up. I used to like straight up yell at people whenever they would wake me up.
Me too. Or swinging. Sometimes I said shit I didn't even remember. I'd be like, I said that? My bad, yo. I had no idea.
Screw you, nerdy. Showing off, saying I can fall asleep so well I can fall asleep standing up. Whatever,
Oh,
bro.
I wish I could. My sleep lately's been extra bad too. I actually thought about going to the flea market today to get some valerian root. But that stuff smells so bad. Just the root itself will stink. Like I leave it in the garage, but it stinks up the whole garage, and then it starts seeping into the house anyway. And the tea smells just as bad, and it doesn't taste great. You gotta drown that shit in honey.
You gotta drown it in honey.
Yeah, but if you drink it really fast, if you just suck it up and you just slam that shit, it kind of acts like almost like a muscle relaxer, kind of like you just, I don't know, you get really really relaxed.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So are there things like, okay, so if I have like a couple beers like right before I go to bed, or like
Do you want to gain
maybe,
weight?
huh?
Do you want to gain weight?
No, 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 no.
Then
I
probably
don't I
don't
don't
drink before bed.
no, no, no. I don't drink before bed. But
Okay.
but I'm just saying, like, there are shortcuts that I could take. I just don't take them, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I think Valeria, I don't take sleeping pills. I don't do any of that. And it's not like I use valerian root on a regular basis. As a matter of fact, I can tell you the last time I made valerian root tea was probably about 3 years ago.
hmm
It's not something I consistently use. It's something I use when things get really, really bad.
that's fair. I do have sleeping pills, but it has to be like I have to be like really desperate to take that. Because there are times when I would literally not sleep for like 3 days going into 4.
I've only had, see, I slept about 3 hours last night. Um, about 2 hours the night before, and I really, really struggled the night before that. My mind is just really busy right now because, well, the thing with my face, and then the
Yeah.
thing in December, and then the thing with my mom, and it's just been a lot. So, like, it's ordinarily hard to sleep, and now it's just extraordinarily hard to sleep.
Yeah, I totally understand. And and it's funny because, like, again, like, even when we have these conversations, it's like I have to game, or I have to do like 2 other things because my mind goes into like this weird overdrive where, like, I'm picking up on everything. I
Oh, I'm
want
doing
to
other
address
things too.
everything. And it's like I'm, you know,
It's
And it's
okay.
like,
I'm over here doing other things too, but I'm obviously participating in the conversation. Richard laughed at me one time because I was on 2 streams at once. I was
right?
going. I just kept trading my headphones, the wired for the Bluetooth on the different devices.
That's hilarious.
I
I
don't know.
remember, I don't remember who it was, but someone had asked me what I was doing, and I said I was playing video games and I was reading something while talking on the stream. And they're like, "How the fuck are you doing all of that shit at the same time?" It's like, I don't know,
You know,
bro. It's just
it's something you pick up when you're younger. Like, for example, people used to freak out because I would go on long walks and stuff like that. I'd walk to my friends, like I'd walk everywhere. When I say I walked to my friend's house, sometimes my friend was 5 miles outside of town on the other side of town, right? Like I did it anyway.
mhm.
But I would walk while reading all the time, and people would be like, "You're gonna get hit by a car," and I'm like, "No, like you can see the curb out of your peripheral vision. You can hear
Get right,
traffic. You can hear
noobs.
traffic, right? And when you see something moving or you hear something, you just glance and you pay attention, and then you keep going and reading. Like I have never been hit by a car, and I walk and read all the time. I don't understand people."
Yeah, it's
But to be fair, I also had a friend. Well, technically, my sister had a friend. I was friends with her sister, but my sister had a friend who, for the longest time, I kid you not, could not walk and chew gum at the same time. We'd be on a walk and she'd make us stop so she could chew her gum for a minute.
that's hilarious.
It took
The
her
brain
forever.
is so weird, man. I swear.
I mean, once she figured it out, it was fine, right? But it took her forever to figure out how to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Yeah, that's understandable. I I think one of the things that I actually get a lot is um and and by the way, I only get this from women, right? It's the idea of being, as they say, overly nice, right? And I was like, what do you mean what by like overly nice? They're like, well, you know, you're this, you're that, you're considerate of. I'm like, okay, how is that being nice? Like, I'm not doing things for like social credit. I'm just doing it just because that's just how I am, right? I could be the opposite given the right circumstances. And if I'm pushed to that point, I wouldn't recommend it, right? But how is it that is something that is like someone being nice in general is something that you find to be weird,
I can tell you
right?
from different cultures, it's a different thing. Like, okay, to a lot of cultures, okay, how do I explain this? Smiling is something Americans do more than a lot of other cultures in the world, and it's not an insincere thing we do. It's actually pretty ingrained in our cultural upbringing, and there's people think there's some historians and some sociologists who think that the reason is because we have such a diverse background. um there are lots of immigrants, but even before lots of immigrants and lots of settlers, there were so many different tribes, right? And so like the easiest, you may not speak their language, but like everybody understands a smile, right?
Hmm.
And so it's just something that just naturally became ingrained in our culture over the years out of like habit, just smiling. And you as an American, you would think, well, you're just smiling. It's harmless. What's the big deal? But to cultures that haven't grown up with that, and to cultures who have grown up with more like a stern social setting, that like smile or that tendency to be overly friendly comes across as like very shady and untrustworthy. They become very suspicious of like ulterior motives. Especially because like I don't know you, why are you talking to me, right?
Okay,
Like,
okay. To be fair, Pixie, I'm a 6'1" big guy that has the male version of a resting bitch face, and I'm black.
oh, I totally have a
So,
resting bitch face.
so,
I have a
so,
resting bitch face, but I'm 5'1.5", and I'm oh man, the scale
so,
dropped. The scale
I'm just
dropped again.
saying.
I'm in trouble. I shouldn't be doing this. I should be working out because the scale said 98 today. And this is bad news bears.
That's like featherweight.
I know. I was 102. Thank you. I'm trying to get back up.
I'm just here like thinking like your dog jumps on you, and I don't know if you've ever watched like in plays or like
Oh,
movies
it
where
must have
like
it
something
must
small like jumps on someone and it turns out to be like super massive. That's how I'm picturing it.
Okay, I'm not that small. I'm 5'1.5", 5 feet 1.5 inches, almost 5'2". But I had this like 75-pound dog, and oh my god, when he would jump up on me, sometimes I'd have to like brace myself. I'd be like, "Found a wall," because if I wasn't expecting it, he could knock me over.
Right?
Yeah, he would go. He would get so excited, he'd come flying, and I'd be like, "Ah, brace yourself."
Yeah.
He was
So
too
I
big.
can understand people's skepticism. Not only that, I literally don't look the way how I speak. So there's that aspect of it too. So when people like see me, right, they form an idea in their head. Then they engage me and they're like, what the and then they realize, oh, this guy is basically like a huge teddy bear, right? And then they're like, oh, he's like really nice. Oh, and then he's like really smart. It's like, okay, this is weird. Like, what's going on here? Like, that literally freaks people out, which is insane to me, right? Especially from the ladies. Because it's like, you have some that are just like, they like the overall look, right? But it's like, they'll see they'll experience like what you experience now, for example. Like someone who's like, I like a really smart guy and whatever, right? And then I actually engage them in like a stimulating conversation. And for one half, they can't really even keep up in the conversation. And now they feel insulted. And they're like, like, why are you trying to speak down to me? Like, no, you say you like stimulating conversations, and I'm trying to engage you in one, right? And you say you like smart guys. It's like, okay, well, I like intelligent people too. Let's have a conversation. It's like, no, that's not what I meant. I was like, what do you mean? Do you mean smart in and just being witty, right? Like,
No,
what does intelligence mean for you in that situation?
if she can't engage in conversation, she's a shallow bitch, and intelligence just means your capability to provide for her.
I didn't say it, yo.
What?
Nothing. Pixie, you're my spirit sister. The next woman that comes in my life, I'm gonna let them know, like, listen, you gotta go through my mom, you gotta go through one of my cousins, and you got to go through Pixie. If you can pass all three, then shit, man. Like, you're good. You're home. Yeah, I'm just saying, because even like as observant as I am, right, and I am cognitive of this, right, and I always warn them. It's like, listen, right, like you are the type of person that that likes to do things and take advantage of people. Avoid me like the plague, because you might see me as someone, um you might see me as sheep, but in reality you are dealing with someone who they put their mind to it, who will ruin your life, right? Because I realize there are certain types. Okay, there are some women are straight up predators. If you are like a good or a nice guy, they see fresh meat and they will fucking gobble you up and consume you and spit you out. Well, spit out your bones.
Sometimes. Sometimes they just get bored for no reason because they're used to instability. There's
I
a
mean, yeah,
lot.
there's that. I can tell I can tell women who are like that, and some like the ones that scare me the most are the ones who are very good at pretending, right? Because when I say very good at pretending, what I mean is that they are very good at presenting and painting a picture, because they understand inherently that 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 profile that I'm building is going to be based on what I'm seeing and hearing, right? But what they fail to understand is that, one, I am a very patient man, right? There's a Jamaican saying, you play a fool for catch wise and long run shot catch, right?
Exactly.
So
Exactly. I feel the same way. It takes me a long time. Like I can be fond of someone and I'll tell you I'm fond of you. Doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means unless I tell you I'm exceedingly fond of you. Then I'm probably like we're definitely acquaintances at that point. But like it takes me a long time to decide if I like somebody or not, and I always say it's like scales in my mind, and everything that's happening is stacking up on one side or the other. And
that's interesting.
there are people who are just there are people who are just write-offs in my book, and that doesn't make you irredeemable. It just means I don't think you're the kind of person who will ever be inspired to be redeemable. Does that make sense? Like
Yeah, that
you're
makes sense.
yeah. And it takes a lot to get there too. Um, but
So
yeah, I
like
don't know. I can't explain it.
you remember my most like recent situation that we spoke about, right? And it's like,
Mhm.
you know, I'm acutely aware of the glasses I was wearing. You knew about the two wolves and one literally like eating away at everything, saying, yo, you need to like chill, wake the fuck up, turn on the assessment mode properly,
Yeah.
right? And as soon as assessment mode is turned on, right, it's like,
Oh
okay,
shit.
time
Yeah.
like time to clean up shop type thing,
Yep.
right? And it didn't even just like, and what makes it even worse, right? Not to get all spiritual and shit, right? But when I'm literally having dreams telling me what to do and what's going to happen if I do things. And then
Yeah, but because those dreams are like stress-induced dreams, they're easy to write off as a stress-induced dream. You know what I'm saying?
it was so funny, dude. That whole it, it, that whole experience was so funny. But again, right? Like when you all of the information that I've collected, the profile that I've built, right? It's not like I did not notice these things. I notice. It's a situation where there's a battle between um um
No, I get it. I already get it.
yeah. So it's
The white and the black. Yep.
yep. So it's just one of those things where I obviously I'm glad to have like really good balance back, right? But but even that situation, it just reminds me how much I just I think my mind is a blessing and a curse. Because to some extent, right, like I sincerely wish that I just had a normal brain and I'm just ignorant and I just want to bask in the bliss of just being ignorant, right?
Oh
But
shit.
because
Oh, sorry. I just realized I've been live for almost 7 hours. I gotta end this soon. Anyway, keep going.
yeah, so it's like now, I'm like, okay, I cannot change this aspect of myself, right? It is what it is, right? But I can manage it. And honestly, I I do not want to be in a situation where my brain is as active, right, in addressing someone that close to me. Or like you see what I'm saying? Like it shouldn't be like that. It would be nice to have that mental comfortability. Again, unfortunately, it didn't really happen with that situation. But um, that Black Wolf, he definitely cleaned up shop. I can say that.
Yeah, they
What's
tend to
Nerdy
come back.
talking about?
Oh,
Neuroplasticity.
the the long run short catch.
Okay. But yeah, man, it's I I I just wish I could just like turn it off. And the situations where it's like I turn it off, it's always there's always a circumstance where there's like this straight up predator that's like, shit, I'm gonna murder you type shit. And I'm like, okay, all right, let's deal with the situation and just keep it moving, right? And so this is why I enjoy these spaces so much because I get to like
These
obviously
spaces. What kind of
uh
space are you looping me into?
a space where I can let out all the mental juices that are overflowing in my brain that cause
I
me to
accept those.
overanalyze.
I accept those terms. We're good. Continue.
Yeah, the I will fully admit that these are outlets that help me in more ways than you guys think.
Oh, me
Um,
and you both. Especially on days like today. I'm
yeah,
being all cryptic. I'm sorry, guys. I really have a hard time talking about what's happening with me. But I should
that's
just
right.
say
It's none of their damn business.
it.
I'm kidding.
I should just say it. So, okay. Um, my mom was
Pixie is coming
diagnosed.
out as a fairy.
No.
Okay, guys. Okay, I'm kidding. Shut up.
Okay. So a lot of things hit at once, right? First of all, you guys know that like my super munchkin is in college and that has been like killing my soul. And then right after she went to college, her dog was diagnosed with cancer and passed away. I lost my dad to cancer a while back, but recently my mom was diagnosed with breast cancer. I had pre-cancer on my face that they had to freeze the shit out of, and I have a biopsy in December. So it's just been a lot of crazy shit. So yeah, that's life though, right? Yeah. Cool.
Mhm.
Okay, that's everything. We don't have to talk about it again. Next topic.
I see Nerdy's comment. Hold on, let's see here. Online social spaces. It doesn't have to be online, Nerdy. Um, it could be in person, but the truth of the matter is that most people around me are fucking idiots.
That's not nice.
Excuse me. Excuse my language. So can I say that in the most loving but straightforward way as possible? No one thinks
I think
about
a
the
lot
things.
I think a lot of people lack self-awareness or motivation. And I think even more of them may do it intentionally, but that's neither here nor there. Continue.
See, this is Pixie being nice now. I'm just gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give it to you straight. I think most of these people are idiots. I don't think they engage in any mental activity outside of processing base desires. And that's fine. That's their proclivities. I'm not gonna judge them for that, right? You know, but if it's a situation where in real life I'm not able to engage in any mental activity that is fruitful for myself, right? Then I gotta accept that and get it from wherever I can get it from, right? I can't even find like a super. I don't even need a woman to be like super intelligent. I need her at least be able to like think, right? And the truth of the matter is, a lot of people don't want to think. That's the truth of it. So, I know I sound like a cynical little shit, but that's just just my experience, man.
I always have this constant war inside of me, like constantly. I had a friend who used to joke around with me. He used to say things like, "It's not possible to be any more self-contradicting than you are without having split personalities," like things like that. And he's not wrong. I can definitely hit both ends of the spectrum, and part of that is like I have a very like deep-rooted cynicism that I can't shake, but I also have like this eternal optimism that I can't shake. And it's
I
like
feel you.
this never-ending war. It's crazy. Um and so I always and then it a lot of times it leads me to places that almost sound contradictory but aren't. Like I'll say things like I can believe in an individual but I can't believe in the human race,
Yep.
you know? Weird
I
things like that. But I was also a very weird kid and I thought weird things as a kid, like really weird things. Like I remember staring at a tree one time, just staring at a tree. I was staring at it. I was really, really fascinated. And I had just learned how long trees could live. And I had just learned that scientists were just discovering that trees they hadn't gotten to other plants yet. Now we know it's other plants, but they were just starting to learn that trees could communicate with each other.
Oh,
And
they engage in battle too.
so I had learned that, right? And I remember just standing there, I was just staring at this tree in absolute amazement. And somebody asked me what I was doing, and I said, I'm wondering. And they said, what are you wondering? And I said, well, trees get really old. And she was like, yeah, they get really old. And I was like, so, and they're really still. And she said, yep, they're really still. And I said, do you think that maybe the tree looks at me like I look at a fly? And they looked at me like I was a very, very strange person. And I probably am.
Trees like, look at this inferior organism standing
Well,
there.
not even inferior, not even in that way, right? Like, not even in that way. I just imagined, like, right, like, I move really slow compared to a fly. I live really long compared to a fly.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I don't know what a fly's life is like, but I do know that it's very fast and it's buzzing around all over the place and it's annoying and it's sometimes like an annoyance, like, or it can be like a destructive annoyance, right? And so us with the cutting down of the trees and all the shit we do, I'm like, does it look at me like some fast-paced temporary pest? Am I a fly to that tree? You know? Like I had weird thoughts like that very, very often. One
Yeah.
time I remember seeing this field and it was snowing and I just kept standing there staring at everything and I was squinting really hard and they were like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "I'm trying to make all the buildings disappear." And they were like, "Why?" And I was like, "Don't you ever wonder what it would look like if there were no buildings, no anything, and the snow just went from the ground to the mountains to the sky and all you saw was white? Do you know what that would look like?" They would just stare at me and I would think I was very weird.
Yeah, I wish I had. Um, a lot of my mental activities went towards being overly aware of my environment because I'm not trying to get shot. As a kid, reading my grandfather's encyclopedias, um,
Oh, I did a lot of that.
trying.
So much reading of the encyclopedia set. And okay, this is a really weird thing. I had an obsession with making things disappear in my visual field. And I don't know why. And it all started with like a screen door. I noticed I was stuck inside and my siblings were outside with some friends. The why and how is not important. I am stuck inside, they are outside, and there's this screen. The window is open and there's just this screen separating me from them. And I'm staring at them through the screen, and then I notice it's like I can see them and the screen's not there. It's like I'm looking through a window instead. If I focus really hard, you know what I'm saying? You can almost make the screen disappear in your mind and just see through it. So then I would do that with like the chain link fence. I would do that with like random things. Just how much of this can I erase from my visual field? And how slowly can I bring it back? And I would just do weird shit. I'm telling you, like I was a very, very strange child.
Yeah, I was just quiet, and
I was
there
not.
I had times. So I went through like I had times when I just wanted to stay to myself, and I had times when I just wanted to go out and hang out with my friends. And there's like this back and forth thing. Um, and it's like one of the things that I always like to like drawing. I don't know why I was so obsessed um, with drawing and like sharing art with people. And I also liked to build stuff. I liked like really complicated systems, like visually complicated systems. I was just always fascinated by those things. But a lot of my mental state was pretty much in trying not to catch a bullet. and like figuring out whether or not someone is essentially gonna like lead me to rob me or some like crazy shit
Um,
like that.
I'm not gonna talk about you. You've heard me talk about it. I've said it to you before. That is one part of my life I will not go into on stream.
Yeah,
I just won't. But
no need
you,
to. None of their
you
damn business.
you've heard at least one of the reasons why I was very, very on guard. Probably two or three of them. But yeah, I don't know. It was weird because even growing up, I seemed to flip back and forth between almost two separate people. Like I said I wasn't quiet, which is true and not true because for a long time I was quiet. I was really, really shy. I wouldn't talk at school. I wouldn't even talk to my sisters until we got home. Like it was really bad. I was also like a really bad doormat. Like the same people who would like call and cry on the phone to me about their problems they would bully me like really bad, and they knew that I wouldn't say anything. It was so weird. One of them even pointed it out to me. I remember that. They were like, "You could say something," and my stubborn ass little self, I just remember saying, "But I'm not you." And then I started like coming out of my shell, and I was not quiet after that. I was not quiet at all. But in doing so, like it's like as soon as I came out of my shell, this like switch in me just like flipped. It just flipped. And you could say whatever you wanted to say to me and I still didn't care. But if I thought you were picking on somebody that was weaker than you, or you guys were ganging up on somebody, I was going to make you cry. I was going to point and laugh, and I was going to do it again. You were going to be miserable, and everybody was going to know why, and I did not care. You could not pay me to care. I gave zero fucks. And I was absolutely brutal. I also, I still had severe trust issues, even though I was like bubblier and louder and more social. Like I still didn't have like a group of friends. Like I was the person that would like bounce between the cliques, go everywhere. But like I could never, and I moved around a bit, but I could never let I just couldn't do that.
Yeah,
It,
that's fair. I
it
always
was
had like a diverse group of friends.
well, I
Like,
don't even mean just like not even just friends. Don't get me wrong, a lot of them were friends, but some of them I don't know what my deal was. When I say I can be patient and it takes me a while to assess somebody, I mean it. Here's an example. I was new at one school, and my reputation had already been set because, like I said, at this time in my life, I gave zero fucks. So I wasn't like outwardly rude, but like, don't come at me anyway because you're going to get it back twice as hard. You know what I mean? And so, like, somebody had said something, and I had made some like sarcastic ass comeback, and it was like set. I think, oh, that's what it was. I had on a black shirt with a silver dragon and some black flares. And she said something like, "What are you supposed to be, a Kiss fan?" Now, ordinarily, I would have let that go. But the problem was in the hallway, I just saw her picking on this nerdy girl, and I didn't like that very much. So when she said that to me, she made the mistake of wearing a cowboy up shirt that day. And I looked at her and I smiled and I said, "First, how do you get Gene Simmons with his tongue sticking out from a Chinese dragon? And second, what are you supposed to be, the ranch house whore or a common slut looking for a little bit of flair?" And like I was that person. Like no, you were not gonna come at me. And so like my reputation had already been set at this school, and there was this girl who was talking shit about another girl. She got caught, and she didn't want to get jumped, so she blamed it on me and got me jumped. But she didn't know that I knew what happened. And so I still shared my lunch with her. I still made sure she had a lunch every day, even though I was barely scraping by. I still all of that. and she thought we were just like the best friends ever. And then one day she got up to fight a girl that she had no business trying to mess with. And I just looked at her and I said, "No, you're going to stop right now." And she was like, "No, blah, 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 blah." And I just looked at her and I said, "Look, if you keep doing this, I'm going to jump in and it's not going to be on your side." And she was like, "How could you do this to me? Blah, blah, blah." And then I just told her, I was like, "Look, I know what you did to me. Don't try to play me over here. I'm not stupid."
Yeah, I don't know, man. There's always gonna be folks that are of that ilk, and I mean, I accepted that, that reality, but it's, the people who are, who I have in my life, who I consider like close friends, like those people, I literally do not have to like think around them. I do not have to worry in any way. I do not have to analyze them. I mean, sure, I got to use my brain, obviously, right?
Yeah,
But
you're
like,
super Michigan.
yeah, right. Like, you know, so it's like it's nice to have that, but the vast majority of people in my life are idiots, and they're ignorant, and they have no interest whatsoever in any kind of thoughtful dialogue that would require even any remote sense of reflection of any experience that they have, um, of other people's experiences, other people's feelings, like nothing intellectual or emotionally intellectual in any way, right? So with that, like, I'm sorry, I can't deal with most people, and that's part of the reason why I kind of keep most of them at arm's length, because what typically happen is that they try to understand me. They'll paint a picture of me, and they'll think that that picture is me, and then they experience these other aspects of me, right? The deep, and they're like, well, now I'm just either like pretending or some stupid shit they'll say or accuse me of doing.
I know, and I'm like, "No, I'm really both those people." And
Yeah,
sometimes
like,
a combination of them, you know?
like, dude, like, sure, just because I love science and philosophy and all that stuff, that doesn't mean you know, I don't like fast cars and chicks with fat asses, and I don't like guns, like typical guy shit. Like, why would you even think that, right? And so it's just one of those things where no one wants to like, no one wants to just accept people for just who they are, despite how complex they might perceive them to be, right? I don't have any issues accepting people for who they are, right? That's very easy for me, right? But it's extremely difficult for just regular everyday folks to do that and to like not put you in a box, right? Because I try not to put people in a box because I understand that like people can change, people aren't static, people have different experiences, and relationships can change due to circumstances, right? And so,
Completely off topic. Tell that to
Mhm.
some parents, please. Dear God.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I got stuck in this loop with some parents I would never take parenting advice from. Anyway,
No, that's fair.
someone overheard me casually telling someone this joke about Super Munchkin when she was not a joke about her, but experience with her when she was little, when I was trying to get her in trouble and I couldn't. And they
Hmm.
just okay, now my Super Munchkin is amazing. Okay? I'm not going to say she wasn't a little spoiled because she was, but not
She's a
spoiled.
spoiled munchin.
But not spoiled in the way that she was a brat, right? Spoiled in the way that she didn't want for much, if anything. But she was also the kid that would give her away her brand new favorite thing if it made somebody else happy, right? So she's a sweet kid. Anyway, this person went off about how I must have raised a spoiled child and she knows, and because she never got told no and she never got in trouble and this and that, and just going off. And then she started talking about how like she had put her kid on the dryer, this like 2-year-old, and like he wouldn't stop playing with the lid of the washing machine, so she spanked him. And I just thought that was really weird. And she was just going on and on. And then like all these other moms are like backing her up about like all this corporal punishment and my son backtalk and so did this. And it just like floored me. Like it floored me. I was like,
How are
let me
they
get this
spanking?
straight. Yeah, first of all, why did you just pick the 2-year-old up and put him on the floor so he stops playing with the fucking lid?
Yeah.
And then she was talking about how the people at daycare call her kid the Sour Patch Kid because, like, he'll be sweet, but he'll, like, if you have a toy he wants or something, he'll, like, bite you or push you and steal the toy. And I'm like, do you think that he does that because every time you do something he doesn't like, you hit him?
Exactly.
Maybe, you know? And then I just a bunch of weird stuff. But then, like, this one lady, she just took it way too far. I mean, she was just going off. Like, if her kid was upset, if her kid was this, if her kid was that, it just annoyed her. And I was like, wait a minute. So you're telling me that you, as an adult, you can have a bad day, you can lose your temper, you can go off on somebody. But if your kid has a bad day, you punish them?
Yeah, that's crazy,
Like,
man.
why do you expect your child to be better behaved
To
than
be
you
better behaved than you. Exactly.
don't get me wrong. I guess I had a weird parenting philosophy. There were times I had to tell her, look, you can be upset, but you're going to need to take that to your room and be upset by yourself. We can talk in a little
Mhm.
bit, right? But I didn't actively punish her for like having a bad, I don't know.
For being human.
I have bad days. Why can't she have bad days?
Exactly. You're you're holding a child to unrealistic standards. Like, I mean, listen, I'm not going to sit here and like I don't corporal punishment, which is not limited to spanking, because trust me, there are ways you can punish your kids that are um very harsh. That is
Yes,
not spanking.
and I have. Although I okay. I don't
Yeah.
I swatted her. Not hard enough to be a spanking, not hard enough to hurt her, not but I have swatted her. Once when she ran away from a group at a theme park, and once when she ran out into traffic, and once when she reached for a hot stove. That is it.
Yeah, the
Every
fact that you remember means that you know, like it was actually significant and it's rare, you know.
that is it. Every other punishment was a non-physical one. Or we'd
Yeah,
talk
but but
and
but
she'd be grounded.
I'm even talking about the non-physical stuff. Like so some people are fucking diabolical when it comes to how when it comes to punishing their kids, right? And again, I don't even really believe you should punish children. I believe what you should do is rehabilitate bad behavior.
Well, I say punish, but here's an example, right? What we would do is we would let the expectation be known, and then we'd have a cool off period, and then we'd come talk, like an actual like conversation about what happened, why there was an expectation, why this wasn't okay. And then um if if it continued or if it was something really really bad, then like, well, I say really, really bad, but that's subjective. I know. I have a great kid. She didn't sneak out. She didn't get in trouble. She didn't drink. She didn't do drugs. She didn't any of that. So nothing really bad.
Somebody's probably like, "Stop complaining, Pixie." Sheesh.
I know. She's got my mouth though. She definitely has my mouth. And her and some sheer persistence that I do not understand. That girl can be single-minded. But anyway, like it would be one of those like you're grounded, but it's not like you're grounded.
Next time
It's like
she's being like that, just say, "Oh, I see you're embracing your inner Republican."
no, I'll tell you what I tell her that drives her. I'll tell you what I tell her that drives her crazy in a sec. But like, oh, where was I going with that?
Oh, you were talking about her very
Single-mindedness. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So
single-mindedness.
like even when she would get grounded, it would be one of those like if it was a short grounding, I wouldn't do it. But if it was like a long grounding, like if she was grounded for like a week or more, she had the opportunity to work her way out of it. Here's the catch though. It's tricky and she has to figure it out herself. I don't give her instructions on how to work her way out of it. But here's the thing, like I've always been kind of that way. Like when she started getting a paycheck, I immediately started having her put a certain amount of her check into savings every time. Right?
Yeah.
Just so she'd have that there. Like when I never paid her for her chores ever. But if she went above and beyond and she took care of one of my chores, I would pay her. I also paid her for her grades. So it was that you work for it, and it's not, you don't get paid for things that you have to do. You get paid for the other stuff. And school was her job. So I paid her for her grades, and I would pay her if she went above and beyond. And so it was like that. She would figure out like, okay, I will really think about what I did. I'll talk to mom. I'll do extra stuff around the house. I'll do extra stuff here. She would put in extra volunteer hours certain places, like she would work her way out of it, and I'd be like, okay, now you can have your phone back, like
Yeah.
things like that.
I think that's reasonable. And sensible, if you ask me. Damn. What time is it, Pixie? I need to go and try to get some sleep.
Me and you both. At least attempt it, right?
Attempt. I thank you for the correction. But yeah,
All right,
again,
well,
appreciate
good
the
night and
stream.
good luck.
Good night. Are you gonna leave this up or are you gonna take it down?
I'll probably leave it up. I don't know.
Okay. I was talking
Unless
shit
you want me
early
to
when
leave
you
it.
stepped away. I was saying folks should, if you leave it up, folks should like it and share and comment on it.
Oh, I thought you meant you were talking shit and I should take it down.
Oh, no. No. Good shit.
All right. Good night and good luck, Oteen.
All right.
Night,
Good night.
Batman.